Check, microphone check. How's everybody doing out there, man? Let me know how we sounding, man. We're gonna get this live stream going, man. Breaking news, man. Breaking news, sad news, sad news. Impromptu live stream, share the show. This has not been promoted. This live stream has not been promoted. It's an impromptu live stream. This live stream is so we got some sad news, and we're gonna talk about it today. Make sure everybody get booted up. Good morning, everybody. It's your boy Perfect Timing Podcast in the building right now. Y'all know I'll be doing the court cases and the news. Good morning, everybody. It's your boy. I like doing the court cases and the news. I'm a father. I have 20-year-old sons. I talk a lot about the fact that I'm a father and I have 20-year-old sons. So these issues like this are extremely important to me. Extremely important to me. So we're gonna have to talk about this morning. I don't know how many people have heard. I just saw the news. I was doing my research on my channel. You know, I look for videos. I look for videos to do my shorts. You know, guys, I've been doing my shorts. I've been real successful with that. So good morning, Monique. Thank you for stopping by. I remember you last time you were here. Thank you for hanging out with us. We got some sad news this morning. It's Perfect Timing Podcast. My name is Perfect. You're simulcasting with me live on 3 channels right now. I'm on Perfect Timing Podcast. That's the channel I'm on right now. I'm also on my backup channel, Perfect Timing Podcast Live. And I'm also on Facebook Live right now. A lot of people like Facebook. Good morning, Monique. Good morning to everybody coming in. I definitely understand I have 2 sons in their 20. One is 20 and one is 16. Another sister of mine, Tracy, she has a 15-year-old son. So, I have a hashtag. I'm gonna put it in the chat. One of my hashtags I created is Father Power. Father Power came out of this whole Perfect Man show that we started doing a little while ago. So Father Power came out of the Perfect Man show that we started doing a little while ago. And so even though I'm not doing live streams on a daily basis, I'm going live once a week on Friday. So hope everybody can hear me good. Hope the sound is good. Let me know how it sounds. So I'm going live once a week on Friday, but today I had to go live when I heard the news about this young man. I'm going to share a video report about what happened, and then we could talk about it. While we watch the video, we may watch it more than once. I'm going to share the show. I'll ask you now to share the show on your groups. We got to be careful because this is brand new news. Is that my big brother? Is that my big brother in the chat? Let me see. That's my big brother in the chat. Good morning, man. Good morning, man. I love you, bro. Top of the morning. This is a very thank you. Sounding good. Big bro said it sound good. So this is a very somber occasion. It's tough, man. Uh we're gonna listen to the details, but what I've heard so far is that the Migos rapper Takeoff is no longer with us. And I want to just say a prayer for him and his family. And we don't know the details, but someone lost their life. There's a lot of violence this weekend. I'm gonna show a video of Chicago. There was a shooting of 14 people, and a 3-year-old was injured at a vigil in Chicago. I've talked to you about Oakland and Mr. Fab, a rapper from the Bay Area, just got the city key to the city. I talked to you about the chief of police in Oakland and him crying out to the city council about Oakland's police department being defunded $14 million in the situation in Oakland where you have more criminals on the street than you have police. Today, what they're talking about is a lot about the ghost guns, and they're talking about the violence. And this was at a party, Young Thug baby mama lost her life at a bowling alley. This has to be at a bowling alley in Sacramento. There was a shooting where over 10 people were injured. And one of the questions was, why are people still going out? Why are people still going out in the pandemic? I don't know if anyone's talked about it, but my daughter is sick. She's been sick for 15 days. Both of my daughters are sick. There's a new version of RSV, a respiratory disease. It's a RSV for COVID, but they have it. They don't have a vaccine. They don't have a name. So we in some very trying times right now. We in some very trying times right now where you have people sick, people no longer practicing social distancing and the things. I'm not a proponent of the mask, but with these unidentifiable viruses flying around, people need to be more vigilant about where you take your children, public places, and things like that. And now we have the crime and the murders to go along with it. It's very sad. So I'm gonna play the report. Let's start it off with a prayer. I haven't been praying for, because I prayed to God, and I'm gonna be honest. I hadn't feel the live stream of my prayer. I have a certain style, right? And it's like with this murder, it's like I feel discouraged a lot of time with my style. It's like with this whole Kanye West thing, I feel like until I've heard people like 19 Keys, I heard a Hebrew Israelite last night very intelligently speaking about rabbis who have talked about the fact that what Kanye West said was true. And everybody just jumped on the bandwagon. I feel like I'm in fifth grade sometimes. So when I heard 19 Keys, when I hear other people talking intelligently, it's like, I thank God, because I wanted to stop live streaming and I wanted to start praying, because I feel like my prayers were being wasted. Because I pray over my audience, I pray over my podcast, I pray for divine intervention over my words, but the Negro is just unreceptive. So I prayed to God, and God said, keep your prayers for yourself. Be selfish with your prayers. See, I'm very giving. I've always been a very giving person. See, people coming in because they would just want to hear about the death. You can go to anywhere and hear about the death. You can go to anywhere and hear about the death. You can go anywhere you want to go and hear about the death. I'm not doing that right now. I'm going to play the video, but right now I'm talking about spirituality and where we at in the world. And God told me to be selfish with my prayers. Pray for yourself. Pray inwardly. I'm very giving. My grandma said, do you wear your heart on your shoulder? I'm praying outwardly. So you know what I start doing when I stop live streaming every day? Stop praying for y'all. I started praying for me. My life has improved tremendously. All the prayers, all the love that I had externally, I'm focusing it inwardly. I'm praying for me every day. I'm praying for my wife and my kids every day, and my life and their safety. When I heard this news, I prayed a covering over my wife. I prayed a covering over my children. What I suggest, instead of you waiting for perfect to pray for you, I suggest you pray right now. I suggest you drop to your knees and you pray for your wife and your kids. Don't wait for me to pray for you. Don't wait for me to pray for you. I suggest you pray for your children right now. I suggest you pray for you right now. I suggest you make you some healthy breakfast. I suggest you get you some water. I suggest you live right. Because what happens when you pray for you is you are putting in you the proper mechanisms that you don't have what happened to that happened to this young man. See, it's one thing I could pray for you, right? And those prayers can cover you through your idiocy, right? But when you pray for you, you are embodying the spirit of yourself to when you make your decisions, your actions are based on your prayer and your goal. Pray for yourself. Pray for yourself before you take the act. Pray for yourself before you go into the date, before you go into the sexual act, before you go into the purchase. Pray and have a convenience with God. They said this young man was worth $26 million. They said this young man was worth $26 million. Monique said, your prayers are not wasted. No. But it's to that scripture where it says, don't throw your pearls at swine. And I had a problem with that. That's why that scripture, God wrote that scripture on my heart. Don't throw your pearls at swine. So that's what I mean about praying inwardly. And it's a gift that I'm sharing with my audience right now, my 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. It's not that I don't pray. It's not that I don't have the love of God. God blesses me and loves me. I'm prayed up, blessed up, fully sanctified, filled with it, right? But I just thought about no longer throwing my pearls to swine. And that energy, that force is inwardly, and it's making me great. It's making me great. It's making me great. And I'm going to say to you that you could have the greatness and the perfection also. You could have the greatness and the perfection also. Man, these people, man, I know the preaching and the sermon has to get done. But what I'm doing, y'all, is working on me. I know God called me to preach. and prophesies, but I am human, right? So I have to grow in the areas to where I can still give what God wants me to give to people, but it's extremely difficult because I don't like people. I'm not God, right? I'm not benevolent. I don't like people. I know the message needs to get out there. I know he designed me to give the message, but I don't like people, bro. I don't like them. So y'all got to know it's very difficult for a pastor, for a preacher to do his job, knowing that you are undeserving of the message. My ears are connected to God, and it's very difficult for me. I have conversations with God about, do they deserve to hear this word, Father? If they're not receptacle of the word, Father, I could just give it to my son. And he reminds me that I called you. So we live today. We live today, and we gonna talk. Y'all could come in, y'all could talk. And let's take a look at this video. I don't know if you heard about it, but let's get the details. I'm going to share the show, and we're going to get the details. To everybody coming in and out of my chat, make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe, and thank you. I want to say thank you to everyone who's coming in and out of my chat. I want to say thank you. And make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. Don't be scared to comment. Don't be scared to hit the thumbs up. I would say to the black men, people disappoint people. Yes, they do. I would say to the, I want to say, I want to express this morning, I want to express love. You know, I noticed over the weekend, the cloud. I had so much fun with my children and my wife this weekend. We don't celebrate Halloween. I grew up with Jehovah's Witnesses. I grew up in a very spiritual black family. So Halloween and pagan holidays, when my father studied Jehovah's Witness, my uncle was a Jehovah's Witness. So I never was big on Halloween. I had so much fun with my family this weekend. I forgot that it was Halloween weekend, that everybody was going to be out naked, getting drunk, doing all of these and spirits. You know, they call alcohol spirits. You know what? You know, there's always a car accident on January 1st, someone dies from alcohol, and on Halloween, you know, in the hood, you don't go outside in the hood on Halloween. Do you know what we would do? My big brother is in the chat right now. My big bro is in the chat. You know what we would do in the hood on Halloween? I'm in all black. People talk about black Air Force Ones. I'm in all black. I'm where you cannot see me. We would call it bag snatching. The hood turns into the purge on October 31st. So I've so prayed up, I didn't even notice it was October 31st. And then I got this news this morning, and I start thinking about my mother. My mother's birthday and anniversary is coming up. My mother passed away last year of COVID. Her birthday is November 29th, so it's been weighing very heavily on me because her death, her anniversary, her first year of her death is coming, and her first birthday after her death. So I have to celebrate her birthday. I have to remember the anniversary of her death. She died from COVID. So when I hear this news this morning, I just want to pray for Atlanta, man. I just want to say to Atlanta, man, y'all been through a lot. And it's a lot of black people in charge in Atlanta who's not making the right decisions to fix the problem in Atlanta. Arresting young thug don't fix the cartel. I talked to my brother. Right now in California, in Lancaster, we have cartels in California. We have Mexican cartels moving into America, controlling land. You have cartel. Today, what they're talking about is the ghost guns. This is all driven by the Mexican cartels. The Mexican cartels have taken over the major American cities that are predominantly black. No one is asking. It's the same thing with Kanye West. When Kanye West said to Pierce, you don't know why I'm upset. Why don't you ask me why I did the tweet? No one is asking where the guns are coming from, where the drugs are coming from, and why or how they're getting there. The cities are being held captive by the cartel. Atlanta, they already told you in the BMS story, Big Meech was moved out of Atlanta by the cartel. The cartel had ties, political ties. That's how they got Big Meech under federal investigation. The cartel saw what Big Meats created. The Big Meats created a market. Drugs is over 5 billion, 5 billion, 500 billion. Somebody look it up. Market in America. So Big Meats is a businessman. Big Meats created a business model in Atlanta with his brother Southwest T, because Southwest T drove cars and trucks, and they centralized they centralized their business in Atlanta because of distribution in the unique distribution portals that exist in Atlanta and the ability to get their product across the entire nation from Atlanta. It was easier than Detroit. Atlanta is a hub. Chicago is a hub. Los Angeles is a hub. So the cartels have taken over these hubs. They've taken over Chicago and they distribute guns and drugs from Chicago. They've taken over Atlanta and they distribute guns and drugs from Atlanta. That's what's happening in Atlanta. That's what's happening in Lancaster and Los Angeles. They have, and hey, check this out, big bro. I didn't even know this. In California right now, it's wild, wild west. In Southern California, we have 1,500 illegal grows. Some of the illegal grows are 10 acres. The grow itself costs $5 million to set up. Do you know how much money they pulling out every 45 days? Just to create this business costs $5 million. There's a warehouse, there's parking lots, there's acres of marijuana. It costs $5 million to do this setup. Do you know how much money they're pulling out of 10 acres every 45 days? Because they juicing the weed, they juicing the plants so they could turn it over quickly. How many harvests are they doing in a year? None of you understand this. You think weed just come and go? Do you understand what's happening with illegal marijuana? How many harvests can they do in a year? So when you talk about the ghost guns and they go after black men and they say black men and they say Young Thug and they say YSL and they say 4PF and they say Crips and Bloods, and no one's talking about the illegal aliens. No one's talking about the immigration. No one's talking about the Mexican cartel. No one's talking about the illegal marijuana that's fueling all of this shit. The drugs and the drugs, it's been like this from the 80s. The drugs fuel the guns and the violence and the gangs. Without the illegal drugs, you don't have the guns and the violence and the gangs. It's not about Quavo. It's not about the black men. It's not about Quavo. It's not about Takeoff. And they keep focusing on black men. The black female DA didn't arrest nobody from the cartel. She has nobody Mexican even under investigation. And she knows the cartel has a grip on Atlanta. The cartels is what is called. Young Thug does not. Y'all remember Nino Brown? Y'all remember Nino Brown? Young Thug does not grow cocaine. Young Thug does not grow heroin. Young Thug does not make ghost guns. But the Mexican cartel does. Young Thug is not making the designer fentanyl pill. Young Thug is not creating new drugs. The cartel is creating new drugs. And the DA in Atlanta doesn't have any cartel members under investigation. Where's your FBI? Where's your administration? Every fucking content creator is saying, you can't rap about doing this and Young Thug needs to go to jail. The problem doesn't stop if Young Thug goes to jail. Quavo got murdered in Houston. The problem doesn't stop if Young Thug goes to jail. You got to address the drugs. You got to address the cartel and stop making black men the scapegoat. It's not about Quavo. It's not about Duke Deuce. It's not about Little Boosie setting up Duke Deuce. It's not about that. It's not about these individuals. We so caught up in this shit. I am not the regular YouTuber. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit that regular YouTubers give a fuck about. Oh, did he set him up? Bootsy set up Duke Deuce. Quavo set up. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I got 20-year-old sons affected by the pandemic, affected by quarantine, affected by ghost guns, affected by designer fentanyl, designer weed. The fuck Quavo got to do with all the shit I'm talking about? That's what, not. I love you, Mr. Important. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for supporting. Make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. I'm passionate. I got a 25-year-old son. And it's been difficult for my son since the pandemic. It ain't about Quavo. If you got 20-year-old children, you know the facts on the ground. If you got a child in high school, you know what your children is dealing with in high school right now? They supposed to be learning complex thought, how to be able to complete a task, but they're making them focus on gender. They're making them focus on gender and sex. I thought we wanted them to have less sex. I thought we wanted to stop teenage pregnancy. Why are we teaching kids at elementary school about sex? We don't want them having sex in high school. That didn't work. I'm not showing this to create some sensational shit. I'm not a YouTuber that's trying to make hella views off of somebody's death and to be investigating like these suckers, man, where young Dolph died, all these. There's a Southern strategy with blacks. Somebody said the other day that it really helped me. He said, all humans are not the same. And I got to tell y'all, all blacks are not the same. Environmentally, we're different. California blacks are different. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. We're different. The weed is different. We're different. And the blacks in the South are different. I'm not going to say we're better or worse, but the blacks in the South are different. They're a different type of people. Just like in Africa, you got different tribes and environments. You have different dialects. You have different everything. You're not just a monolith in Africa. There's Igbo, you know what I'm saying? Swahili, there's all type of different dialect. And then you look different based on the food, environment. You are a different human. So there are different blacks in the South. And there's a reason why hip hop and black culture has been focused in the South, because the people our oppressors identify the differences amongst blacks, but they paint us with one thing and say, all of you are black, when we may have not even came from the same places. And with that being said, there's a lot of perpetual ignorance by these individuals in the South. And it's going to get worse unless black people check them. See, there was a time, there was something called the drop squad, where black people would check other blacks. And see, the blacks in the South need to be checked. But what's happening is the clown South guys, the Charleston whites, think that they can flip the script and say, no, it's California. See, Charleston White is saying California caused all these problems. California didn't cause all these problems. The ignorance of your brothers and cousins in the South, Charleston White, is why you have the problems that you have. We move differently in California, especially in Northern California. Northern California is different from Southern California. You never hear Charleston White talk about Northern California because he understands that Northern California blacks are different. Everyone who knows that if you travel and you work in any industry, if you've ever flown into San Francisco, and if you've ever done business with a San Francisco Bay Area black, they're different than any other blacks in the country. That's why everybody wants to travel to the Bay Area. There's a difference with blacks in California and then blacks in every other place. And there's a reason why hip hop, black culture has been centralized in Atlanta. And there's a certain prevailing thought about blacks that comes out of Atlanta. Our sexuality, our intellect, our everything is being brought up out of Atlanta in the South. And that is not wholly representative of all blacks in America. The other day, a scientist said people make a mistake and think all humans are the same. Like there's only one type of human. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. And that's where I got this concept. All humans are not the same. That's what we have in this argument with Kanye West. Because it gets at the fact that all humans are not the same. Let's go to the video. I need y'all to share the show. Thank y'all for everybody on Facebook. We got some people watching us on Facebook Live that hit the thumbs up. It means so much because it helps the algorithm. Everybody make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. Hit the thumbs up. Let's take a look at this video so we can see what happened to this young brother. Prayers up, blessings go down. Let's take a look at the video. And while we do that, I'm going to share the show.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. It is 7 o'clock on the dot if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 4 o'clock on the West Coast. As always, a lot going on. I do want to get right to it because we do have
fair use. Let me bring up my fair use banner.
Houston police just holding a news conference saying that they are working a deadly shooting at 801 Billiards and Bowling there in Houston, Texas, where there was a party underway. It did end around the time of that shooting, but they did also say that two members of rap group Migos were at the scene of that deadly shooting. They have not confirmed if the two were hit by gunfire, but I do want to play a news conference here that just wrapped up with Houston police.
Yeah. No, you're good. It's all good. I'm loud.
He's going to suck in your microphone.
Don't worry. All right, everybody good to go?
Yes, sir.
Cameras rolling?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning. I'm Sergeant Michael Arrington with the Houston Police Department's Homicide Division. I'm here with Commander Steven Spears, who's also with the Homicide Division. We're just giving a brief update on the investigation that occurred here at 1201 San Jacinto. At approximately 2:30 this morning, our officers were dispatched out here to a shooting that had just occurred. Upon arrival, they located multiple shell casings on the third level of the building at the 810 Bowling and Billiards. I guess it's a bowling and pool hall. We were informed that there was a private party being held at the event last night that ended at approximately 1 a.m., but the party carried over till about 2 a.m. till they were cleared out. That's when the shooting occurred, where it left one male deceased on scene and two others that were transported to area hospitals nearby. We are still in the process in the early stages of this investigation, trying to gather all the information we can, and we're looking for the public's help or anybody who is.
Hey, I just checked my likes. I got 5 likes. Everybody hit the like. I just had double digits in here. I got 5 likes. As you come in, hit the like. Don't get me Lieutenant Roaster. We trying to be somber because it's a somber occasion right now, right? It's a somber occasion. And everybody in the chat, let's get the roaster bots in here. Hit the like as you come in. You know good. Hit the like as you come in. Hit the like as you come in. Hit the like and subscribe as you come in. Because I know who's coming in. It's nobody but Negroes. It's nobody but manosphere Negroes. Nigga, hit the like as you come in with your bitch ass or stop coming in and out of my chat. This is the thing I realize about YouTube and you bitch ass niggas. You got to check motherfuckers on YouTube. You got to check people on YouTube. If you don't check people on YouTube, they treat you like shit. Hit the motherfucking like, hit the motherfucking subscribe and subscribe when you come in this motherfucker. Hit the like button. I'm going to stop the video. I'm going to stop the video and I'm going to go back to my motherfucking preaching and then y'all can leave. And when we go back to the original 5.0, then I can go back to the video and my teaching. But you motherfuckers ain't going to just watch my shit for free. And my Cash App is down there. Hit the motherfucking like, share, and subscribe. It's something wrong with black men. It's something wrong with black men. It's something wrong with black men. I talked about it in the back chat. It's the mentality of you niggas. Killed this man at a dice game worth $26 million. You didn't have to kill him. There were so many things you could do, but you niggas ain't shit. That's why I don't go live no more. That's why I don't pray for you niggas. You niggas ain't shit. Look at my channel. I'm almost at 1,000 without no black man help. Fuck BGS. Fuck the black manosphere. Fuck every black man content creator on YouTube. You niggas ain't helped me get to 1,000. You bitch ass niggas ain't helped me get to 1,000. I've been struggling out here getting to 1,000. I hit the mark on my own. Thank God I pray for myself. Thank God I love myself. Because if I waited on a nigga to love me, I would not be loved. Fuck you bitch ass niggas in this YouTube space. And I mean Edward Anderson, everybody, the whole, what is it? Igmore, fuck them Igmore niggas, fuck them BGS niggas, fuck the Fight Club niggas, fuck all you niggas. You niggas is bitches to me. I can't stand you bitch niggas. I am tired of you bitch niggas. You niggas is bitches to me. In real life, you bitch ass niggas could never ride in my car. You bitch ass niggas couldn't ride in my mama car. You bitch ass niggas could never ride in my car. You bitch ass niggas. Black Ram just did a video. And my big brother in the chat right now, Black Ram said you had to be a certain type of dude to come outside. You bitch ass niggas couldn't stand on the corner with me. Nobody on YouTube. Nobody on YouTube. You bitch ass niggas couldn't stand on the corner with me. You bitch ass niggas couldn't be in my passenger seat. I can't stand you. I can't stand the way black men act like women. And I mean what I said about this Southern slow, Southern stupid, Atlanta, and every nigga from the South. I'm tired of fucking pussyfooting around the subject. We got a problem because niggas from the South is stupid. Everybody in the South is stupid. Florida, Atlanta, Charleston White is a product of you dummies. Southern dumb. And that's why we in this situation. And that's why rap is centralized in Atlanta. Because you Southern niggas doing the BBLs, doing the drugs. You Southern niggas is stupid. And you know what else I hate about you down South niggas on YouTube? It's because most of the black men down South go to college even if they stupid. And they all stupid. So they go to college for 1 to 2 years and they learn a minuscule amount of how to debate. And they get on YouTube and all they know how to do is be contentious, but they actually don't know how to form an original thought. Who is this they? And what do you mean? Every down South nigga who been in college for 1 to 2 years, but you a nuttin' ass nigga, you get on YouTube and you try to act smart. And it's ruining the black manosphere. This is why the bitches come in and take over. Because there's so many dummies. It's so many dummies. You niggas is dumb. Just say no to Sko. Every South content creator, you make me fucking sick. You're fucking disgusting. Say Cheese, Charleston White, all you niggas is disgusting, bitch-made ass, and Charleston White screaming for the police. And you down South niggas is interviewing this nigga, putting him on your podcast. I agree with you. You niggas is suckers. Suckers. And you fucking idiots. I'm tired of you Southern niggas on YouTube. There's a reason why the algorithm pushes up the Southern dumb niggas. And ain't no Cali niggas out here popping. Ain't no Bay Area niggas out here popping. I speak differently. I articulate differently. My vernacular is differently. I have original thought. Everything I say on the Roger Report, everything I bring to this space is an original thought. You bitch ass niggas just regurgitate shit. Tired of being nice to you bitch ass niggas. Please tell somebody what I said. Please tell somebody what I said. You niggas is bitches. You niggas is bitches. All the black men on YouTube is bitches, and all the Southern black men content creators is bitches. And I'm not gonna be nice to you bitch ass niggas. I got my success without your help. And the worst thing is, the biggest mistake I made was coming into this shit, into what they call the black manosphere, because there is no black manosphere. There's only a bunch of bitch ass niggas following a crackhead ass BGS, and Edward Anderson is not even heterosexual. What are y'all doing? You following bitches, homosexuals, and cowards? Cowards, that's who you listen to. Drunks, Minister Jap, alcoholic, drunk ass, BGS, old crackhead ass, all them fuck ass PhDs ain't getting no pussy. Not all you bitch ass niggas had to do was hit the like. Or don't come in my chat. All you bitch ass niggas had to do was hit the like or don't come in my chat. And I wouldn't have roasted your ass and everybody wouldn't have known how much of a bitch you are, Edward Anderson, BGS, Art of Itmore, the whole Itmore. All of you niggas is bitches. But I made it without a cosign. I made it without a cosign. See, every time, you can't, my wife said the other day, my big brother in the chat, you bitch ass niggas can't stop what God got for me. You bitch ass niggas can't stop what God got for me. And my brother, Radiology, XM in the building. You bitch ass niggas can't stop what God got for me. See, everybody think you need a cosign from BGS. My brother, Truth, what's his name? All Truth. His wife is white too, and he made a live stream about BGS. I made a live stream called Sacred Cows, and he said BGS and these bitch ass niggas is the problem in the black manosphere. I said that shit a year ago. BGS and these bitch ass niggas is keeping you guys in the niche. Jess Pearly blew up to 500,000 because the talking points here are fucking platinum. But we don't focus on the talking points. We focus on nigger shit. Because of BGS, crackhead ass, and the rest of these insecure niggas who never was a king in their life. Shout out to my brother in the chat, a real king. King is in his name. His sons is princes. I'm a king. Niggas name me perfect, you bitch ass nigga. So I'm not the only one who feel this way. I'm not truth. See, a lot of you couldn't fuck a white bitch, let alone marry a white bitch and fuck a bad white bitch. That's why you have a problem. But Truth is an Akasi, is set up and everything. He reminds me of me. I'm on LinkedIn, you pussy. I worked for Kaiser 15 years. I have multiple epic certifications, so I relate to Truth. Bitches are attracted to me. I fucked every type of bitch. My brother Radiology, bitches are attracted to him. See, this is the difference what's going on with the niggas as leaders. You don't know, you talking about women because no woman has ever asked you for your phone number. A lot of the shit y'all teach, me and Ray I ain't tripping on. Bitches ask me for my phone number. I haven't heard one PUA or one dating expert tell men what to do when you're approached. When a woman wants you. Because I had to learn that. And men have to learn that. I had to teach that to my son because my son's 6'2", handsome. Daddy, she just came up to me. You got to learn that. So because you niggas ain't never had a woman approach you. Damn, you handsome. What's your name? I've seen you before. Bitch, you ain't never seen me, bitch. You want to see this dick? Shit so backwards. Shit so backwards. What you got, Ray? Because my big brother said, let it out and then focus back on your message. So I'm gonna go back to the Migos. But what you got on it, Ray?
Oh man, I'm just enjoying it. That's why I had to hop on.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Yeah, man. You know, I can't stand the bullshit. So I just had to get that out. Because it's a lot of bullshit going on right now with the Just Pearly. You know what else about that Just Pearly video that O'Shea did? And why I'm saying what I'm saying, and why what I'm saying is true, because O'Shea named another content creator who I follow who's doing a great job. Poor Man. So he didn't just talk about this year is Just Pearly. He also talked about Poor Man. And Poor Man been kicking ass, and Poor Man got a brand new live stream. You niggas, instead of focusing on the white bitch because you never had no white pussy, could have been bolstering up the black man. But that's what happens in this space. As long as you got them crab ass niggas running the space. Why didn't BGS and you punk-ass, crab-ass niggas focus on the brother that O'Shea highlighted in the video? Help that brother get to 1 million views. He's set to go to 1 million. How about where we prioritize us? You know what the niggas want to do? They want to challenge the white bitch. We already had dude from the Roommates challenge the white bitch. Fuck the white bitch. Everybody mad at Just Pearly. She's not this. She's not that. Oh, but there was another person mentioned in the video. There's another person that the algorithm has chosen, and that person is a black man. But see, what the problem is BGS and them bitch-ass niggas may not like Poor Man. Because I've never seen none of them bitch-ass niggas over there. So when I heard the other day that they said Lapeef is not in the black manosphere. So it's crew season in the black manosphere. So that's why the bitch ass niggas focus on the white bitch.
But you know what though, Perfect? You know what though? That's the target. The target is a truthful white woman and a truthful black man.
Exactly.
Those are the targets.
I haven't heard anyone congratulate Poor Man because there was 2 content creators highlighted in that video. And he's been on an ascension since Kevin Samuels passed away. He's set to go to 1 million. With our talking points, you guys are worried about Just Pearly. Why? Oh, I didn't mean to. Did I crack somebody's mask on that one? Did I crack somebody's mask on that one? See, I got a white bitch, so I can see you niggas, and I see how niggas act around white bitches. Why you focus on Just Pearly? Poor man just opened up a new channel. He got a live stream. We could go over there. We could have a conversation. He's welcoming.
Yeah, it goes deep, man, because a lot of times we can even go there. I ain't trying to get too much off topic, but white women are now starting to know the difference between a typical ninja and the ideal black man that she sees as a god. Like, you know, the one that she really desired versus the typical ninjas. Like, they starting to know the difference now based on how some of them get treated by those type of guys.
Facts. And what they're doing with that knowledge is capitalizing on the opportunity. It's called capitalism. That's the one thing that's so ignorant about black men. What is she doing? She's being a capitalist. That's why O'Shea congratulated her. And O'Shea said so many times, because he know niggas is retarded, she works hard. If you want what she wants, work as hard as her. O'Shea never gave her more props than she deserved. O'Shea said, who was a California brother from Sacramento, Northern California, just like I said, she works hard. If you want what she got, work as hard as her. You're not doing that. You're bitching and you're moaning. Shout out to my brother Radiology XM for coming in and saluting and sharing that good game. I talked to my brother offline. That's my brother for real, not just YouTube. And Ray, you know what I just did, right? Hey, King, you know what I just did, right? See, King, the big brother King, this is what I learned recently. Talking to my father. And he said, did you call your brother? I said, no, I did not call my brother. And I said, Dad, I learned something from you. He said, what? I said, I love people the way they love me now. He said, what you mean? I said, my brother hasn't called me, right? He said that I'm not calling him. I said, but if you ask my brother, does he love me? He would say, yeah. So if you ask me if I love my brother, I'm going to say, yeah. But I love my brother the same way he loves me. If you don't call me, I'm not calling you. If you don't lend me money, and I mean you don't call me first, I'm not initiating shit anymore. I got a 2-year-old. Fuck everybody. My focus is on my 2-year-old daughter, nigga. So if you don't call me, nigga, I'm not calling you, nigga. If you don't give me money, nigga, I don't got nothing for you. You're not helping me get to the bag and put this 2-year-old girl in college. Nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga. My father calls me, nigga. It's a huge growth for me. I love people the way they love me. I love you the way you love me. If you don't put any deposit into me, then you cannot withdraw. And you cannot withdraw before a deposit. I'm going to say that 2 more times. I refuse to let anybody withdraw from the Bank of Perfect without making a deposit. And if you understand how withdrawals and deposits and banking work, there's nothing to withdraw if you haven't deposited anything in the bank. And black men and black fathers are walking around empty. When we talked about the NBA the other day, and that black bitch wanted to make another withdrawal, and Draymond Green said, you haven't made a deposit. The WNBA wants to withdraw from the NBA, but the WNBA has not deposited anything into black men. I love you the way you love me. I love you the way you love me. So you have to deposit into Perfect first, or I just don't have the room to give a fuck with a 2-year-old daughter. I love you the way you love me. And you cannot withdraw love, friendship, loyalty, or respect from Perfect any longer without making a deposit. That's why I feel so easy and so good saying, fuck the black manosphere. The black manosphere has not made a deposit into Perfect. The manosphere has not made a deposit into Perfect. So I feel extremely comfortable saying, fuck the black manosphere and fuck every black male content creator on YouTube. Because you haven't made a deposit into Perfect. And I'm no longer making deposits into banks that only withdraw from me. See, this is a non-reciprocal relationship. So, big bro, you know what I just did, big bro? I talked to radiology about this. You know what I just did? I troubled the water. Because I see people coming in my chat not loving me the way I love them. I create a great podcast. I create a great channel. And if you're not going to hit the like, share, and subscribe, I'm going to trouble the water. I'm going to trouble the water. What do you mean trouble the water? See, I need to know that everybody on this boat is ship worthy, is sea worthy, ship shape. We on this boat. God put us on a vessel. We are extremely blessed. God put us on a vessel. And people want to ride the boat, just like with Noah. But everybody on this vessel got to be ship shape. So God told me, perfect, trouble the water. Because them fake sailors, when they see the ripples in the pretenses of a wave coming, they're going to jump off the boat. They're going to jump ship. See, God gave me the power to create a storm, the perfect storm. And when you suckers see the waves, you jump ship. And that's what I want. I only want seaworthy companions on my journey. So I trouble the water because I want you fake sailors to get scared of the waves and jump ship. Because this ain't going to be no pleasant 3-hour tour. It's going to be some storms on the way. So let's go back to the video, man. Shout out to my brother Major Key Boxer for coming through. I didn't even get a chance to even share the show yet. Somebody share the show for me, man. Yeah, we got to trouble the water sometime, King. We got to trouble the water. It's just like on the block. My big brother taught me so much, man. Sometime on the block, he just would be like, we got to break shit up. People can't be thinking we cool. So sometime on the block, we just got to break shit up. We just got to break some shit up. The other day, King, I said to the brothers, I said, men, there should be a healthy fear. My son, for a father and son relationship to be successful, there should be a healthy fear. My son is not scared of me, but there should be a healthy fear between me and my son that he knows if he doesn't follow my direction, there's going to be a recourse. Just like when you get pulled over by the police, I don't teach to be afraid of the police. But there is intelligence in having a healthy fear and understanding that this ignorant motherfucker could kill you. And you see idiots interacting with the police who don't have that healthy measure of fear. I trouble the water because I know YouTube is filled with bitch niggas. And it's a lot of bitch niggas right now who's afraid, who's on the phone with BGS, who's making phone calls. Well, if you're calling instead of coming onto my live stream, you're a bitch. So that's why I trouble the water. Because I want you bitch niggas to have a healthy fear when you fucking with a man. And you may not have had a father, you may not have had a big brother like my big brother King. But if you had that, then you would understand as a man, there's a level of respect that comes from having a healthy level of fear. I don't want anyone to be scared of me. That's bully shit. I'm not a bully. I was a fat kid. I got picked on. So I learned respect. I don't want anyone to be scared of me. But see, this is what they said, toxic masculinity. This is what macho is. See, we talk about the Mexican woman and we want a Mexican woman because the way they raise the children. This is what macho is. The older sister feeds the younger brother. She's not scared of her little brother, but she understands that one day he will become a man. Ray! Come on now! She understands one day he will become a man, and that man will be able to protect me and kick my husband's ass. So there's a healthy level of fear and respect, even though she's older than her little brother. That doesn't happen in the black household. The big sister looks to beat up the little brother and punk him and take away his machismo. He never understands what it means to be a man and how to establish that barrier, that healthy level of fear. Hey, all you bitch ass niggas coming in the chat, hit the like button, hit the share and subscribe. And let me put the link in the chat for all you bitch ass niggas who want to say something. Edward Anderson, BGS, Arta Edmore, all you bitch ass niggas. Here go the link right here, bitch ass niggas. I see you watching. I see you watching, you girls, you little girls. They go the link right there, little girl. You can find the link. Anybody got the link, but they got the link, little girl. And yeah, I got some of you bitch ass niggas blocked, but I'll unblock you bitch ass nigga if you say so. Real shit. That's right. Trouble the water. Every time I trouble the water, they start running. Because I know it's not the cursing. I know it's not the profanity. Because the best channels out here smoking weed and cussing all day long. It's you bitch niggas. And I love that I get in your ass. I love that I get under your skin. And I'm not going to stop growing. The worst thing about you bitch niggas is that you can't stop my growth. You have nothing to do with my growth. BGS never co-signed me. Roger is not the one reason I'm growing. I'm growing because of my talent and my artistic creative ability. I'm getting thousands of views every day. I'm at 300,000 views. You bitch ass niggas ain't even at 100,000. I'm at 300,000 views. I'm getting thousands of views every day off my own P. That's why I feel confident. See, this is what you got to do in life as men. I hope young men are understanding how and why I'm doing this. I'm confident in doing this because I don't need these bitch ass niggas. I don't make that content. That's not what's growing my channel. I don't have 300,000 views because black men listen and apply the things I teach. So I don't teach black men anymore. I got 300,000 views because I'm an artist and I'm a creative. And God rewarded my prayer and hard work. And no black man, no nigger who's at the bottom of the caste system can stop me. You are at the bottom of the caste system. You cannot affect my growth.
I think that's the new wave too, because my channel, obviously I could have been at 1K by now had I just been doing typical manosphere talking points, things like that. But I'm like, nah, that ain't the way to go. Like I knew that from the jump. But unfortunately, the only downside to it is the persecution you can get from typical sectors. But like you said, like when you got such the truth in you, they ain't gonna stop your growth. They're not gonna stop your shine. So I totally relate to that. But I think one thing I wanted to mention too, like you said something about the South being like the reason for a lot of stuff. I'd point towards the East too, especially with the beef stuff.
It's the same. It's the same. And they don't teach us that if you're not from there, how close these things are together. You know how they do the map and they lie like Africa is smaller than Europe and Europe is above Africa, but it's actually the opposite of that, right? And we don't really know what this map actually looks like, right? And then when you talk to people who say, wait, I went from Philadelphia to New York. You went from where to where? Because I was good at maps and history and I would memorize all 50 states. And from what I remember about Pennsylvania, I don't remember Philadelphia being close to New York. But they don't tell us that. They don't teach us that. So yeah, they commute back and forth. That's my big brother right there. What's up, big bro? They commute back and forth. Good morning.
Come on,
good morning.
Man. Yes, sir. You all right?
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm better than good, man. You don't hear me? I'm alive. I'm invigorated. I'm juiced. I'm energized. These people don't understand what it takes. Like I don't go that way. I go the other way. Like the whole turn up was based on our generation. You know what I'm saying? I remember Kareem, rest in peace, big drama. I was sitting next to Kareem on the sofa, and I was upset just like this. And I said, Kareem, I feel like I'm about to snap. You know what Big Drama said? Big Drama said, snap. So just so people know, when motherfucker, you fucking, I'm not gonna go left, nigga. I'm gonna go up, nigga. My big bro who not here no more, nigga. He's in the grave, nigga. When I feel this way, my big brother said, snap. I'm not gonna calm down. I'm gonna snap.
That's
Bitch
right.
ass nigga, you can't get to that level. That's the problem. I did a mile this morning. I did push-ups this morning. I will hit hard. We don't go that way. Everything them Atlanta niggas, everything you down south niggas, you got from us, nigga. You turn up because of me, nigga. 24/7 came from us, 365. The grinding, that's us. Nigga.
Man.
I'm never gonna forget that. I'm never gonna forget that. Snap. Just like I said, trouble the water. I don't forget nothing, blood. I don't forget nothing. Sometimes we had to hit the block and scare some people, to remind people to have, I'm not a bully, but you need to have a healthy level of fear. I've talked before about healthy competitive nature. See, people hear about competition. See, there's a negative form of competition, but then if you have, like you guys kids, right? Where to raise like Mayweather and AB, the way they got that way is their fathers and uncles put the brothers in the backyard with gloves, and they develop healthy competition. When you watch those white movies where people like paint both brothers, what they did is the father made them have competitions. They were competitive at Thanksgiving. You don't remember the white movies after Thanksgiving dinner? They go in the back and they play a serious game of rugby, of football. Somebody might have a bloody nose, and then the uncle and the father is like, you better not fucking cry. This is healthy competition. That's your brother. And everybody you compete with, you don't have to help. You got to remove emotion.
That's right.
But we don't understand healthy levels of competition, healthy levels of fear, because we don't have fathers and men. We don't have masculine male leaders who make sure that the men go through these intramural sports, these rites of passage, and develop this understanding about healthy competitive nature. That's what capitalism is. And why men and your wife and your children, shouldn't be scared of you. But as a king, as a father, there's a healthy level of fear. Healthy.
Man.
That's the mathematics of respect. So you don't have respect without that healthy level of fear. That's why police kick off at somebody's ass. They don't want to bully you, but you should understand at any moment I could kill you. And your actions should be according to that understanding.
Stay dangerous, man. Stay dangerous, It's sad, man. I'm listening, man. You hitting on so many points, and we can take any one of them and run any way we want to. You know what I'm saying? But it's a consistency that's going on in the public, with the destruction of black men with money. You know what I mean? And when you talk about just really black men getting our shit together, you know what I'm saying? And that don't mean, the normal aspect of going to get a job and going to school and taking care of building a family and taking care of it. We're not talking about that. It's getting our shit together is understanding that we got to learn how to love ourselves and each other. It's like we need to be put in a place where it's just us, and we need to cry, we need to yell, we need to get everything we need to go through to get to that point where we can understand that we are the black man and we all we got. It's no disrespect to the black woman or any other people on that planet, but it's because of us and all the things that has happened to us that everybody get to do what they want with us. You know what I'm saying? You can run it through relationships. You can run it through, how the corporates use everybody use us. But then when it comes to us on us, we destroy us. And it's not going to change, and then our habits, man. And a lot of times it's easy to look. Well, you said something earlier when you was talking about the environments that we come out of, and unfortunately, the focus is on the black men that come from the street. So, that's what the people in power choose to elevate and put that out to the world, and then you see what's being done to us from the street. Rather we broke, or we in the trenches hustling, or we made it out and we rapping. But that doesn't represent the whole face of the black man, because there's a black man who you don't even never see because he just hustling. He's just working hard, doing what he's doing. Ain't no cameras on him, ain't no social media on him or nothing. That black man just handling his business. You know what I mean? For the brothers that got to go through the trenches, that got to come out the street and they choose entertainment, you know what I mean? You see them getting their head knocked down. And most of us from the streets, we always we like you're violating rules. This is why you're dying. And then another people will say, you dying because there ain't no love for a black man. But you know what I mean? It's sad to see us at this state. But again,
So big bro, when you talk about, I remember when we was on the block, we would be having intellectual conversations about our circumstances in the crack mob. And we watched Corrupt, who's very intellectual, intelligent person, but that drugs and alcohol didn't got him. But he talked about the Reagan rapper and the pre-Reagan and the post-Reagan and the reactionary rapper. And he was the first one to bring this conversation to the table when he talked about pre-Reagan and Reaganism. Reaganism isn't really talked about. Pre-Reagan and post-Reagan. And one of the things, my wife is young. My wife is like 15 years. Your wife is young too. My wife is younger than me, right?
Right.
And one of the we talked about one day when I was talking about the crack mom is she brought up the progression from the crack mom to what her sisters are, what we have now, and the children we have now in the crack, because we thought nothing could be worse than the crack mom.
Right.
And then what took place from the crack mom was the pill mom. And so now you went from the crack mom and the crack kids and no school, no curfew, no dinner time, smoke weed in the house, to the pill mom.
Right.
And now the pill mom who grew up with no structure, that child is a whole different animal and beast.
Yeah.
Right? Because our mothers grew up with structure. They chose not to have structure, but that structure was still in existence because our grandmothers was alive. Now that our mothers and grandmothers have passed, that all that structure is gone. The banana pudding is gone. The peach cobbler is gone. The pill mom is here. The pill mom learned to make banana pudding in the refrigerator, and she cooks in the microwave and everything out the box. It's producing a different type of offspring.
Yeah.
So we've come to the point now where the mentality has been so perverse and so chemically manipulated that we have a real serious problem. So I don't know if people really understand the progression from the 60s and the single mom to the crack mom to the pill mom and the production of each generation that mother, because I'm talking about women who smoke crack and produce children. And now we're talking about women who are addicted to pills, you know what I'm saying? Oxycontin and then they're producing children who are addicted, who are now taking chemicals at a very young age. So we're dealing with, remember our boy got the line chemical baby. And I think he was ahead of his time. I think he was ahead of his time. Cause
he pulled that from several conversations. Like, I don't have no problem with it. I ain't, I'm a heroin baby.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I ain't got no problem with putting that out there. You know what I'm saying? And I think, Martin Luther King, he said something, and he was like, why we don't focus on the violence, right? And he said, when we focus on the violence, right, it causes a distraction, and we don't no longer see the problem, we see the violence. And so with that being said, it's easy dealing with us to pick any time and space you choose to focus on, and then pinpoint, the drama, the circumstances, the effed up conditions that we in, but what we have to do is intelligently and have our street smarts, is look at the let's say if it's a bloodline, look how long this bloodline has been murdered. Like, there's no way you can talk about the drama of 2022, the last 20 years, without looking at the drama from 1990 to 2000. And you can't look at 1990 without looking from 1980 to 90. So each decade is built on top of each other, but there comes a point in time when you're moving through time and space where you see what the real problem is. You know what I'm saying? And so the distraction has become that we have come into a little money. The distraction has become that we have been able to go to college and get these degrees. The distraction has become that we have been able to get these jobs and enter into a realm of existence that we have yet to have here in America. So we forget about the underlying real problem. This is why you continue to see the police shoot us down. This is why you can continually to see we have the highest infant mortality rate. We have the shortest life expectancy. That so what I'm getting at is like, you think the current level of success that we've experienced over the last 50, 60 years is going to be a cover up for the continuous destruction of our people over the last 400, 500 years. You know what I'm saying? So when you see these little house Negroes with money come out with their little fanatics, I don't care who it is. We can pick one if you want to. You know, they focus is on Kanye right now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he's saying this, he's saying that, right? But the real issue is like we trying to forget that we in a war that's first spiritual. You know what I'm saying? And the love when earlier you was talking about my little brother, you know, like you said you're gonna love people how they love you, which is real. You know what I'm saying? And I get that. I really do get that. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna have to go a level above that too, though, because we need to love our struggle, because that struggle is gonna be here for our children and for our grandchildren and for our great grandchildren. And it's going to be the work that we ultimately do now that's either going to assist them to help them fight the fight, or it's going to hinder them and they're going to be slaughtered. We ain't never going nowhere because, you know what I'm saying, we're the masters of the earth, you know what I'm saying? But the level of disrespect and inhumane things will continue to happen to us, and especially the black man, we deserve better. You are worthy, you are valuable. And I apologize to any you know, it seemed like we almost, and I shouldn't have to apologize just to speak directly to black men, because we never get that space. You know what I'm saying? We never get that space to love on each other and to really understand that we are valuable and we are worthy. You know what I'm saying? Of human dignity. You know what I'm saying? We are worthy of walking down the street and not seeing each other as enemies, but seeing each other as brothers. You know what I'm saying? And having each other back. You are worthy of being somewhere and knowing if this shit, if it's 10 black men in a room and everybody else is something else and the shit jump off, you worthy of knowing that the 10 black men gonna come together and we gonna have each other back. And unfortunately, that's not our reality, because again, the distraction has been this temporary fake ass success. You know, one thing I'm gonna use Kanye. I seen him. He was like, "Yeah, I'm the richest black man." You know what I'm saying? I'm the richest black man. I'm the richest black man. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, man, I don't give a fuck. You can put all the money that black people mustered up in America and put that shit on a triple beam. You know what I'm saying? It'll never weigh more than what these motherfuckers, Elon Musk and the dude of Amazon and Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, and them ain't nothing but four people. You know what I'm saying? You got four motherfucking people, man. Four fucking human beings, man, that have way more money value than our entire people in the country. So we don't have time to be focusing and be playing about, oh, I'm the richest black man. What we have to focus on is like, how in the fuck is we gonna stop our blood from running in this street? That's the highest level. You know what I'm saying? And that's just on black men. That's not a lot of people will create that. A lot of people like I'm sitting here looking at Quavo, Young Blood. I don't even know if that's whoever dude is, but he a Migo dude. It's like you got all that money, dude. Like, we got money and don't even know how to use it. We got money and don't even know how to protect ourselves. We got money and we run around with 4, 5 $100,000, $1 million worth of a jury on, but we don't have bulletproof cars. We don't even know how to move accordingly to be the type of people that has so much respect, love, and dignity for our life that when we do get money, you know what I'm saying? We're not setting ourselves up to be smashed, to be killed. You know what I'm saying? Man, it hurts my heart. But this is something that black men, we got to have a space like you're providing right now, just so I can express this part. You know what I'm saying? So we can start thinking, because we the grassroots, we the people on the streets. And you know, that's like your little nephew, right? He ain't in the house right now. You know what I'm saying? Because he did some off the wall ass shit. And I'm raising him. That's my son. So, you know what I'm saying? I know where he come from and I know what he get. But the first thing his mama decides to do, you was just talking about that listen, man, the biggest problem in America is that nobody wants the black man to be authoritative. Nobody wants to hear that. No, nobody wants to hear that black man put his voice down and say, you know what? Fuck nah, it ain't finna be no war. Fuck
That's why I
nah,
do it, bro.
you know
That's
what I'm
why
saying?
I do it, bro. That's why I got the ass on this motherfucker. That's why I do it. And I want to remind people what it look like. Especially
you know what I'm
the
talking
men.
about?
Especially
You know what I'm talking
the
about?
men.
But look, but I want you to gravitate and vibrate off these frequencies, right? In my own household, I run this shit. No disrespect to the missus. You know what I'm saying? But I'm the first and the last line of defense up in this bitch. And I'm raising 3 sons up in here. You know what I'm saying? And my oldest son, you know what I mean? When he wiggles out of the road that I've been paid for him, I gotta be the one. She can be the one too, but she still gotta understand that I'm the one that's gonna raise a man, and she's the one that's gonna love a man. You see what I'm saying? No disrespect to black women. You know what I'm saying? But y'all, the black women have showed the tendency to love their sons and regret their husbands. You see what I'm saying? And that is a hard line to chew. You see what I'm saying? Because it's like I'm raising a son to go be somebody else's husband, and when he gets a husband status, he's gonna be regretted because of the ultimate situation that black men are in. But let me reverse a little bit. You know, so my son, he does some detrimental shit that could possibly fuck him off, put his family in war, and had these white folks at our door. You know what I'm saying? And so when I get wind of it and I go to deal with it, her first response is to try to remove dude so he don't have to deal with his daddy. And then to threaten to call the law on me for disciplining him. And I said, you know, I'm way more, you know, we ain't got to go in all that, right? So I just kept pressing on my movement. But I said that to say, even in my very own household, bruh, you know what I'm saying? I'm seeing the elements of Willie Lynch. And I'm sitting in the library right now, man, listen, man, I'm just a dirty, ratchet ass motherfucker from the streets, but I'm not average. You know what I'm saying? So I said, damn, how could this possibly be? So to feel that attack, to feel that level of abuse, you know what I'm saying? And I look at her every morning and be like, damn, you know, how am I going to wiggle out this situation? And not wiggle out like abandon the ship, but like, nigga, you one of them niggas too? And you got 3 kids by me and you married to me. And I love you, but I love my struggle more than I love you. And I will never ever, while breath is in me, let this woman put my children in a situation where they don't understand that you have to be accountable for your actions your entire life. Ain't nobody gonna give you no break. Don't nobody give a fuck. And they will sit your motherfucking ass down in that penitentiary your entire life, or they will knock your ass down in these streets. And it's something that it's like I get mother's nature to, I'm not gonna never hurt my kids. Matter of fact, I'm the only one in this motherfucking household that's willing to die and kill for them. You see what I'm saying? So Yeah, man, I had to get that off, man. Sorry, I apologize, but that's just an example of the real shit we face, man. And so ultimately, my point is that I want to bring to the forefront is why this young brother, they say, is worth $26 million and die in a fucking dice game like this nigga is a nigga on the corner with $1,000 in his pockets. You know what I'm saying? So we have to begin to fucking look at our mental, our mind, what's in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot just keep surviving off the limited mental experiences we experience. You got to go get your ass in these books, man. You
So
can't
look,
escape Marcus Garvey. You can't
So
escape Booker T. Washington. You
so look,
can't
bro.
escape
That's why.
W. Du
That's why.
Bois.
That's where I'll come in. Is everything you said, I agree with, and that's where we went wrong. And I won't say went wrong. A lot of black men say that. The other day we were having a conversation about Martin Luther King, and people are
Yeah,
very critical of Martin Luther King. And what I said was, people say because they want perfection from these people during that time. And I said,
right.
what I said about Martin Luther King is that have you ever had a dirty floor, right?
Mm,
And
mm.
and it said when you have a dirty floor, my father taught me, like, you got that first layer, you're not actually cleaning. The
Come
first
on.
layer of effort in cleaning, you're actually just removing the first layer of dirt so you can actually see where it is you need to clean. Because the floor
Come
is
on.
so filthy,
Come on.
right? Mama Shirley, one day I was talking about being poor, and Mama
Right.
Shirley socked me in my mouth and she said, "Don't pour mouth." And she said, "We not
Right.
poor. We from Mississippi, right?" And
Right.
Mama Shirley, rest in peace, she broke down to me where the root, we talk about etymology with some of the things Kanye West said,
Right.
where poor comes from. She said, poor comes from dirt poor. She
Right.
said in Mississippi, where I grew up, my family came here from Mississippi. My grandmother migrated here from Mississippi in the Great Migration. She said she had friends when you would go to their house, their floors were mud. It was a beautiful home. It was clean. You could eat off the
Right.
floor, but the floor was mud. And
Exactly.
those individuals referred to as dirt poor. And so I
Right.
give you context because when you're cleaning a floor that's filthy, the first layer you come off, you're not done. And I would be upset with my father. It's like, no, we got to do 2 more times on this floor because now you see that spot over there. Could you see that spot before? No, Dad, I
Mm-hmm.
couldn't see that spot before until we did the first clearing of the floor. Now we could come in and get that spot. But after we clean the spots, then we're going to buff the floor to
Mm.
protect it, right? So
Right.
what this is Martin Luther King had a problem where we were treated as animals. So the first layer was just to get us to be treated as human. Then he was
Right.
able to understand how we got to be treated like animals.
Mm-hmm.
So once he figured it out, once we got to human, he said, okay, white people got to this because of the land grants and how they reinforced the land grants with offices and then loans. And those same white people are getting paid millions of dollars in subsidies to not even farm. They were given
Mm.
land, they were given farms, they were given seeds, they were given. So that's how you create white wealth. So what he said was in that last speech that actually got him killed was after he got us humanized, got the dogs off of you. After he got the dogs off of you, he said, well, how did we get to the point where they put dogs on us? They did not do this. So once he got that first layer, he said, okay, these are the spots.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back for my check. So what's happened is we got the check, but the floor is not clean. And what
Right.
happened is we have never dealt with the mental health issues from our oppression.
Come
I'm
on.
not going to call it slavery because we're in a time of enlightenment where it's debated. Some of
Well, the
us learn
question.
that.
Well, we're not gonna use. We're not going. And that is. I'm gonna lift up what you're saying to this point, because you was just gonna go there, and for us to deal with that whole concept of mental health is just simply to say this: when a people are removed from their indigenous soil and therefore put into the mind of the enemy, we are going to continuously to have a crisis in our mind, rather we think we do or not, because one, we're not in our we don't have our indigenous roots, or we're not rooted in our own soil. So another way to put is like this. As long as niggas, on any level you want to look at it, continually to be governed by English people, and we not English, and speak English, and think English, and talk English, we're going to continuously forever be in a fucked up position. You see what I'm
So
saying? And
may I speak up here?
we intelligently right now have enough get back after sitting over here on this borderline to be able to say, you know what? I mean, I never get my original language back, but let's learn a collective African language so we can start rebuilding our shit. Let's honor those, because like you say, Martin Luther King stood on somebody's shoulders, and they stood on somebody's shoulders. We're not over here without knowledge, you know what I'm saying, of our own, but we don't appreciate our own. We value other motherfuckers' shit. You know what I'm saying? Until we start valuing our well that's sitting there full of good, ready to nourish your motherfucking ass up and get you to your own thinking, we're going to forever be in this situation, man. Thank God
So
for being
one thing I'd
the
like to
Most
speak
High.
on.
Go ahead, Ragnarok. Hey, bro, this is my brother Ragnarok right here.
What's up, Ragnarok?
So yes, I am white,
My white brother.
and
My
yeah,
white
I
brother.
do listen. I'm not an asshole, and I come from Scottish roots where the
Yes,
English
sir.
used to ban our own language, ban our swords, and
Mm-hmm.
rape all our women. They used to do that. This
Come
is
on,
not new.
man.
This has been happening in Europe's backyard for a long time. And like
Right.
one thing I tell you, a piece of advice: Europe has barely had a pan-European, because I know you guys are on the vibe of a pan-African idea. The only reason there's a sort of a pan-European thing where people actually get along and also give a damn about other people's is because
Yeah.
since the Dark Age, we've been killing each other. Like, do you want to know why white boys so good at wars? Because we kept killing each other. We literally just kept killing each other from the days of Rome, before Rome, till now. Like, look at World War One, World War Two. After World War Two, people got so fed up. It's like, look, man, it's done. And that it
Right.
took so much war just to get along with ourselves. And if you look at Africa right now, they have so many civil wars between Muslim brothers and Christian brothers, different tribes over elections and shit. Every
Mm-hmm.
single day, every single month, there's another genocide every year amongst them. It's ridiculous. And I tell people, and one thing I wanted to push back on, you said earlier, is that like those four people have more money. They don't. The actual net worth of specifically Black Americans is $1.4 trillion.
Yeah, we'll be
That's
the
a
richest.
lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. We
It,
would
it,
be,
it needs to be spent
if we was
wisely.
our own nation, we would be number 8. Yeah.
You
Mm-hmm.
could, like, I
But
can't
you remember,
not be
that,
against
that
your
value of money,
independence
that's
stance.
consumerism. We're
Yeah,
the
well,
biggest
yeah.
consumers.
I can't be against your independence stance because, my Scottish roots and shit. And, like, I tell you, man, it's not that easy anymore. Like, Scotland might vote to leave and shit like that. That's the only way it can be done. But then Scotland's economy is gonna tank, like,
Mm-hmm.
real bad, real bad. Like, say the South became a black only country, literally
Mm-hmm.
from Florida to Texas. Texas is the border. Virginia is the northern border type shit. Its
Mm-hmm.
economy would be shit for a long time. Just not because of some outside force, just because it's starting new countries, starting to rebuild communities even within a country. Like, look at the Navajo. They almost have like a hidden country within America. In the
Mm-hmm.
Midwest, there's a couple states out there. It's all Navajo land. So, like, being also part native, I tell you, man, it's not like a lot of people I talk to. They're like, "Oh, it's the white man, it's the system." Like, not really. Like you look around, even white people be dirt poor now most of the time. Most of them are just blue collar workers. They're like, yeah, you can look and point at the corporate heads and stuff like that. Man, they don't. It's a class thing. They don't associate with us.
No,
Like, do you know why? Do you know why so many black people have Irish last names? Because they got in and married Irish crop farmers who were treated like shit. Like, they were probably treated a little better, but still shit. there was an old saying in the South. A friend of mine from Alabama said. He said it's a saying from masses and shit who used to own plantations. He said, use the Irishman to do your renovations, because if he hurts himself, that's his problem. Because if you get your slave to do the renovations, you lose all your money. So they would literally make us do all the dangerous work like a motherfucker, because they didn't want to lose their investment. Like it's a dark, cool reality from history. Like, and another thing is like how to heal cultures. If we look at after World War II, how to heal whole cultures, how to make sure they're not hateful anymore, how to make sure their economy is okay. Like, look at Germany now. Like, America nursed them back to health in a way where they weren't being, an asshole. Japan as well. And so, can America collectively nurse back to health the community of Black Americans? Yeah, they can. It's not as simple as asking for financial aid. It's like, one, every single one of the gangs that keep shooting each other either need to be locked up or exterminated. I'm sorry to say it. I'm going to quote Umar, okay, Dr. Umar. He cannot psychologize all the brothers on the corner. You can't. Back in Scotland, there used to be a massive gang issue in Glasgow. You want to know how to deal with it? Back in the 1800s, 1700s, they fucking hung them all. They didn't care if one side was against another one. They were a risk to the children in the area, to the families who weren't like that. So, like, in these rappers, like, I could give you a YouTube video of hundreds of rappers who get shot over rival rappers and stuff. This issue of black on black shootings, a big way to solve it is going to have to be to stop that criminal element. Like, I like, every time I love hip hop, okay? Shit, I read some. You have people saying, oh, this is black culture, and I push back. I'm like, no, that's thug culture. You got white thugs, you got black thugs, you got Latin thugs, you name it.
Did you hear my intro? I said there's different humans and there's different blacks. And there's a reason why hip hop has been centralized and localized in Atlanta. The hip hop has been centralized and localized in Atlanta for a reason. Because of the mentality and the mental health issues that exist in the South, because of the stronghold of slavery and racism in the South, and how that projected on their mentality, right? Because we're talking about mental health, right? And it's earlier I was emotional in my statement, but there's actually a reason for their mentality, right? And the reasoning is because they did a Vice News episode where they still had slaves in the 1960s all the way up to the 1980s. They had people in Mississippi and Alabama who did not know that slavery was over. So it creates a different type of mentality, which is why they seem so regressive when it comes to the hip hop, when it's talking about the violence, right? And there's a reason why the violence is being promoted, because we actually had graduated past this level twice. We graduated past this level in the 70s when you first got the Black Panthers.
Black families had stronger families than whites.
Well,
less divorce rate, less support, like. What?
Those Black Panthers was a response to the gangs and the drug dealers. The first people they went after were the drug dealers, and they said, you got to get down with this Black Power movement or we gonna take you out. You either had to be Black Power or you couldn't do nothing. No more selling dope, no more gang banging. We did that before. That was an understanding that we had. That's where civil rights came out of. That's where the whole change came out. We did it again in the 90s, where we said this style of Black men with the Million Man March is not what's attractive. Right? Pull up your pants, get a job, take care of your kids. We understood this, and then we challenged those individuals who were not living that lifestyle to redefine and not allow others to define what we are and what it is to be a Black man. We did this before. So that understanding is there, right? But the problem is every time it's been implemented, it's like with my brother just so passionately expressed about the inner workings of his home. That was a personal testimony. That's why you see how the views and the people went up with that personal testimony. So many men can relate to. It's Kanye West, a billionaire. There's a lot of alpha males. You know what I'm saying? White men who have been traditionally the most alpha male in America dealing with these issues, not able to see their kids, not able to parent children. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? So this is one of the big.
Like another big issue white men face as well, like how the culture just blames white men, hates on white men. We get fired for being white. Some men literally kill themselves now. We have the highest deletion rate out of every single group is white men, because it's either shame, it's either we're getting
I
smacked
saw
on.
that. I saw that's
It's insane.
who
I
was that?
wouldn't wish that on anybody, man.
Yeah,
Like,
Jordan Peterson brought that out. So
yeah,
it speaks to what's happening in the world right now. Like we can't talk about that, right? Because then we get at the truth about what's happening in the Ukraine. And I brought out even my big brother's up here now. He the one who had me do the story where I found out all the information that I found out about the Ukraine and what's really going on. And I said to my audience, I said, and when I showed the law replacement book and the issues with the young men in France and Austria, I'm like, how would you feel? Like if you were a white man, if you were from Austria and you saw everything changing and you didn't have ability to get a girlfriend and get a job when you're Austrian and you're from here, it just so happens that you're white, but now everybody here who's moving upward is non-white. So we really don't understand what's going on in the Ukraine and where the anger is coming from.
it's going pretty insane. Like I'm not on either side when it comes to the Ukraine thing, because bro, both sides are screwed.
It's
Like,
not just, I'm not talking about Ukraine, but I'm talking about this issue that we have with white men feeling like they no longer have a position in society and the position that they previously had is gone, and their mental health dealing with that. Understand? So it's a mental health issue with black men and white men right now. Black men, right, and dealing with their oppressor and how they regressed in their mentality, and then white men realizing that they no longer are the oppressor and possibly are becoming the oppressed, right? Because who's the devil now, right?
yeah, well, like I tell you right now, I'm not even gonna drop the name. Like as soon as Kanye spoke up, guess who all came at him at every angle? Like, let's not even go there, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to spread hate or anything, but we know damn well they ain't white at the top.
That's the fragility.
I'm sorry, they're not white at the
fragile.
top.
It's Christmas coming up, so fragile. That's white fragility, right? And it's exposed. No one. That's what everybody is missing, right? And that's why we got to change.
Well, that book, White Fragility, is actually written by somebody who literally admits she's racist.
No.
So,
I'm not going toward the book. I'm going toward the actual phrase of what's actually happened. That's what's actually happening in real life. The fragility.
Yeah, like you want to know why all these?
It's not like a dig. It's not like a dig because I put myself, when you do psychology, I would put myself in their shoes. This is a difficult transition that we're both going through. We're seeing Kanye go through the transition. He told Pierce, "You're no longer at the top anymore." What you see, Pierce, happening is a shift. I'm becoming the dominant male, and you are no longer the dominant male. And Pierce saw it, and any intelligent intellectual who saw the interview saw it. Why would I take advice from you? How much money are you worth? And these things came out of him naturally. Right? Naturally, he's speaking in the way that black men have never spoke before, and he's saying to him, and Pierce is recognizing it, because Pierce cannot talk freely anymore. Because as a white heterosexual male, I have to be careful what I say. And here's this black man who can say whatever the fuck he wants to say. So how is he not right when he says there's a power dynamic shift?
Yep.
And
why do you think? Why do you think so many?
Let me jump into that.
I just want to say one quick sentence.
Go ahead, bro.
So this is actually a big reason why a lot of conservative whites and right-wing whites will like prop up a black dude and prop up the black community. It's like we're telling them, yo, we can't even talk anymore. You guys can't. Let's help each other.
Hey,
so it's a thing.
My friend.
Check this out. Let's not bullshit. You can take Kanye. That's one fucking person that has nobody behind him. That white man, any one of them white men that he didn't set up and did an interview with, that had to keep their professionalism where they wanted to, they got fucking a nation of white men behind them that can say what the fuck they want to do and do what the fuck they want to do. It's a total difference. There's a total difference.
I don't know about that, bro.
White men are not suffering in America.
Are you sure?
White men are not suffering in America. They run this bitch. They control the military. They control the Supreme Court. They control, rather we gonna get diesel fucking fuel in here in the next 25 to 30 days will the food be,
That's
you know what
Saudi
I'm
Arabia.
saying? You know what I'm saying? And it will be a white man up there negotiating that deal. I don't want to go too far off the point, but let's not play games and make it like when we're talking about the conditions of black men in America, that the white man in America is under them. Like his
No,
condition is worse than them.
that's not what we're going at, brother.
No, I'm not. I'm
What
not.
I'm
I'm not.
going at is we're both under this boot. At the top of the world, people who
We're
run
not
the
under
world,
the same boot,
would be
brother.
no. It's not about white on black. White on black are a
Exactly.
fucking chessboard.
Exactly. It's about black men dealing with
But
black
who
men and
runs
how
the
we gonna
chessboard?
make black men
But
better.
who's running this chessboard? There's the black team and the white team. It's not the white team. It's not the black team. It's that one fucking puppet master. And none of us have control over that. We do not control America. We don't. We just don't.
The
If we
bank.
did, there'd be a lot of changes. But no, that's not how it works. We do not run America. In fact, all the biggest corporations are not even white. All the richest men, they're not even freaking white. You might have about 2, 3, 4 of them. That's about it. Like the people who run these politics, they're not quote unquote white.
They would never be
Okay,
called. They would never be called white. They don't go by white. And
they
the thing
hate
that
white people, bro.
they don't like white. And the thing that's happening is that whiteness is. That's why I said white fragility. Whiteness is breaking down at the same time blackness is breaking down. There's a brother named Nameless who talks about this. You don't have whiteness without blackness. Blackness defines whiteness. And if you have Kanye doing what he's doing, it breaks blackness. And you don't have whiteness without blackness. Now you become Germanic, you become whatever thing you are, Swedish or whatever. Because to be white, everybody gets pulled into this bucket who is not actually white, just like everybody gets put into the black bucket. But in order to have white privilege and to exist in the white world, you need to have blackness. Without someone to oppress, there's no benefit of being white. There's no white definition.
Like
And
if you go to America, like me, say all three of us,
real
we
quick.
won't be considered black or white. We'll just be called American.
Correct. But listen, this is breaking down not because of all the things we've said today. This is breaking down because of demographics. That's why Trump was elected. This is not about all the mental health things that are applicable, about the social and economic things, systemic things that are all applicable. But these dynamics are changing because of demographics. And what you have is the browning of America and the browning of the earth, which is why Brexit existed, and all this shit is connected. Brexit is connected to the Ukraine, to what's happening now. It's a browning effect. And by 2045, 2050, my son is already in a majority minority America.
Oh, bro, blacks are already majority in the world, bro. Like, let's not. There's literally only 7% of whites in the entire world, bro. Like,
this is what's happening right now. The myth is breaking down, right? And the demographics are shifting in such a way that California, what you having with that city council, and why she spoke so boldly is because she understands the power. I just talk about how the cartel has a hold of Southern California. They have 1,500 illegal roles. She can say whatever she wants to say on that city council because she understands the browning effect that's happening. In California, illegal aliens can get a driver's license, and now Gavin Newsom just said you cannot discriminate against them from getting a job. So they will get a job before my son. They're gonna get a job.
Yeah.
They're gonna get a job before my son. This
is happening to every single American. It doesn't matter if you're white or purple, black.
It doesn't
matter.
Right. It's the browning effect. That's why whiteness and blackness is breaking down, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend because of demographics. And all the other shit is applicable. We got to deal with these minute, smaller issues so that we can come together. But what's happening is a browning effect. What's happening in Europe is a browning effect from the Africans. And in India, the population that you see them train.
Bro, the amount of Arabs that literally stormed into Europe from 2014 to now is so bad, and they're bringing a culture of how they treat women with them.
That's
and
what's happening.
You're having French dudes and German dudes seeing what's happening to their women and children. They're looking at each other and they're like, "Bro, we had 2 world wars against each other. We might have a third against these guys."
That's what's
together.
happening. That's what I'm saying about the
Europe is going to be a gigantic crusade, jihad, civil war, bro. Like,
that's what's happening.
Europeans, it's why there's so many young white men in Europe building up movements. They're not racist.
Yes.
It's more like natives see the boats coming. Like,
but listen. That's why I wanted to correct you guys on where you're going, because those all issues are applicable. But whiteness and blackness is breaking down. And yes, Biden is in control of whether or not we get the diesel fuel, but his power and everything, as people see these things, these systems are breaking down because of demographics. And look at, you know what I found really funny is how that chancellor over there dropped in 45 days, and now you got this brown motherfucker in charge. But you motherfuckers, and then he hired
he
back.
wasn't even elected.
Right.
In the UK, he wasn't even elected. You have any idea? Nobody cares that he's brown or whatever. He wasn't elected.
I do, because I remember Brexit. I remember, does anybody, and America's never understood Brexit. It's like the cloud. What is the cloud?
Bro, I can explain Brexit to you right now. It was an economic thing.
It was
like Brussels,
because of these brown people who come.
Well, no, not just that. Well, because of the Eurozone, yes, that was involved. But the biggest factor is Brussels, Belgium was making laws that affected the British people. They were like, "What the fuck are you doing? Why? This is it's as if they felt as if they lost World War II, and some dude in some German country was telling them what to do. So that was a big part behind Brexit, and they wanted to leave. Like right now, the UK is actually forming something called CANZEC. It's the reunion. It's the reunion of the Commonwealth: Canada, Britain, Scotland, like all of Scotland. If Scotland doesn't leave, Australia, New Zealand. It's not like some white supremacy shit. It's the entire Anglosphere getting together.
Yes, to reinforce. I'm not saying it like a racist. What would you do?
Well, yeah, if you got the boot on you, man, like that's why I'm not against like blacks trying to like get off the boot, bro. Like everybody's trying to get it off.
Thank you. And at the same time, they're dying off. The European is dying off. They can't.
We are, bro.
They can't procreate. Their numbers are below zero. So yes, they're trying to get together. They're trying to do these things to save their race. There's a Browning effect happening.
But like if you knew your entire population would be replaced and demographically gone by the year 2050, what would you do?
Exactly. Exactly.
It is happening.
That's what's happening.
The demographic studies in Germany actually just came out and said it's going to happen sooner.
And it's not. It's the Indian and it's the Latino.
It's actually the Arabs, some North Africans.
What I mean when I say Indian.
It's not even the Christian Africans coming up, bro. It's the other ones.
Right.
the more northern Muslim ones that they're coming in. See, Islam. A lot of people, when they look at the history, have a personal grievance against Europe because every time they tried to invade, they would lose.
It's not even Islam. It's not religious. What we talking about is not religious. It's about the avatar.
To them, it is. To them, it is.
But I don't care what they think. They don't get it. They don't have this understanding. It's about the avatar aspect. It's about seasons. And the earth has seasons, right? And so it's an avatar aspect, and it's a season for these people. Some of us understood in this time and age. What are we in the age of Aquarius? We understood that this was going to happen during this time, and it has to do with the environment changing, how melanated people are better suited for the planet at this time. All these, I mean, I wish these changes were happening because of the things we mentioned and talked about today, right? Because that would be justice, right? But that's not what's happening. The earth and God is fixing the problem the way nature fixes the problem. So we've already transitioned as an earth into a different atmosphere, right? So the humans—
Put a pause right there. Put a pause right there and say that again. Say it again.
We've already transitioned to a different atmosphere, right? So the humans who will be on the earth, God in the earth is choosing by natural selection who will be better suited to live on the earth. That's what, when the earth is heating up in the oceans and everything that's going to happen, there will be humans who live through it, but natural selection is selecting those humans. That's what's happening to the earth right now.
You literally have some people, like specifically like European type groups, trying to fix this birth rate situation. And it's not like they're trying to go to war or anything. No, they're just trying to shore up. Like, so a lot of them are just literally embracing polygamy to just retain the number.
Yeah. Let's go.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Back up. Hey, little bro.
Now we get to the real shit. Now we get to the real shit. When I saw the white man on the channel, you know what the white man channel was called? White positivity. They weren't talking about going to war. They were talking about what Ragnarok said. They're past the violence because they know what they need to do.
Bro, World War II still scars us, bro.
Polygamy.
We don't want that again.
Polygamy. Talking about polygamy, making babies, coming. That's why the laws have changed. And Kansas is the first state 50-50 custody, right? And domestic violence went down immediately. When I read the article, I didn't understand how it was related. Then the district attorney said, well, mothers would file false domestic violence cases against the father to get them custody. That way child support would go up. And if there's no benefit, if it's 50-50 custody and they can't get more child support, then they're not filing these fake domestic violence cases anymore.
Very much.
They went down by 20,000.
So that's another aspect. Feminism has gone so far as to be anti-men that it's destroyed white men, black men, even Latino men, Asian men. Asian men are doing a bit better because Asian women tend to be more traditional, which is a big reason why a lot of white men are dating out to like being a passport bro for the last 30 years, trying to get an Asian woman.
And no one talks about that. No one talks about how Asian.
I look at the passport bro community and I'm like, yeah, we've been on that game for like 30 years, but I'm glad you guys are too now.
Wait. How do you get all these tall Asian basketball players? No one knows that they're half white. All these 6 right?
They're getting that Viking DNA.
Right? No, these basketball players, they can play good basketball. Y'all don't know they got white. That's how they got tall. The Asian woman marries a tall white man because they want the height in their bloodline. So you got these Asian basketball players now over here. They have white. Yeah, man, they marry out the most.
Like so really what it is just survival, like in a positive way. So like me, I fucking hope no race war happens or civil war or third world war. Because bro, we gotta get over that shit. We got to get over it. We just need to help each other. And I know these sound like good positive words and that's all they are, but it's the truth. If we go to another world war,
no, demographically, this is the thing where I say sometimes when I get upset, you can't put cancer in a bullet, right? So God is in control, right? There is something, if we don't believe in God, there is something bigger than us that is in control, right? So we fear man, right? But there's something, you can't put cancer in a bullet. Like you fear getting shot, but cancer is worse. AIDS is worse. So I believe that the earth and whoever has dominion can do something more greater, like the great floods of the Bible and fires. We waiting for man to do something. Like this is the design of these individuals who you talked about who actually have control. They want you to be afraid of man, that we can destroy the earth. And then that way you never focus on your divinity, right? You never focus on you. You never focus on you. You're afraid of another man and how he made World War III and we can destroy the earth. But if God don't say the earth is going nowhere, the earth ain't going nowhere. But people don't get that, right? So I believe, just like the demographic discussion we just have, that what something is other coming, that's what they're preparing for with the bunkers and all this shit. They prepare for God to right the waters and trouble the water.
Bro, like every time I hear that these rich elite people of whatever race that they are, be they Chinese, Jewish, white, or even some super rich Africans, building bunkers and shit, in my head, I'm like, oh, this reminds me in Revelations when the people who were like evil say mountains fall on us and hide us from him type thing. So it's like
a nuclear bomb. They're not worried that they lying to you. They worried about asteroids and floods and fire and famine and what and the retribution that's coming toward them. That's what they worried about. They worried about like the Bolsheviks. Either God will send a plague or a flood, or he will turn the people into the fire, into the flood. And that's
look at what happened when the Bolsheviks tried to cancel out God when they did their whole communist thing in China. In Russia and Eastern Europe, their economies failed. The whole system failed. Even China had to take up some sort of capitalism to offset their own economy. Like they were screwed.
What happens when the brown people overrun these countries and they start asking the questions like Kanye West, and you have not just one Kanye West, but you have 100 Kanye West, and they're asking the questions about the contracts, and now we're asking questions like Donald Trump asked about the trade agreements and the treaties. That's why Donald Trump had to go. That's why Kanye is speaking in the way he's speaking. Kanye is talking about the contracts, but what did Trump get elected on? The contracts.
It was policy. As much as the Democrats want to be like it's about racism, no, it was economy and policy. He literally strong-armed Saudi Arabia.
What did Biden do? Biden jumped right back into all of those business agreements.
And
This
guess
shows you
what?
we're a corporation.
Guess
Wow,
what
we're
Saudi
a
Arabia just did?
corporation. And Biden re-signed all those deals. Biden,
Dude,
the
hey,
parents.
guys, you got to hear this. This happened 3 days ago. So Saudi Arabia, the grandson of the king, literally said he's going to commit jihad on Americans. They also canceled all the OPEC and gas. That's a big reason why gas is going up. And they're doing dealings with China and Russia now. So the U.S. Army put out a statement, said, if Saudi Arabia pulls out, we're leaving, and it's considered a threat to America at that point. Because they're taking all the gas away. It's like, well, shit.
So this is World War III, because the only thing that was stopping
Oh, yeah.
World War III, China already wanted to go get Taiwan, right? So what were people waiting on? People were waiting on India. This is why I keep talking about the burning of America, because they have the biggest economy, they have the most people. So America and Russia and China was like, what side y'all gonna go on? Because whatever side y'all go on is gonna be the winning side. So if you said Saudi Arabia and all of them in the Middle East and India, and the people who created Facebook and run all this shit,
India is actually on our side because they're very they're very much against China, like intensely.
Then
Like,
you have a global.
they shoot at each other over the freaking border. They had knife fights on the border.
Then you
Like
have
it was crazy. A fucking Hindu guy pulled out a sword and chopped up some Chinese dudes. Like, it was crazy.
You have the recipe for a global conflict. And what do we have in America? In Black America, right? You have
Not even just Black America. We're all divided.
Yeah.
We can't go to war right now. We'd collapse.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. See how this one topic can grow into a lot of different discussions, right? Just by understanding. So even in this interview here, you know what they ended up talking about for the majority of the time? Ghost guns. And that's what was the genesis of my whole soliloquy, was the fact that the district attorney in Atlanta has arrested 28 Black fathers, and no one is dealing with the cartel problem. If the ghost guns is what you're going to talk about when this young man who's worth $26 million is murdered, and the whole interview with the police chief, he wanted to give attention to ghost guns. Well, this is the cartel. If you're going to focus on fentanyl, and ghost guns, if you're going to focus on fentanyl and ghost guns, then why did the district attorney in Atlanta only arrest Black fathers? Why does she not have any other cartel under investigation? In Chicago, that mayor, Lightfoot, why is she not dealing with the cartel? Everyone knows now.
Speaking of that, Dr. Phil was on Joe Rogan the other day, and he was dropping bombs and saying that China is sending all this fentanyl to the cartels just south of San Diego, and they're making little juju beams with fentanyl right before Halloween. So he was worried, and he said this. He said, "This is a terrorist attack. 300 Americans are dying every day of fentanyl by accident."
Bro, I'm gonna bring up the video. I'm gonna bring up the video with Lancaster. I'm gonna bring up the video. I was watching this thing with Lancaster in the 1500 grows. In the 1500 grows in Southern California. And check this out, Ragnarok. There was a congressman who came to have a town hall meeting because he heard about what happened with the cartels. And there was a cartel member that came to the town hall meeting with an American congressman with a baseball bat. And
the fuck? He came with a bat?
This is what's happening in California right now, in one of the richest.
Dude, man, these people acting like they run shit, man. You're gonna have militias and the military all up their ass if they keep sending fentanyl.
What are you talking about? The guy said, if you don't come help us in Southern California, pretty soon you're gonna have people hanging from the freeway like it's Mexico. The cartels are out there killing people and telling the people, don't say nothing. One of the grows that they showed was a 10-acre grow, 5 million. I'm talking not listen. Not $5 million is what they make. $5 million to set up the grow. It was a building. It was a building like parking lots and shit like that.
Like a lab?
$5 million to set up the grow and 10 acres of marijuana. Yes, they had a warehouse, like a 500-foot Amazon warehouse to process the marijuana, and then 10 acres We're looking for the video right now. This is in California right now.
Yo, one thing I tell people, man, is like I agree with Trump when he was against the cartels. They literally should have been had a military action against them. Do you know Mexico was more dangerous than Afghanistan in the last 2 years?
Yeah, he talked about that too.
It's like what? Like
People don't
it's
know that
like
what's happening
there's
right now.
so many Mexicans and Cubans and all sorts of Latinos voted for Trump to build that wall because they know what's on the other side.
No,
They
I'm
know.
glad we're talking about this because a lot of people who talk about this Migos thing are going to focus on the black men, and that's what my problem was today. Everybody wants to focus on the rap, right? And if you say certain things in your lyrics, you're supposed to get shot in drill music, and no one is discussing the cartels. No one is discussing the fentanyl. No one is discussing China, how the fentanyl get here. No one is discussing the ghost
Yeah.
guns.
No,
But
nobody's even talking about the gang rivalries selling from those things.
none of
Like,
these people are black. But the news will be black men and black men on YouTube. That's why I was so irate earlier. Yeah, they will focus on who set up. That's why I put that poll out there as bait. Well, Takeoff got set up by Quavo, and then well, Young Dolph was sleeping with, and when he had sex with this girl, that's what happened, and this is what happened. No one see that ignorant shit is the reason why
yeah.
I'm live.
Personally, I can criticize fucking murder and gangster rap and drill rap, but I listen to that shit. But I'm not going out there shooting people. And there's
Hey
plenty of
y'all,
other people like that.
hey y'all, check this out. Let's listen to this. I'm gonna play a couple videos. These are short, so it's not gonna be long, but it's gonna be illuminating.
Damn, it's gigantic.
The volume's not working. I'm trying to get the volume to come on for some reason. It's giving
Take
me an
your time, man. Take your time.
oh, wait a minute. We got the thumbs up, man. I just want the volume on, bro. Can I get some volume?
Oh shit.
He has a video of this guy.
Yo, I'm gonna bounce out.
All right, bro.
But yeah, not just keep in mind, we can all try to heal our communities, but the worst thing we can do is, go against each other. People gotta work together. Like at this point, there's no choice. And the last thing I'll say is the chain link theory. People gotta think
Said
about the
90% of profits
individual.
into the pockets of out-of-state gambling corporations.
Go ahead, bro.
So people got to think about the individual chain links and not the chain itself. So the chain is the community. A chain link is a person in the community. If your chain is not strong, every single individual in that chain, it's not a community. So a lot of people, when they talk about fixing a community, they want to fix the whole chain. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. You're going to have to go through every single chain link. It's hard. That's the only way to do it, though. So you got a lot of people who think it the other way around when they need to think about one chain at a time. So if we help ourselves, we help everybody else. Like that's an old saying, and it's true. So if every individual helps themselves, betters themselves, they inspire someone else to better themselves by doing so, you get a healthy chain. Like I ain't gonna be in no shield wall and some dude next to me is weak as fuck. Not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
My big bro was talking about move militaristic. So I agree with you. I agree with you.
It's like the Spartans when he talked to the hunchback. He's like, look, bro, you can't even hold the shield up. Like I know you're Spartan, but like you can't be in our wall. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you got to think about each individual, and once the individuals are all set, then you can think about the we. You know what I'm saying? Because there ain't no we without I. Peace out, guys.
Good looking, bro. Thank you for coming up, Ragnarok. Salute.
Cheech and Chong, characters out there. These are high-level, sophisticated criminal organizations.
The desert towns in California have seen a dramatic increase of illegal marijuana plantations, operating through means of water theft, human trafficking, and violence.
They're popping up quicker than you could get them. It's almost like the police are playing whack-a-mole. I mean, they raid 2 or 3 or 4 a day. There'll be another 10 popping up that same day.
Marijuana legalization here in California. Voters legalize the recreational use of marijuana.
Due to the Proposition 64, which lowered the penalty on illegal marijuana growers, the black market is out of control.
We're seeing the human trafficking, the human smuggling play out here in real time. It's on American soil. They shoot at the American citizens. They shoot at the police. So it's something that needs to be taken very seriously. And these cartels are just operating in the wide open, something that we've really never seen before.
My guest today is Jorge Ventura, an investigative reporter who has dug deep into this and produced the documentary Cartelville, which shows the extent of these operations. Today, he will explain how the cartels are taking over the desert towns in Southern California and their impact on these communities.
There's a huge criminal element, and if we don't put a stop to it, American citizens are suffering, migrants are suffering, and our community intact is suffering from this issue.
I'm Siama Korami. Welcome to California Insider.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
You have done some investigative reporting research on there has been expansion of drug cartels coming into California. Can you tell us what's happening right now in California in the desert area where the drug cartels are coming in?
Yeah, so essentially what's happening right now is Prop 64, when it passed in 2016 California, it legalized cannabis statewide. But the huge issue with this prop that it made illegal cultivation, which used to be a felony in our state, and it downgraded to a misdemeanor. So when this passed in 2016, it was a proposition that had good intentions because it was meant to get black and brown people out of jail and not throwing people into jail for pot. But since it did make illegal cultivation from a felony to a misdemeanor, it essentially opened the floodgates to these drug cartels in this kind of black market that we're seeing with marijuana. And this problem actually started up in North California, so made its way from like Humboldt County, and it's trickled down now to Southern California. So there's an area in Southern California, like North LA County. It's called the Antelope Valley. Has communities like Palmdale, Acton, Eastside Lancaster, Lake Hughes, and even the county next door. But we went to North LA County after we found out some information through Congressman Mike Garcia. I met him when I was reporting at the border because that's been our main issue is the border crisis. And Mike Garcia mentioned to me that the reason that he's focused on the border as a congressman from California is because these drug cartels are coming in, human smuggling, and illegal marijuana. And I kind of was a little bit shocked really to hear that because I grew up in Palmdale. It's a really like desert community. People like to get out there because they don't want to live in the city. So very family friendly community. It's always been safe. And so when I made my way down there and just my eyes were I couldn't believe what we were seeing. We were seeing illegal marijuana operations all over the desert. According to LA County sheriffs, they're saying there's over 500 illegal marijuana operations. So the big issue with this is when people here in California, when they
500 illegal marijuana, but that's in one city. You're gonna talk about later. There's 1,000 in another. That's 1,500 illegal grow. Did you see the size of that grow? Did you see the size of that grow? We talking about over 10 acres, and it's not legal. So we talking about they souping up the weed, they turning it over in every 45 days. So when people see in these chains and these cars on 24-inch rims, and it was a dice game, right? So where is people getting money to shoot dice with somebody that's worth $26 million, right? So when you see what's happening in American cities, right? When you see a $5 million grow, I don't think people understand what it means to have a $5 million grow operation. It's not that It's not that the profit $5 million, is that you spent $5 million on your grow operation. The amount of plants, the amount of dirt, they're stealing the water. There's a drought in California. This is not being discussed in the recent debate that's coming up. That we just had a debate with the governor. We got an election coming up, right? Ain't it? What's today? And in November, we have an election coming up in November. One of the major issues in California is the water. I don't hear anyone talking about the cartels stealing water. Right now in the chat, my wife and one of my good 5.0 representative, Tracy, shout out to Tracy. They were just talking about it's supposed to rain today and that we need the rain. See, in California, we always say we need the rain. But do the people saying right now, saying we need the rain, do you know the reason you need the rain? And do you know the reason that your water costs are expensive is because cartels are stealing water in Southern California to operate multi-billion-dollar businesses that you don't benefit from?
Come on now.
But we want to talk about, that's why I put this up, this banner up, because we want to talk about the root of the violence. What happened to Takeoff? What's the root of the violence, all the violence? Where is the money coming from to fuel? Anybody know anything about war? You can't go to war without what? You gotta have money.
Come on.
If you don't have no money, there is no war, there is no beef, there is no confrontation. If there is no money, there is no conflict. And if there's money, typically there's gonna be conflict. That's the way the shit go. So where's the money come from? Drive the conflict. We got brothers from states to state. We got brothers from Chicago and Atlanta. They fighting with each other. We got brothers from Atlanta and Texas. What's going on? So it gotta be the black men. But I know for a fact that people are not aware of this issue that I'm bringing out. And I know for a fact that people don't know, and the people that know are not talking about the stronghold of American cities.
Right.
The stronghold of American cities, how violence has taken over major American cities and what's behind the violence that's taken over American cities, and how black men, specifically black men with money, are suffering as the victims to this violence, right? And people seem like they can't stop it. P&B Rock in the restaurant. P&B Rock in a restaurant, and we speculated all these things. Turns out it was a family. Think about this. A black man with his wife is sitting down eating in a restaurant, and another black man, his wife with his child, is leaving said restaurant. And somehow, in this crazy, bizarro world we live in, this black family has their child go across the other black family with the gun and kill a man for his jewelry. This is so perverse. It doesn't even make sense, even in the comic book. Because no one talks about it like that, because we don't see black family, we don't see black fathers. But what this really was a black man and a father. A black man and a father. He's a father at the table with the mother of his child. So we got one black family eating a meal, a black man father eating a meal with his wife, and another black man who is also a father with his wife and his child.
Come on.
Somehow, out of those two families, someone ends up. This is the perverseness that we deal with. So I just wanted to get to. So I'm not trying to deflect, because people will say you're trying to deflect from what happened to Takeoff. No, I'm not trying to deflect from what happened to Takeoff. I'm trying to dissect what happened to Takeoff. That's what we're doing.
They think illegal marijuana. They shrug their shoulders. They say, hey, it's not a big deal. It's just pot. And there's kind of a misconception that they think it's like just kind of hippie dudes in the middle of nowhere growing their plants, listening to Bob Marley. And they have no idea there's a whole criminal element. So what we found out was that these Mexican cartels, Chinese mafia, and the Armenian crime organizations are moving to these desert areas, are taking them over as in buying.
Wow.
Okay.
We're not brand new to this, though. I say
okay. I mean, okay. Yeah. But you know, the black men are the problem, right? We got to arrest 28 black men in Atlanta and everything's going to be okay. That's going to stop what's actually going on and driving and fueling the gang violence in Atlanta. The brother did a drive-by in a $300,000 Mercedes.
You just remember, like I said earlier, like Martin Luther King said, the reason why we don't focus on the violence because that's a distraction, and then you're not dealing with the problem. So she can do what she want to do down there in Atlanta. She can arrest them. She can indict them. She can try new shit to get lyrics implemented in this. But in other words, it's just like saying, yeah, black man, you're going to continue to be the scapegoat. We're going to let the real criminals do what they do.
Facts.
See,
that's what it is.
You just you just showed the video, like the political person coming in with a person from the cartel. Well, like, who fucking does that? You supposed to operate in secrecy. You
That's
motherfucker. You are. Go ahead.
No. I was just trying to pull up a different video.
Yeah, so
we
now
actually interviewed the mayor of Lancaster.
Okay, I got sound.
Go.
Told us that if this situation doesn't stop, then we're not too far from seeing bodies hanging on the overpass, almost like if we are in Mexico. So for the first time ever, they don't need to go to Mexico to grow the product. They could just grow it here on American soil. And this is something that we couldn't fathom 10 years ago, that to see cartels living in our backyards, in our communities. We interviewed Congressman Mike Garcia, who held a town hall in a town called Little Rock, which is in Kern County out there in the desert. And a cartel member went to the town hall and was there to intimidate the residents there. We're talking about a U.S. sitting congressman who had a cartel member in his town hall. And the cartel does this to show we are the ones that have power. We are the ones that have control. And they do this so then residents stay away from talking to the police. And, it's almost like the old cowboy movies out there in the desert, middle of nowhere.
That's what I was looking for. A congressman where a cartel member came into us, and this is in America, in California. Now, it's not like Arkansas, rural. California is the 5th largest economy in the world. We talked about blacks being 8th. California is the 5th. California wanted to succeed from California. We grow everything. People think oranges come from Florida, apples come from Washington. California makes the 80% of the world's greenery. That's why they had to do what they had to do with the immigrants, because all the spinach, all the lettuce, 80% of the whole world's greenery comes from California. So this is happening. This happening in the California economy. This is almost incredible. This is almost incredible that this is happening in the California economy. Let's see. Okay, so they was talking about the ghost guns.
If these cartels get caught, what is the punishment for them? You mentioned this is a misdemeanor now. If there is no guns there, what can happen?
So right now, there's a misdemeanor, so it's a $500 ticket. It's laughable.
So if I set up, if we had a land.
So let's say you and me, okay? Let's say you and me are in Palmdale. We set up our illegal marijuana business, me and C-Max legal marijuana business, and the police raided us. All you and me would get is a $500 misdemeanor. That's it. Now, if we have obviously weapons and other.
Wow.
So we grew up, where we grew up, how we grew up, right? Did you hear what that just? So do you hear what's happening? Now, I know there's no black men in the desert in California benefiting from these. But what he's saying is, because people don't understand how certain politicians are paid off for these people to be out here. Because I spent $5 million on the grow, you can't come raid my grow. I got 10 acres of marijuana, you can't come raid my grow. It's over $100 million business. So I've already paid the congressman, the politician. I've already paid everybody.
Right.
So what he's saying is that I remember if you got like 1 gram of marijuana, not only would you go to jail, but the person next to you in the car would go to jail.
Right.
So now he's talking about you can have acres of illegal marijuana grown for profit, because that's a difference. Remember, if you get caught, you would say, "Oh, I'm gonna smoke this dope. I'm not selling the dope."
Right.
It's a different charge to have dope, right, and smoke the dope versus have dope for sale, because now they can charge you, right, with conspiracy to sell narcotics, right? So if you are growing marijuana to sell it illegally, and it's only $500 fine.
Man, why wouldn't you be in the desert growing shit?
Come on.
They know what they doing, man. This shit is not coincidence, dog. This shit is not coincidence. They know what they doing. You know what I'm saying? They know what they doing. You know, you like to. It's always the same. I remember my OG used to tell me, you can't clean up somebody else's backyard and yours is dirt. You know what I mean? And you know, we become an easy target because we need money. Period. And when you need somebody who needs some money, and you can put some money on the table, it's easy for them to say yes. Everybody morals and values ain't gonna kick in. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and so just I mean, if you just everything you just said, it just makes sense. Why wouldn't I, if I was a cartel, go deeper into California when they just made this shit legal? Period.
And
You know what I'm saying?
and it's not. I have to apologize. It's not just the Mexican cartels. What the article what he just exposed is Armenian and Chinese cartels. And Ragnarok
Well,
said
it would be anybody if you think about it. Shit, it would
anybody.
like I got some partners, some Chinese partners I work with, and they explain to me how basically China, how they took over San Francisco housing. You know what I'm saying? He's like, bro, we ain't like that. I mean, these are my partners, my real partners, man. They get down with they with to get down. So we talk like we brothers. You know what I mean? And he like, man, these motherfuckers, man, funneling money from China all day, every day. They got a whole system in place where they go look at the house, do the thing, whoop, 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 and get the cash money sent, man. So, why wouldn't other people across the world that can set up interest in California to be involved in this growing process with the minimum when you get caught? You know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't
That's
I?
what business is all about, right? Business is all about
Yeah.
liability, right? Overhead liability, right? So how much am I open, right? How much can I lose in this transaction? So what's happening is if you look at business in the way you just described it, it's everyone who's in business. On Wall Street right now, people trade weed stocks. So when you look at what's happening in Southern California, the weed that they're trading is illegal weed. It's not coming from legal grows. It can't be. So now we understand how the money is exchanging hands. So there has to be individuals associated with the stock market, the weed stocks, and the government involved in what's going on in Southern California. 1,500 grows. 1,500 grows. Let's say they wanted to police it. It's too many. And at the same time, as these 1,500 illegal operations have sprung up, you have the defunding of the police in LA, San Francisco, in Portland, and Oregon. And you have a 200% increase in homicide, which is why.
What's the name of your podcast?
Perfect Timing Podcast.
That's the perfect time to bust that move.
That's why I'm relating
the
it.
Police, legalize the weed, and let's go.
That's why I'm relating it to Takeoff, to Young Dog, to everything, all of the recent violence. I'm relating these issues that are not being discussed to the issue that you see in front of your face. What's on your TV screen, what's trending is not the actual issue. That's what my podcast is all about. Other people all day today and tomorrow will talk the stupid shit about Quavo being set up and Takeoff being set up and QC doing it and Empire Records and life insurance. The dumb niggas will do that later. You have plenty of time for the next 2 weeks. Dumb niggas will make a lot of money and a lot of views off of playing with you emotionally. I'm not going to do that here. I got 20-year-old sons. I need people to understand what's happening to black men and black fathers and how we're pawns in this game. And we don't even understand. So Ragnarok talked about the fentanyl. I'm talking about the marijuana. So there's both ways, right? You got the fentanyl being brought in by the Chinese, being pumped out by the cartel. Then you got the illegal marijuana. And they got people investing in it. So what I'm getting at, Wall Street people who invest would have what you're saying, big bro, is that it would be smart if I'm a venture capitalist to have some money in illegal marijuana.
Exactly.
When Vice News did a special about the clubs in LA, most of the white boys running the clubs were saying the club is not profitable. So the guy was like, "How do you make money?" He said, "Illegal marijuana."
Exactly.
And I was surprised on how many of the white boys was bold enough to say the only way I'm able to stay profitable is via illegal marijuana. And now I know
Or
why.
illegal anything, because you've been trying to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Because it has a relevancy, but you know what I'm saying? Illegal anything, illegal guns. Could you imagine if they would have set ghost guns out in the 80s? We had
Man, basically that's what they did. That's what they did with the German Uzis and the Russian AK-47, all
right,
that
but
shit.
them
Leftover
things
from
were still, they came from somewhere. Ghost guns is untraceable.
true.
You
But
know what
those
I'm
they
saying?
came from somewhere. They came from somewhere too. Somebody made them.
Exactly.
And it's Chinese. Just like the
I don't
Russians made.
care. That's above my pay grade. That's what I
Yeah,
mean by, you know what I'm saying, when you just look within our community, because we got to be able to defend ourselves against anything once we get to a point where we start to care about our own life and our own life expectancy and bettering ourselves just right from where we at. You know what I mean? You got sons and daughters. We got to lick out. You know what I mean? My son will go outside and, excuse me, I'm just having a little lunch, brunch, whatever you want to call it.
I'm gonna play this video real quick. I'm gonna play this video.
Go ahead.
At the party or at the event that witnessed this, to call.
Breaking news here. Houston police just holding a news conference saying that they are working a deadly shooting at 801 Billiards and Bowling there in Houston, Texas, where there was a party underway. It did end around the time of that shooting, but they did also say that 2 members of rap group Migos were at the scene of that deadly shooting. They have not confirmed if the 2 were hit by gunfire, but I do want to play a news conference here that just wrapped up with Houston police.
Yeah. No, you're good. It's all good. I'm loud.
He's gonna suck in your microphone.
Don't worry. All right, everybody good to go?
Yes, sir.
Cameras rolling?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning. I'm Sergeant Michael Arrington with the Houston Police Department's Homicide Division. I'm here with Commander Steven Spears, who's also with the Homicide Division. We're just giving a brief update on the investigation that occurred here at 1201 San Jacinto. At approximately 2:30 this morning, our officers were dispatched out here to a shooting that had just occurred. Upon arrival, they located multiple shell casings on the 3rd level of the building at the 810 Bowling and Billiards. I guess it's a bowling and pool hall. We were informed that there was a private party being held at the event last night that ended at approximately 1 a.m., but the party carried over till about 2 a.m. till they were cleared out. That's when the shooting occurred, where it left 1 male deceased on scene. And 2 others that were transported to area hospitals nearby. We are still in the process in the early stages of this investigation, trying to gather all the information we can, and we're looking for the public's help or anybody who was at the party or at the event that witnessed this to call the Homicide Division at 713-308-3600. If they want to remain anonymous, they can call Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. We're looking for any information on the shooting at this time. We have investigators and officers heading that way now. We do not know. We know they're still alive and in surgery, but other than that, don't know the actual condition until we get there. Like I said, the one that is here is deceased. He's a black male in his late 20s. And like I said, we won't release any information on him until we're able to get more information, either from the medical examiner's office once they positively identify him from the autopsy, or if a family member or friends or family come forward and give us information of who he is and things like that.
We're hearing rappers were involved in the shooting. Can you at least confirm that?
I mean, I can't confirm that. I can tell you that there are rappers at the party. I don't know if they're involved in the shooting, but like I said, it's still in the early process of the investigation. So once we find out more, we'll release that in either a press statement to y'all later on, or we'll give you another press conference.
So you haven't identified if the rappers are Migos? We were told by several witnesses who attended the party they were here at the bowling alley.
Yes, we were informed that they were here.
The
Yes.
Migos, Quavo, and Takeoff?
Yes.
So, is there any surveillance cameras out there that y'all probably will be looking at during the daytime?
They do have surveillance video cameras here in the complex. Our investigators have reviewed the cameras and are still in the process of reviewing them. So once they're finished doing that, we'll have more information, like I said, later on. Like I said, still early in the process. And once we get all that information, we will provide it to you.
You mentioned that this was a private party. Was it private, or was it sort of like VIP closed off area and the general public who may have purchased tickets? If you're aware
As far as that detail, I was just informed that it was a private party or a private event. So
we were told there was some sort of argument between two groups. Do we know how this started? Do you guys have information on that at least?
No, but whoever you're talking to, have them call us and we'll get the information, and more than welcome to get that information from them as well.
We also heard that security guards were involved. Did you hear anything about that?
Like I said, We're still in the process.
And I'm sure you all are getting a lot of calls, as we are as well. Just to address it, just what can we expect moving forward with this case? It appears it could be high profile. Just what do you want the public to know moving forward on this matter?
Well, right now, anybody who knows anything, they need to call us instead of the news stations, because it appears that they're calling y'all and not us. So if you do have information on this, please come forward, call us at, like I said, the two numbers, the Homicide Division or Crime Stoppers. We'll take all information, interview you in person or over the phone. But yes, please come out, because if this does turn out to be a high profile case, we want to make sure that justice is found for the people involved, not just the person who is shot, but everyone else who's at the hospital right now.
Do you happen to know how many people were here at the time?
At the time, we know there's anywhere between 40 and 50 people.
Damn.
Do we have any more information about the two that are in the hospital, male or female, general ages, anything like that?
I don't at this time. Like I said, I haven't left the scene. We've sent 2 investigators to both hospitals. We found out about them late. They were private transport. So it got called in as a separate call from this. They weren't transported from the location. They took themselves to the hospital. So it took a little time for us to connect their case with this case.
And just to be clear, we know that rappers were here, but we don't know if any of the rappers were shot or is the one possibly killed.
Not at this time, no.
Just so we have your spelling.
The last
spelling
name.
for first.
Oh, last name is Arrington.
All right, you said Arrington.
Arrington.
Arrington. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that was a news conference that was held not too long ago here, about 30.
Wow. Go ahead, little bro.
So I'm gonna go to some more information that I found.
Oh,
So
put it up, run.
We got a little bit of information right there. I'm gonna go to some more information that I found, because right there he was saying that they weren't willing to reveal what took place because they're saying they're still investigating.
Right.
Okay, let's take a listen to this. Fair use.
Oh, been cleaning up last 2 days.
Yo, we slide through the town, man. We slide through the town. How we get down? Got the birthday boy with me. Yeah, also. Yo, we on the 5th.
Shit crazy, man. Another brother, good brother, gone. With all the other brothers that got killed last night too.
That's all we got from them. I think I'm gonna go. I want to go to Atlanta Live.
Okay.
I know Atlanta. It's an Atlanta station that. Okay, let's see. This a news station in Houston. Let's see what they talking about.
Rapper Takeoff.
It's a news station in Houston. Yeah, rest in peace, man. Prayers with him and his family, man.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta been going through a lot, man. You know, Young Thug. When I talked about Young Thug, you know, he was at home with his children. The mother had just been murdered at a bowling alley. This brother got murdered at a bowling alley. I don't know if I'll be out partying, man. I know y'all 28, like you said, 26 million. I don't know if I'll be out partying with drug dealers and riding through the city. You see him riding in the old school car at the top down. I don't know if I would do that. I know you 28 and you want to do that, but you could do that on the island. I don't know if I would do that in the hood, especially in the wake of PNB Rock and everything that just happened. You're not in your home city. You in Houston. That's what PNB Rock was feeling like. He was cool out of his home city. I don't know why you would do a party in Houston. You know, I know it's a lot of girls there, but you know, it's just a lot to unpack there, you know, so I don't know, man, you know, but it doesn't mean that he deserved to lose his life. I know a lot of people will speculate and say, why was he in Houston? Why was he doing this? Why was he playing dice? He still shouldn't have lost his life, right? And despite all of those things that we might not have chose to do, right? So let's see what this news station in Houston has to say about
But
the
hold
event.
on, before you press play, let me just say this.
For sure.
You know, with no disrespect, and you, my little brother, and you already know. So certain things we can just gravitate to. Man, there's a code. There's a code of conduct that we live by. You know, when you come out of the streets. Period. Point blank. You know what I mean? And a lot of people violate those codes of conducts and deal with the consequences that come with it. I would say this: from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., at least out here in the Bay Area, is murder hours. Period. I don't care how you justify why you was outside from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. Just know those are murder hours. Those are the hours where a lot of murders take place.
That's not even being mean. That's based on like emergency rooms.
I'm just exposing something that maybe some know or some don't. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to a point because, like I say, you know, I expect to live by my code of conduct till God calls me off this earth. My code of conduct won't change because I got more money than anticipated. And what we see is happening is brothers that are doing what they doing. I'm not saying they up under this code of conduct, but they often say that they come from the streets, and you know the streets is the killing fields. Let's be clear about when we identify being. I'm a person that was born in these streets. When you identify where you're most comfortable at,
You're freezing up, bro.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, repeat that. Repeat that.
I said, if I'm outside in the killing fields tonight, the streets, at 12 a.m., I know the rules of the streets. You got to have your pistol with you. Period. Point blank. There's no maybe, nah, it might be cool, it might not. No. If you intend to make it through those 6 hours without becoming a victim, you're going to come outside with something that is detrimental to those to everybody operating under those hours. Now, it won't change because I'm a rapper and I got money. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm looking at these good brothers that have earned their way out of the first level of circumstances that we live in, yet they continue to bring a violation of the code of conduct with them that is costing them their life.
Right.
I'm worth $26 million and I'm gambling and I don't have nothing around me.
But it goes back to the banana pudding. They learn how to make banana pudding in the refrigerator. So the code that you speak of is dead and gone. It
No,
literally
see that's the problem. You cannot promote, or it becomes for us. We file that shit under sucker shit all day. You cannot get up here and profess and talk a lifestyle that we know come out of the streets, which are the killing fields. Let's
I
be
agree.
clear again. This is a place that you shouldn't want to be. This is a place that you should not want to come from. We
But we
don't want our children to be raised in the streets.
and
Right?
getting back to my point of why they centralize rap, where they
Yeah,
centralize
yeah.
rap.
This is all you. This is all for
And
you, and this is all you.
And all
But
blacks being the same. Like these boys were raised, these boys are cousins and brothers. This is gonna fuck up their family. They were
their whole family.
They were uncles. Like, you know how two mamas, this is promiscuity
Horrible.
of the black woman and them being whores and not being held accountable, that you have an uncle that's older than the nephew, and then they both brothers and cousins, and everybody say, how does that happen? Well, the mamas were whores, and we never talk about the mamas being whores, and that's how you lose the conduct. And then this mama over here was a drug dealer. So not only were they promiscuous and having sex at a young age and not with one man and married, but then you got them selling drugs over here. So the code that you speak of hasn't been passed down, and it's not just unique to them. That's why all of them are performing and acting this way, because they all are losing the code. No one knows how to make banana pudding. No one knows how to make banana pudding no more. And the knowledge of making the banana pudding on the stove, in the oven, is gone, right? And we're generations away. We're generations.
I want to lift up what you're saying. They say that it was a private party.
A private party.
Listen,
no one
that ended, and then all the people fell outside, and so unfortunately, man, we're losing good people. And I will never. Well, I'll just bring it home. We share brothers that lost their life. And I have to wonder what the hell was you doing? Because you was taught better, and you know how we move, and we don't move in this kind of fashion. So why was you moving outside of the fashion that gets your head knocked off? You know what I'm saying? In the face of the dude, the jeweler just was out there in Houston, and got killed. Like, we cannot, man. It's like we need to get all these.
Wait. Same scenario. I brought up
exactly the same. That's why I brought it up. It's like we have to almost get all these brothers back in the room and educate them on how to move. Ain't no country singers. Ain't no R&B singers.
Wait. The Duke the Jeweler murder still is unresolved. Why would you have a party and do the same exact things when we don't even know, unless you know, who killed this brother and the circumstances around it? And everybody pointing the finger via Charleston White at California, as if this shit only happens in California. But Duke the Jeweler and the way he was murdered wasn't done in California, and neither was this young brother. So now it makes Charleston White look like even more of a fool, and any of you niggas who supported Charleston White with that California bullshit look like even more of a fool. Because it was bullshit from the gate, and it doesn't get at the problem. It was just a nigga clowning and cooning and making money off of niggas' responses, because he understands the differences between blacks in California and blacks down south, because he's been around both, and he knows there's a unique difference, and all human beings are not the same. So he's playing on y'all ignorance. But then that's why if you say, oh, it's Cali niggas is trying to kill niggas from the South and kill East Coast niggas, so we gonna go to Houston and party together. And then y'all done got killed multiple times. And you gonna party in Atlanta, but y'all done got killed multiple times. Ain't no Cali niggas down there. Them Atlanta niggas and Chicago niggas. Now you got Houston niggas in Atlanta. This ain't got nothing to do with Cali niggas. But ever since Charleston White said that, I done seen 100 interviews of you niggas saying, yeah, Crips and Cali niggas and Fat Joe getting upset and Busta Rhymes getting upset. Oh, we can't go to California. Ain't none of these murders happening in California, bro.
But just check this. Let me lift up what you're saying, though.
They're not being honest.
But look,
It's
you talking.
popular. It's always
No,
been popular to pick on the California blacks because we different. See, this what actually comes out.
but
Not to
no, but
interrupt.
here it is, little bro. Just hear this before you go. We having a conversation about the frequency of black men in the limelight who choose to rap, who have a little change and get killed, as if not to say that it's black men every day that was doing the exact same thing these brothers with money was doing that got killed and get killed every day. When I'm pointing at, and I'm going to always put it in our responsibility to be accountable, whether we have money or we don't have money, whether we're in the streets or whether we're not in the streets. Something has terribly went wrong when it comes to putting safety and security on our life. And that doesn't just mean from a perspective of a person putting security guards around them, or it doesn't just come from preparing for a violent attack. Putting security around us deals with maybe we have a garden, you're growing a garden. Putting security around us is making sure that, you know what, if I can, I'm going to drop my kids off at school and pick them up. It's just becoming very security minded. Putting security around us is if I'm in a situation, and it might be a dialogue that I'm in, and I run up into something, and if it's an area that I don't know, but my brother do know, I'm gonna fall back and let him lead. Putting security around us, you know what I'm saying, is being more tactful in our movement and understanding that, man, we are in a struggle, and it doesn't matter if a few of us got a few dollars. We have to be more vigilant. I wish I knew the exact address in the Bible where it says, when things are going great, be ye more vigilant about yourself. You see what I'm saying? And we have become complacent in our comfortability, and we have begun to associate status with this thing that we call freedom. And freedom has always been fought for, and freedom has always been protected by us. We was free when the law was against us and said we couldn't be free. But if we escaped from that level of oppression and we were operating in a place where we was able to be free to do what we do, we had to protect that space to do what we do. And we're not moving like that, these generations. And some of it we can say, yeah, it needs to be passed down. But some of this is just obvious, man, because like I said, ain't no country singer out getting killed. Matter of fact, fuck all that. What exempts you? Why are you outside at 2 a.m? It's just at some point we can. I'm gonna bring it home. Black men, we cannot continue to go. We can't have this little. The best way to say it is we can't continue to be 21 3 times. We're going to have to grow up, and grow up in a sense of being responsible first men, and then understanding that we are chosen by God to be here. That's like people talking about rights. Oh man, civil rights, human rights. Man, I don't have none of that. I have a divine right to exist and be here. And it won't be until I protect my divine rights to be here that change will come to us. No other man can. You see what I'm saying?
You know what I taught the other day?
Teach.
It said the professor of psychology said people worry about rights. He said, but it's not about rights. It's about responsibility. The meaning of life is responsibility, and your rights are my responsibility. And it hit me. This is what Ragnarok was talking about with the link in every chain. That's what you're talking about, right? And this is the way it should be, and this is what we're missing. And I don't think then this is the analogy I use. I talked about Curtis, and going back to your situation, Curtis and Marquise, right? And what happened with my son and his mother, like fathers have rights, right? You have rights. Kanye West, a billionaire, has rights. But my rights as a father, my parental rights are the mother's responsibility. If she is not allowing me to exercise my rights via her responsibility, then I don't have them. And it's the same thing is true in society. Your right to freedom of speech.
Let me just put a comma right there,
But you see
because
what I'm saying about
I
freedom of
see
speech.
exactly what you're saying, but
None of
I
these things
want
exist without a collective. You don't have rights with one individual. You have to have more than one person to have rights, and both of those people are responsible for each other to have those rights. That's why we have conversations. You understand? You cannot have rights with just one individual. The individualism fucked up this whole thing. The collective, people come together, and then people say to each other that I should have a right to do this, and then we all must agree because it's each one's responsibility.
right.
That you get the right to freedom of speech. When the police pull me over, they know my
I want you
rights.
to understand this though, and what you're saying is true, and I want you to just think about this, because this is the place that I have to live in order to do what I do every day, to leave out my house and make sure I make it back, to make sure that the thoughts that I have in my brain that is rooted in the streets and often a lot of times negative don't override my other thoughts. The way that the place that I had to get to be willing to give my life, versus when I was in the streets, I understood that, you know what I'm saying? And I was born out there, you know what I mean, that the potential to die young or die old in prison, I took that banner on and I moved with it. I'm in a different space at 50 years old in my life, and understanding that I have to still be willing to lay my life down for the things that I believe in, right? But one thing that has transcended my thinking is that to come into the full understanding that no man that walked this earth, has no right over me. So if you have no right over me, I have no right to follow your right? Because you didn't create me. And see, this is the problem that we can't seem to get over. The law that I follow is a divine law. I have a divine, there's nothing over me but God in the heavens above. All men are right on the side of me. How am I listening to another man and following the rules and regulations that he or she lays down when you're right on the side of me? You're not above me. God is above us all.
That's the lack of responsibility. We all have the same rights. This is the
So
thing.
listen, and exactly, but we all don't follow the same.
We're not
paradigm.
responsible. We're not
the same paradigm. I believe that the supreme maker, the creator, rules all. So I'm going to follow that line.
So listen. This comes down to it being different types of humans. And when and when black men are the best fathers and the most sought after husbands, and the innate God quality, people talk about melanin, people can't put their finger on it. You look at the boxers, you look at the basketball players, you look at the athletes, the most intelligent, the best scientists. So there is this God quality about us that people don't understand, that they're different types of humans. And what you just described is that this melanated black Negro is more akin to this godly spirit, to understanding that I'm part of something greater, like the avatar, that I am part of God, that God created me so that I am part of this God. But there are other humans on this planet from a different environment with a different understanding by the way that they came to be and how they matriculated into power. And they have a different relationship with the earth, and they have a different relationship with other humans. And we fail because we apply our godly avatar principles to these other humans. They are not the same. So people use analogies and they call them reptiles and they call them other things and snakes and aliens. The fact of the matter is that they got different types of snakes. Wouldn't the earth be boring if it was only one kind of snake? Hello, hold on. Hold on, where my shit at? Where my ding ding at? I got some shit. I got some. Come on, there. That's what I was looking for. Wouldn't the world be if it was just one kind of bird?
Right.
If it was just one kind of dog? Even rhinoceros. People have a picture in your mind of a rhinoceros, right? When you think of a rhinoceros, you think of it like a human, like there's only one type of rhinoceros, but that's not true.
Right.
You got white rhino, black rhino, you got different type of rhinoceros, which are actually almost different species based on their environment. You got white polar bear. A white polar bear lives in the ice, can swim in frozen frigid water. You put it in Northern California, it would die. They're both bears. It's like that joke where somebody was saying, well, Hillary Clinton would be a good president because she was Bill Clinton's wife. It's not the same fucking thing, right? They're both bears, right? But if you put a Northern California grizzly bear in the Arctic, it would die. So you take the white man at the Caucasoid Mountains and you bring him to North America, and the white woman died. If you look at any Western movie, they got whooping cough, they got pneumonia. They had to mix with the races here in order to even be able to live in North America. That's why most of the white people here are a mixture of other races, because when the white people came here from Europe, they died because they were a different type of human. But they tell you that we came here on a boat and we just lived here and grew cotton without no knowledge of cultivation of cotton. And then we just grew as a people without ever eating this land, food, and water and all this shit. That's not how it worked. We already were here. We were already here able to digest the food, which is why we lived longer than the white European who came here and died. They couldn't work and do the things that we do. They weren't acclimated to the climate for hundreds of years. And first, the white
you did, but when you tap, I say it like this, so we don't have to go too far. When you start dealing with that, contrary to popular belief, brown eyes is the dominant trait, and green eyes and blue eyes is the recessive trait.
Which is why it stands out.
And so, some of us are the fathers and some of us are the sons. You got to know which one you are. So when you understand who you are, regardless of the many stories that you're going to hear, and you may believe or not believe, but there's things about the Father that the Father gave the fathers on earth that no one can take away, regardless of what condition or circumstances those fathers would face.
This is true. This is true in all the animal kingdom. If you look at
you will always be the marker that says, in the beginning, you were there.
When I said there's more than one snake, what my big brother is explaining, that there is a sire to all the snakes that all the snakes can be tracked back to. When I say that there's more than one bird, there's one bird that all the birds can be tracked back to. When you study animals and you look at the pyramids, then there is this sire aspect of where all the lineage of all the birds came from. Right. And then you see how certain species were created when they mix this with they mix that. But when you see certain species, this is the apex of the species. And then everything down it came from this, but it's lesser than this. Now, this is the part about humans that we don't understand. They used it when they talked about the Negro, when they wanted to put us in slavery, when they said the Negro was separate. And they showed a hierarchy of humans. And they said this is the genesis of humans. And all humans come from this. And then every other human after that is a lesser human down to the bottom, which is what? The Negro. And the Negro is separate, actually. This teaching about phrenology and about elongated skulls, which is what they gave to the UN and said that they could do what they did because the Negro was not human. It was a separate species.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what, when we talk about the parent and the father and the sire of a species, and how you have different humans and how you have different snakes, right? And how you have different types of certain species, but they delineate from one, and they get lesser as you divulge down. That's what we're talking about with the divine human, right? And it's not abnormal. It's not like saying we gods or blah blah blah. It's understanding the animal kingdom. It's really truly understanding.
It's just really, you know, breaking down in layman terms at the bottom, man. You know, it's just facts.
That's it.
It's just facts. There's no. Why would I attack a person that won't fight back, that won't attack me? And if you just take that example and put it in the proper context, you know what I'm saying? Why am I still willing 2022 to keep my fucking knee on the necks of black people when I've already done what I've done and accomplished what I needed to accomplish? What is it about them? Why is a continuous, like in the streets, you cannot fight somebody who will not fight back. Somebody's going to fight you for fighting that person. You stop that. He's not fighting back. If you knock a person out, and if we're not going for total elimination, if I knock him out, it's done. If I start stumping his head into the ground and picking him up and slamming him when I done knocked him out, then I have no respect for his humanity, and I'm trying to kill him. So either you're gonna outright kill me, or we gonna chunk him, and I got enough into me that I ain't gonna get knocked out. But if you happen to knock me out, there was a conduct that said it was over. So
us. Listen. They need us. So what's happened is they've tricked the lion into believing that the lion is a sheep. Because without us, there is no power dynamic, because there's no one to have dominion over. Right? It's not fun for the bully when there's no one to bully, right? So they trick the lion into believing that it's a sheep, that you're actually lesser than me on this hierarchy of the animal kingdom, right? And that I am the actual lion. So now the sheep has told a story and a lie to our lineage, to our bloodline of kings, and they've told the story that we are actually the lions and you are the sheep. And the goal of them continually beating and oppressing us is that we never look at our reflection and find out that we are actually the lions and they are the sheep. Because then their fun is over and they go back to being prey. And they never want to go back to being prey again. And it's no fun to be prey. It's prey and predator. But you're not a predator without something to prey on. So right now, they are the predators, because they hijacked our history. They superimpose themselves on God and all the kings, which makes them the hierarchy. The white man. I created everything. I invented energy. I invented cars. I invented everything. TV. Even though there was a black man there, I invented everything. Not the Chinaman, not the Indian, not nobody brown or melanated, but the white man. Think about the world we live in. They got people believing that they basically created everything. I created war. I created energy. I created power. I created God. I created religion.
Right.
And recently, they just did this in the 1900s, but they basically got everyone to believe that they are the lions when they never were the lions. They were the sheep. They were the prey.
Now, when a lion know that he's a lion, the perspective changes. The perspective now becomes, what have I done This is why you always end up back with, when we looking and assessing ourselves and we dealing with the issues between black men, we have to know, okay, so I know that I'm a lion, and I've been knowing that. What did I do against the gods that I have to be accountable for, that has allowed me to be in a position
Good point.
to have sheeps, hyenas, vultures, snakes,
yeah,
war pigs, and everything else over me.
Right.
And I know by divine right that I'm a lion. And whatever those sheep, hyenas, and etc., whatever their story is and what they saying, that's them. But when I become accountable, I find out in my self-assessment, I had to do something that offended the God. And then I go in my prayer. You said it earlier when you started, because we all go through it, because we all fall short. You said, man, I ain't been praying for y'all though, like I normally do. I've been going internally and praying for me and praying for mine. This is what you said.
Right.
When God is giving you the charge, not just to pray for you and yours, but to pray over the people that he's sending to you. But I hear you and I understand where you were coming from. And it bees like that. This is why we be patient with ourselves and we be accountable. This is what I mean about perspective. Because before we might not have had a perspective. We might have been bombarded by the story by the hyena, by the vulture, because everybody is telling their story on how they got to where they got and why they do to what they do and how they all got you in some kind of bullshit. And you might have to walk through that for a long time. But the truth is, you're not my maker, and my maker is not going to leave me in that condition forever. So one day I have to recognize, hold on, man. Y'all didn't create me, you vulture. So I had to do something that was against my creator. I don't even know. I might not have been in existence then. But my creator loved me enough to send me here. And yeah, I'm under these conditions and circumstances. But see, when I'm in my prayer, that's why I went back to the prayer. In my prayer, I atone. I ask for forgiveness for something that I didn't do, Father. Because now I'm here to be the father. That's like in my own house. It's like, okay, I feel exactly what it is to be a black father in modern times in America owning shit. There's not a motherfucker in my household that can say you ain't shit. You ain't doing shit. You couldn't fix your lift. But I am still, when it comes down to being a black man in his household who is supposed to have love, nourish, I'm supposed to feel everything that they feel. But because of the society that we live in, I feel like I'm on the outside. Hold on, in the same household. Now, if I was running, if these people wouldn't even like me if they was dealing with the person that was in the streets. It would. They couldn't even. They couldn't. I could never feel that I was on the outside. I would run them out of here. But it's the compassion and love that I have for them, where I'll say, "Damn, I'm on y'all." That's how it is when it boils down to it. That I'm the sacrificial lamb. Now, a part of that, I don't like that. You know, you my real brother. I went through too much to get to this position.
Man.
I went through too much to get to this position to be in a house that I put together, that I govern, that I make sure at night that every goddamn door is locked. And if anybody come in here to do anything for them, they have to do me first. That I make sure that they will never know hunger. When the pandemic was out here and the motherfuckers had to stand in line, I had to stand in line. My wife never left out of this house. For them whole years, she never left out of this house. I was out there 2, 3 in the fucking morning, standing in the line, waiting for the store to open so I can be the first person to go in there. And then when it comes to discipline, to making sure that these cubs are strong enough to make it when mommy and daddy is not here, my own wife gets up and roars as if to say, nigga, this is not really your family. You are on the outside. These are really my children. And in this society, it supports that position. Now, typically, a man would run. Fuck you. Fuck these kids. I'm going to do it moving. I'm going to go somewhere where I'm celebrated, not tolerated. That's typically the mentality. But I'm going to put it back into the metaphor that you said. I have to recognize that I'm a lion. And in the lion kingdom, the lion does have his own space. See that space that they try to make me feel like I'm not a part of them for taking care of them? It's actually perspective. See, when you watch the Lion Kingdom and you watch the mother with the cubs and the pride, remember, the lion always takes his space. The king, the Lion King himself. He's farther away from the pride to have his privacy, to do him, but he's close enough to him to make sure that nobody can attack them. See, so that's why when she started talking reckless, something that could undermine his whole household, I didn't bite into that shit. I didn't go into that mode that a young cub would go into. You would do what? You would call who? I didn't disrespect her. I kept her as a lioness. I didn't call her a hyena. I didn't say, you hyena? You snake? You vulture? Oh, so you a vulture? This is what you do? I remember, and I kept going. And as I meditate and do the processing of it to understand, wait a minute, don't none of them have charge over what God has gave you. I should have been dead many times. It's been many times that I've been in cars and being bussed at. It's been many times that I've been busting at motherfuckers. It's been many times I'm like, I'm here by the grace and the mercy of the Creator. So they don't supersede my mission. And this is where we fall short. Yes, it's good to have a family. I love them. I should have had a family. God created families first. It's only because we've been systematically attacked that when you do get a family, you want to hold on to it. You want to be the best that you can be, and you want it to be solid. But you having that family don't proceed over the mission, that the purpose that God has put in you, the reason why you're on this earth, and you walk through your first level of hell, and you here to do that. If the mission that God has put in your heart is to have this podcast and build this and deliver messages that he wants sent, that's what you have to do. If you have to do that with your family or without your family, you don't betray your mission because we're trying to hold on to something that I'm gonna die out of. So I've been going through this and I had to remember, oh, wait a minute. My story is still being written. Don't fall apart. I can't take this house with me. I can't take none of this material shit with me. This shit don't mean nothing. And my kids know that I'm raising to be men, that irregardless to they trying to manipulate situations, what they seeing is a stand up and stand down man right before them. So a lot of this It's about your perspective and your elevation of remembering. There's only one right, and that's your divine right. Because without God thinking about you, you can't exist. No other man has a right to have any right over you to dictate how you should live or not live. Now we in a situation, but you got to remember your first environment to protect is your mind. Only guard your heart and your soul carefully. And so when my wife, the woman that's supposed to walk with me till I leave here, becomes and speaks as if she's a vulture, it brings me back to remember. Break it down on some street shit. The motherfucking Robert De Niro in Heat said, if you can't walk away from that motherfucker in 30 seconds, you got a problem.
Right.
And that fucked me up because I had to go right back there to say, damn, after all that I've been through, all that I've done, I get up and have days where I didn't went 16 hours to work and 2 hours and a half to travel, which is 18 and a half hours, an hour to wind down, and the rest of the hours to try to get sleep to make sure that these motherfuckers don't want for nothing. They'll take that and shit on it and don't mean nothing. So I bring it back to what you said about love. And I'm going to love you the same way you love me. But you know what? I'm going to love you greater than how you love me. Because I'm not going to let your actions dictate to lower who I am. If you're going to be a king, and if you're going to be a king that follows God, be that. If you're going to be a king that follow man, be that. If you're going to be a king that follow a woman, be that. But at least know what type of king you are.
That's
so
the
for
thing.
example, they run a game on Black America and they target the Black woman and they say the woman king. Hey, good movie of high parts of history that is real. But in the title itself, it degrades you. Because when you talk about Queen Kandaki, when you talk about Queen Tia, when you begin to talk about the queens that was warriors, they still was queens. They ruled the throne as a queen. They never considered themselves kings. So to say the warrior king, the woman king, is some twisted shit by the people who rule these different little things and the messages they try to send. I don't want no woman king. I want a woman queen, always. You know what I'm saying? God made you and God made me. So we got to remember what type of king we are. Where do we get our source of kingship from? And stick to it. And remember, your story ain't over, D. As much as you love your family and kids, your story ain't over. You still got to live it out. And you have always been an example to demonstrate to me that, look, just like Dirt, just like a couple other of my brothers, man, if they not working and they start working against you, do what you got to do to keep you telling your story. You know what I'm saying? I know I was long, but I had to say that to bring clarity to a few different things.
No, bro, I thank you for that. I thank you for that testimony, man. It's powerful. It really moves people because people have the same example. We're all it's a time right now. I mean, who like men, great men are going through this. Kanye West, richest black man, Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we bring in race a lot of times, but it's all men. And women that are not, I said women are moving apolitically moving, or women are not caring about race in the same way that men. And I think it's because men are losing so much. that we're just fighting over the scraps. Women not tripping over race. There's a thing happening right now with women and their grab for power. And this goes back to demographics again. This is all what's going on. See, the woman subconsciously, they don't even know what's happening, but the earth is changing. So the woman subconsciously is changing because she's going to look for the most dominant male to protect her in this new society. And men don't realize what's happening. Tom
See how
Brady's
you
losing.
said that, and see that's where, and that's why I'm gonna put a comma where you're at, and I'm going to interject for you to never, ever, ever, ever stop the mission, because you could have died too.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's not forget this.
Many times.
You was there with me. So you already know the depths of hell that the Most High God has already pulled you from. So when he gives you an assignment, that assignment is non-negotiable. I don't give a fuck how you feel and what you go through.
This the thing. For me, I'm preoccupied with success, which is why they named me perfect. Because I'm preoccupied with perfection. Right? I have a perverted relationship with perfection.
Mm-hmm.
So in my calling and in my efforts, what I said earlier, and I got this from my grandmother, is the human side of me. And what I'm learning as I grow older is to embrace the human side. Most of my life, I've embraced the godly side, and I haven't embraced the human side, right? And there's a human side to me that I has been awakened, and that people call it animal, people call it monster. I don't give a fuck what you call it. But there is a human aspect to perfect. I am not God, so if you expect godly treatment from me, you fucking wrong. I'm not gonna give. I'm not gonna be it no more. I'm not gonna be benevolent no more because that's not my job. See, I lost. See, God had a conversation with me about my failure to accomplish the goal He set forth, because He said I could do that if I would just do it my damn self. You're not a God. You can't do what I ask you to do as a God. So I put away my benevolence. I'm not your salvation. Just like my son, I'm not his friend, and I'm not your salvation. God is your salvation. I'm a teacher. I'm a guider. I'm a person that's been given a lesson to teach so that you understand the narrow path, but everybody won't hearken to the light. So I thought before, bro, that I need to make my light brighter or shine my light in a way that all the people on the broad path see my light. Fuck them. That ain't what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be my light. And if I focus inwardly on my calling and my charge and being the light, it's your responsibility to the motherfuckers who's supposed to adhere to the light. Just like Shirley, you don't gotta adhere to the light though. It's not the light's job to be brighter. The light is the light. This is the most beautiful thing about God and the sun. The light is the light. Think about how minuscule motherfuckers be. You want the light to be brighter, you just a pussy. You scared to go to the bathroom. The hallway too dark for you. The light is the light. I don't give a fuck if it's just a crevice of light under your mother and daddy bedroom. That's light. The light is the light. It's what you got. The path is narrow or broad. The path is the path. The light is the light. And motherfuckers is out here tripping in the darkness when there's light. So fuck them. I'm focusing on being the light. I'm not focusing on motherfuckers tripping no more. Trip, fall, die, fuck you. I don't give a fuck about you. I'm not worrying about you. I let God sort them out. My calling is to be the light. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the light. Be the light, bro.
I tell you like
Fuck them if they trip and fall. I can't live for you. I can't be saved for you. When the weighs, the scales, you can't say, well, my daddy didn't do. Fuck that. That ain't on the scales. You got to weigh your heart on the scales. Your heart got to be lighter than a feather. And you can't say to the guy, well, you know what, Pops did. Fuck that. That's not on the scales. That's not on the scales. You had a light. I put Perfect there. I put King there. You had a light. You
Exactly.
didn't adhere to the light. I put a
And,
light
and, and
there.
so I'm gonna put this right back into what you said when we were
Look, hold on.
dealing with
Them kids, do you know how gifted they have a light? Me and you,
man,
at
bro,
times, did not have a light to guide our
bro.
path. When you said we could be
Hey, if
dead,
I told you what this Negro did, you would cut the show off, and then you would be calling me on a whole nother level, bro. So I get what you're saying, and it's the favor that God put over the family to make sure that this guy's all right, and then that we can keep going forward. So I'm three. What's the
oh, it
highest
can't be
number
your
they
fault.
got in existence?
It can't
I'm
be your
I'm
fault.
that number.
What you just described is you are the light. There's no
Hey, but
failure in you. Look, somebody was saying, this rapper was saying the other day, it's like, bro, do you think we could be this? He said, man, yeah. He said, you got it. He said, because God brought us through all that shit, going to jail, doing everything so that
everything.
you could write the raps that you write. We couldn't be these men. You couldn't be the light. It's not bullshit when I say you are the light. You could not reflect light if you had not been like the coal to make the diamond. But you're able to reflect light because you are light. God made you into light. We've been through things that we reflect like a diamond. Some people resent the reflection because we don't always have to speak to be light.
Mm-hmm.
Our existence is enough for some people because we're going to glimmer regardless. In that house, you don't always have to speak or do. You are always light by the fact there is a living heterosexual man in the home. That
Man,
is
let
a
me tell you something, man. Let me put a comment and lift up what you're saying, man. I seen it with my own eyes in my own family. I didn't read it in a book. I didn't hear it from somebody else. And this is why it's important for you to stick to your calling, carry your mission out, because you're going to be used to help somebody else. I seen how having a wife who hasn't had a father raise her, me being the son who was not raised by his father, now the father who was dealing with his kids to raise his kids better than how he was raised. I seen how this impacts the mother who, if she can't dictate how the father should be, this is why we always use the term, if the mother allows the father to do A, B, and C. You always have to put
you just
you put
described
the
how the code. You just described how these young men, how Takeoff and these niggas didn't have the code. You just gave the mathematics of how the
right.
code was lost in translation. You
So
and
look,
your amalgamation, and you and your
look. So this is why I said there's always accountability in the streets. They say, man, self-preservation, man, is rule number one, man, at all times, man, no matter where you at, man. You cannot implode and then explode. You know what I'm saying? You got to always be in control of yourself. Never let nobody press your buttons. You the only one that can press your buttons. And if you move undetected and never let them see you coming. Period, point blank. That would have been some OG on the corner dropping some jewels on you and running it to you. You might have missed them all, but caught one of them. And so in this situation in my own household, brother, I seen it play out of this is how deep the problem is when we talk about the absence of the black man and then the presence of a real man. And what I mean by a real man, a man that submits first to the Most High, the Creator. Now, whoever your Creator is who you say it is. You know what I'm saying? And therefore, my actions will always align with them before I do them. Or if they don't, I will ask God for the blessings because God, I'm a little hard-headed and I'm gonna move like this because this is what I'm feeling. You see what I'm saying? But I will be accountable at all times for my action.
Right.
And I sat there and observed, like, wow, look at you moving like you want to wear the panties and the drawers. And look at the impact that it would have on your own sons to learn to be accountable for their actions. And then look at how your son is going to look at, wait a minute, my mom is trying to move like this on my father to make sure that I don't get.
You just said the whole thing why it happened. I did the same thing. My Tuesday, what's today? Today Tuesday, it may be fitting that you bring it up because Tuesday is about Watch Your Taco Tuesday. So you created, yeah, you created the dilemma because I did it to myself. So when you wearing both pants in the house, you playing both roles because this is what pimping is. This is what the P is. The P knows how to be a woman better than the woman because the woman didn't have a father, didn't have a mother to raise her. The woman didn't know how to learn how to wash her ass. So the P has to teach this thing how to be feminine, right? So this is what happens. You were watching everybody else's taco because of our upbringing. And what I said on Tuesday
check this out, though. You exactly right. But I want you to understand this. I wasn't trying to be. Go ahead.
This was my failure with my divorce. When I came to you and I was in tears with my divorce, I was overcompensating. I was watching everyone's taco. But when I fell, when I was hurt, when I couldn't produce anymore, and I needed, and they left me but wait, it wasn't their fault. For a long time, I was depressed and angry because I thought they owed me a taco. Watch a Taco Tuesday. Listen, Watch a Taco Tuesday said, no, Perfect. It was your fault. God came and spoke to me when he made me into this leader. And the understanding is let go of the bitterness because what they were doing is watching their taco. You was not watching your taco. You was busy putting tacos on their plate. And what you expected them to do was to stop focusing on them and their benefit and stop focusing on their taco to give a fuck about somebody else's taco. And you was fucking wrong.
You know what I wanted to.
Listen. Been focusing on your taco if you wanted to have a taco on your motherfucking plate when you needed it, and instead of worrying about your brother, your mother, and making sure you were the guard dog for everybody to have fucking tacos and expecting some reciprocation. That's why I say I love motherfuckers the way they love me. See, I expected to be able to go get a withdrawal from these motherfuckers. And there was no withdrawal there.
You have to do this, though. You have to do this. And this is where the difference comes in. In order for these mothers to stop wearing their sons on their t-shirt and crying because their sons got murdered in the street, they have to be willing when they have the true man with them, they have to be willing to only wear the panties.
They have to know. Listen. You have to know their responsibility. That's why your rights is their responsibility, and that's where
check. We have
they are not responsible adults. The mothers are no longer. They have chosen power over responsibility. With much power comes much responsibility, just like the superheroes, just like Spider-Man. Well, women have been greatly empowered in 2022. They, by the state, by everything that exists, we call it the gynocracy. With much power comes much responsibility, and it is their responsibility that you have those rights. Just like it's my responsibility to not beat her ass. I can beat her ass. I'm bigger, I'm stronger, I'm more intelligent, I'm more enterprising, but it is my responsibility that she has a right to walk around this house free of fear from getting her ass beat. That's my responsibility.
Let me give you some game. Because the game was given to me, and the game is always to be given. A lot of times they say game is to be sold, not told. But there's a time the game is given because we got abundance over it.
Right.
And this shit is not new. My circumstances and conditions ain't the only one, and it ain't just started. And see, you know what I'm saying? I'm a mama's boy. I was raised by a woman. You know what I'm saying? But my mama was cut from a different cloth. You know what I mean? But she too had problems with men because she was a strong ass woman. And so she didn't pick weak men. She picked overly strong men who still was suffering from the conditions and circumstances of being impoverished. But she had to make sure that they physically knew how to handle her because she would physically handle men and make a man feel less than.
Mm.
So I'll
Ain't
end
that
up
true?
being check.
That's a,
I end
a
up
dynamic,
being
right?
well, hold on. I end up being a kid raised in domestic violence. I end up being a kid that swore to God that when it came time for me to have a family, that I would be way better than whatever I saw. I would treat the woman way better than whatever I saw. I would never be the man that enjoys arguing. Like I don't argue. Like that's like me. That's like that's like, and I'm gonna go quick. That's like me going outside and see two dudes arguing on the streets. Nah, you'll never see me like that. I don't argue. Either we gonna do or we not. If we need to get clarity, let's get it. If we need to separate and then come back, let's do that. But I'm not gonna sit up here and argue with you. You know what I'm saying? So when I see what I seen, being the person that I am, and knowing what I know, I say this, that I still have chosen to be the man that will never leave my kids for dead, even in the face of I know what my wife is doing is wrong.
Fuck them kids.
Totally wrong. I know.
Fuck them kids. We got fuck them kids, man.
Listen,
You see 50 Cent?
No.
There's a
No,
lot,
but see,
look,
you gotta understand.
a lot
You
of
gotta
people don't look. A lot of people don't get 50 Cent. 50 Cent basically said that's that boy is his mother's child. That's not my son. The thing, and then look, Ricky Smiley helped me with this. One day, Ricky Smiley came on TV crying, and he said one of his friends got murdered by their son because their 20-year-old son who wasn't shit came back home, and they missed him, let him in with his friend, and he killed them over the flat screen TVs. And what he said is, you don't owe these kids shit. He said, it's not what you think in the movies. He said, I know people who grew up in church, gave their kids everything, and the kids ain't shit. He said, and they don't fuck with them kids because they realized they did everything they were supposed to do. And if that's what you want to be, I'm not going to fuck with you. We got to learn how to cut. Man, fuck the kids, man. Fuck everybody, really. You know what?
I want you to think about it like this.
This what I'm saying.
No,
This
let
what
me
I'm
help
saying.
you. Let me help you.
Listen,
Let me help
this
you
what I'm
because I
saying.
love
No,
you.
this what I'm saying.
But I
This
want
what
you to
I'm saying.
remember this.
Listen,
Who do you serve?
I'm
Who do
saying
you
close
serve?
the door. Listen, I'm saying close the door so God can open the window. And that's what you
I
taught
got
me.
that. But you got to remember this. This is what you got to remember. The world can give you everything, all kind of titles, but there's only one who can make you a man and make you a father. And in you being a man and being a father, at your highest level as a father is to understand a relationship. When you're dealing with your children, you have to understand a relationship that it gives you a glimpse into understanding the relationship of how the creator is dealing with you. So in your highest height as a father, in dealing with your kids in a level of disrespect that they can go to and how it makes you feel, and your response to that, it is always done for you to remember that how many times have you pissed off the creator by your own actions?
No, bro.
But hold on. And by doing so, at any time, the creator could have offed you, could have made sure that when you were getting chased, those bullets hit you and killed you. Could have made sure that when you went to sleep, drunk, high off all that shit, that you died. But the creator never cut you off like that.
This
He
is what
kept
I'm saying.
you here for the further. So let me finish though. So this is what I'm saying. in dealing with these people and knowing, as you would say, I'm a divine human being, but my understanding is always to seek God first. Just like you say, without me telling them, fuck you. Y'all got me fucked up.
No,
You know?
I'm not saying
No,
say
no, no,
fuck.
no, no. No,
I'm
no, what I'm
saying,
saying.
listen, I'm saying what you taught me. The path is narrow. And when we were
Right.
on the broad path, just like Shirley, she died on the broad path, but Shirley had knowledge of the narrow path.
Exactly.
They know they got a father. So, but you can't make them choose the path. And that came up in the Bible over and over and over again. Even though you have Moses, even though you have Jesus, some people refuse the path of righteousness. And it's not
Right.
your job, even as a father, to die trying to force them to take the narrow path. They have a choice of their own. They meet the scales by themselves. So when we say fuck them kids, it's benevolent. I'm saying it out of love. They gotta choose the path on their own. I provided the light.
And
It's
this
like
is
the
true.
scripture where I said for the women to get their own oil. When God told them to get their own oil and they showed up late to the party without their oil, God told them they could not enter. Matter of fact, God said, truly, I don't know you.
Right.
I don't know you. I asked you to come
Right.
here. He knew who the fuck they was. That's what I'm saying about fuck the kids. God said to them, because they were not prepared, I truly do not know you. And then you know what the other women said to the 6 women who did not have enough oil? They said no. They could have shared their oil, but why didn't God say you should have shared? God didn't say you bitches should. God would have punished them for being punks, for sharing your oil. God didn't punish them for not sharing their oil. They said, fuck
Right.
you. You go to the store where they sell oil and buy your own oil. And when the bell rang, they went into the party and got their grooms. And when the late bitches showed up, God said, I do not know you, because there was a broad path and there was a narrow path.
And everything you saying is the truth. So when you on the narrow path, there's not enough space for broad activity. Understand?
Come on now.
And when you are responsible and accountable for being on this narrow path, you have to make sure that those who say, because if I'm on a narrow path and y'all around me, we have to be clear that you have a narrow attitude.
If we climbing together.
Right?
If we climbing together.
Even if you're saying, I gotta walk through the narrow door myself.
But look,
but all I'm saying is to say this on some straight street shit now. Right? Is one house. And while I'm in this space, I ain't finna have no hyenas and no vultures around me. And any time they show me and expose to me that they have hyena and vulture thinking, then you know that space that I told you that the lion, when we was dealing with the lions that he takes, where he has his own space, I'm close enough to make sure that you don't get attacked, but I'm farther enough away to do what's necessary for me. I take that space. And that's when you say, fuck them.
Listen, let me share something.
Yes, sir.
Remember, we talked about this path before. What the book say about the broad path? The broad path is easy. The narrow path is difficult and hard to find. So the narrow path, what I've learned as I've grown, right, trying to carry people down the narrow path, is that with my wife, with my mother, right, and with women, is that the narrow path is a Mount Everest climb.
Right.
You see the mountain. Life is about being brought to the foot of the mountain. You see the mountain of righteousness, and it's a perilous climb. You see people falling, but you know that
Right.
this is your calling and your responsibility is to climb this mountain as an example for the people
Right.
underneath you and the testament to the people above you who made the climb. But what
Right.
women have said, and what they have convinced our children is that there is another path around the mountain, just like Moses and them stand in the wilderness for 40 years for fear of making this Mount Everest climb, and surely
Right.
perished. People perish circling the mountain. They perish living the
Right.
broad life. It's not that
Right.
they don't know that the narrow path is there. It's not that God hasn't brought them to their knees. Having been through
Right.
sickness, we all go through sickness, death, and hardship. We've all been brought to the foot of the mountain. See, it's a narrow path. It's a Mount Everest climb. Our sons
Right.
and our wives are choosing not to make the climb. So what I recognize in my life, like a lot of old men recognize, is I don't give a fuck about them anymore. I realized that I never was supposed to give a fuck about them. I was supposed to make this climb, this most
Right.
difficult climb, and I've been afraid. It's always been there. I've used my wife, I've used my children, I've used my weight as an excuse to not make the Mount Everest climb of righteousness for myself. Because when I get to my judgment day, I don't get to talk about I was a good father. He won't give a fuck what I did for those kids or that bitch who had their own life, their own dominion, their own God, their own path. He will ask me, Perfect, did you make the climb? I tell
Right.
a scripture all the time. He said, run. He said, life is a race. He said, son, did you know life was a
Run
race?
your race.
Run the race
Right.
as if to win the race, because prizes will be awarded at the end. That's so powerful. Run the race as if to win the race, because he didn't say you had to win. He said you had to run. Because I'm going
Right.
to award you. I'm going to award you simply for your efforts. And we know on this earth right now, you get rewarded for your efforts. You get rewarded for
Hey,
your prayers.
hey,
So
you hitting on it. You know what you just brought me back to, right? Because you dropping them jewels, right? You remember about that narrow path, though, right?
that's when the devil
When we
show
on
up.
that narrow path, right? You ain't out there by yourself. It's
Right?
like you on the narrow, and I'm on the narrow,
That's
right?
what stopped me. That's what stopped me from preaching.
Hey, look.
That's what stopped me all my life from being perfect. When the brother said you should go about perfect, I was like, nah. Why didn't I name myself perfect? Why did someone
Right.
else have to name me perfect? Why was I having apprehension? If they saw it in me, that means it was always there. I didn't see it.
Nah, man. Understand it like this, man. When they
I didn't see
ran up on Christ, man, he never professed to them that he was God. He never named himself God. He said, "Who do you say I am?"
Man.
Understand it and put it in context. Only thing he told him is, I come to finish my father's work.
That's it.
But he never said he was God.
This is what I'm sharing with
you.
you.
He said, "Who do you say I am?"
That's it. This is our work. Our work as black men is to climb the mountain like Kanye West did, because you understand that that's your responsibility once you do it, and how people react to it. Wait a minute. I just climbed the mountain. Why is everyone so upset at me? Nipsey Hussle, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Tupac, Kanye West. I just climbed the mountain. Why are all the black people who I climbed the mountain for? I'm not giving you something, but this example that I did this, Nipsey Hussle, Tupac, Malcolm, this is your path. This is what God wanted me to do to show you it was possible. How can you be upset at me unless you are afraid to leave the plantation? So you're mad at me that I left the plantation and I did it successfully. That's not to show off to you. I did it because that's what God empowered me to do, and hopefully you see that you can do the same thing too. Leave the plantation, make the climb. Why is everyone mad at Kanye West? We're afraid. We're at the bottom of the mountain. We're comfortable. You know what you told me about the divorce? Do a complacency check. I was comfortable. I was cool. I was cool because I was at the foot of the Lord. I didn't have to climb. I was cool. I wasn't in the valley no more of death. I was cool. I was complacent. I was comfortable. And I wasn't willing to do the work I do now every day on myself. Chores. Chores are, people think you do it, clean up the house once a week. Chores are a daily thing. Why you give the kids chores? So they know daily you go to yourself. Daily you do a self-assessment. Daily you do a cleaning. It's not about cleaning your room. It's not about cleaning your house. It's not about washing the dish. It's about muscle memory in your mental mind of assessing things. Every step you take. That's what we're talking about with Takeoff. This ability, see, I don't think there was chores in that house with the Black woman leading it, a daily chore regimen to where it embodied. They had to have something, though, because they made it to 26 million. So they had some type of work ethic. But this is important that we understand, why do we have to be chores and laborious, and why in the Bible,
Hey, let me just add something. Let me add something to you, what you just said. So I'm gonna say it like this. So you already know that we didn't been through the first level of hell while we existed. We already know that. God and already pulled you from that, laced you up, raised you the way you're supposed to be, and gave you an assignment and told you move out. Now, if in that assignment that he gave you, you wake up and find yourself in hell, you better be fighting to get the person that he told you to go deliver the message to, or pull out. You better not be in there celebrating and dancing like everybody else is in hell.
But look,
and I
look,
say,
look, brother,
look, hold
look,
on.
look,
I say that
look.
to say we have lost our sense. Just because we have to grow up in it, and we may call it home, we may call it the hood, we may call it the ghetto, we may call it whatever we call it. We know it's a fucked up ass shit that happens in circumstances and everything. So even though we survive it and now we got pockets, our pockets is like we want them. When we go back, we are not to celebrate. We are to go in there and do what we're supposed to do. Any of them cats that we name that got smoked, go. Do you get what I'm saying though? Because and I love them brothers. I don't know them.
No, because listen, this is what you're saying that's powerful. God help me with this. And this is what I came to with my mission. This is what I'm teaching. You are absolutely right about your responsibility is to get the message out. And what we lost, going back to the beginning of this conversation, and Takeoff in mental health, is the person that you need to get the message out to, the entity you need to get the message out to, the people you need to get the message out to is you. This is what Black man's failure is. This is Black man's mental health crisis. Why we don't understand Jehovah, why we don't understand Jesus, why we don't understand the Circle 7 Quran. The person who needs to get the message that the Black man is God is you. You have to know that you are God. The journey is for you. The Matrix journey for Neo was for Neo. It's not for anyone else. It's for your awakening. You don't have to preach it to your son. You don't have to preach it to anyone else. What we need to be responsible to is ourselves, and each individual God creation needs to be responsible to themselves. If Black men can figure out that the person you need to free is you, that was the whole what the Matrix was about.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Listen, I agree with that. I agree with that 1,000%. The only thing that I would add to it is just as sure as I'm at where I'm at today, and a lot of it I had to get out and do, I was always in line with the people that God had sent to deliver the message to me, to tell me that I'm here and I'm here by God's grace to help you. Even to the point where one day I was standing on the corner in the trenches and there was a car full of what the young people will say today, ops. At the same time, this black woman walks up to me, an elderly woman that I ain't never seen in a million years, and I've been on this block forever. I don't know, I couldn't tell you who she was. That ain't Miss Such and Such. That ain't grandma. That ain't auntie. I don't know who this black lady was. When the car pulled up to the stop sign and them chump change niggas was in the car, she had already got to me and walked up to me. And I'm standing on the corner as usual with all my shit. And she said, God told me to come tell you it's time to go. And she's telling me this.
Wow.
She's telling me this. And I'm looking over at the niggas in the car.
The angel.
Listen, I'm looking at the niggas in the car. And she's telling me this. I don't know who this. I've been on this shit forever. I don't know who this black. I would have seen her. I would have been. Oh, hey, Miss Such and Such, how you doing? She said, baby, let me tell you, it wasn't even. I don't even know who she was, and it wasn't no coincidence. It's what I'm saying. See, God ain't gonna just clean you up, pull you up, and raise you up out of something for you to stand there and just be like, I'm clean. You have a mission. You have somebody else that you got to go do. So along the way, if you look at from, I was standing on that same corner and a motherfucker pulled up on me and jumped up out the car. Rest his soul, rest in peace, OG Merv. He pulled up on the corner and said, man, why you always out here? You always standing on this corner. I was like, shut up, nigga, I just got my GED. That was my response to him. And his response was, what? You got your GED? I said, yeah. He said, well, would you go to junior college? I said, yeah. He said, okay, look, I'm gonna come back on this date. I'm gonna come get you and take you up there so you can take the test. Me, I ain't never had no black man follow through with his motherfucking word. I told him what I told him. Yeah, nigga, I'll be right here posted. That motherfucker pulled up. The day that he told me he was going to pull it up, I got in the car with him. He drove me to the junior college. I took the test, and that motherfucker is the reason why I went to junior college and the college. My point is to say,
and you met your wife, everything, man. Everything, your whole life.
I get what you're saying. And I add to it that it's levels to this. Because if you get to live a full life, your last part of your journey to get to your destiny is to be strong enough to close your eyes and say, I have been fulfilled. I have no regret.
So look, I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to play some more videos because we're getting long on the time. Listen. He didn't help his son that day. And what I had to learn, the hard part is, and this is life. This is life shit right here. This is life shit right here with losing my mother. That day he didn't help his son. And if he would have allowed himself to be possessed with earthly things like children and wives and all that shit, like with my divorce, he may not have been in the position to aid you. See, he wasn't doing not what I'm saying. He was doing his Mount Everest climb. You were on the way up, right? There will be challenges on the way up the mountain, right? Because like you said, the devil going to jump out once you start making the climb. And the devil could be your kids, it could be your wife. It gotta be something like that. It gotta be something like that to get you to stop climbing. And a lot of men give up and get fat and stay at home and just be at the bottom of the mountain, be complacent. And then when the bitch leaves, be like, well, what happened? did what you asked me to do. Nah, you stop climbing. And the woman don't want to be with nobody who stopped climbing. So we cannot stop climbing. So we may not be able to help our sons. But my prayer is that somebody else on their way up, there's a mirror for my son. Because my goal is not to be complacent and get caught up in earthly things and try to help another motherfucker who don't want my help and can't see it. So I got to climb. Now, on my way up, there will be people, just like on this YouTube thing, who see what I'm doing and learn from my example and are blessed. They may not be my children. They may not be black.
Exactly.
That does not make it any less.
Exactly.
It does not make it any less. Every day in your job, you
already know. So you already know it. Exactly.
So if you allow
hey, listen,
things to take you out of your role in that aspect, that's your climb.
Hey,
that's your climb.
Hey, that's why you my brother though. That's why you my brother though. And we are who we are. We do what we do. You know what I'm saying? Because I forgot we on YouTube, because this is like how we chop the game on the phone. Right. I know there's a level of professionalism we supposed to maintain because we want to. But look, y'all are just going. It's real as it was what it is, man. Hey, look, tear this off though. I'm with my other son. And he all into basketball, right? So he got the little portable basketball thing. It didn't fail and the rim didn't smash. So I'm like, come on, man, let's slide up here and get you a new rim, right? And so in the process of moving and grooving, right, I'm explaining to him, you know what I'm saying, how to stay consistent and focus on what you're doing. And like I always tell you, don't you never say the middle child get lost. The middle child is the leader, because you get to learn from the oldest and see the shit that he or she is doing for you not to do. So when we talked about his brother, we specifically put it in context. Anyway, we run into the store to get the rim, and I bump into one of my motherfucking youngsters that's 31 years old now, that I had that I had when he was 16, 17, and 18, right? And so, hey, you know what I'm saying? And so he like, So he go to run down his report. I'm 31 now. I got a child. You know what I'm saying? I got a job. I work for Tesla. You know what I'm saying? And he running it to me, right? My son's standing right there, the second one. He turns to my son and say, hey, your dad saved my life. This man right here, he said, your dad told me everything I needed to. He the one that saved my life. When God the one that saved his life, but I know what he was, you know what I'm saying? I know what he was meant and where he was coming from, right? And so when we move,
brother, I could say the same thing.
Hey, when we move and groove, my son.
I got divorced. It's like losing a life.
Man.
I lost a wife, 3 kids. I came to your house, and the advice you gave me has propelled me to this point. It saved my life. I would have been in Atlanta. I could be dead trying to get a woman back that didn't want to be with me. Because my focus was like you. I was ready to go to Atlanta and crash out. And you said to me something. It said to me something, and you said, D, what about you? Where are you? And that's where this, people might think I'm selfish, but that's where this understanding of the journey comes from. This is where perfect comes from. Because you asked me and it crushed me. Someone I look up to, you say, well, where are you? Because I don't see you. I never could be in that position again where I'm defined by a woman or my children. I'm not defined by my woman or I'm defined by what I do. But the other day, Farrakhan said, pussy was never supposed to, women is not supposed to be your pleasure. Your gratification is supposed to be coming from what you do with your godly talent. See, I have a talent to spit.
There you go. There you go. That's what I'm saying.
I can't be defined by women and children no more because I was and I failed. You said, where are you? And when I found me, I found my calling. Because why would God give me the report and the script of what to do if I don't know who the fuck I am? I'll fuck it up with the power that he's granted me. So I had to find myself. You're not defined by this woman. Yeah, you're a great father. You're a great husband. I've given you qualities, but that's not who defines you. You'll still have a wife and children as you do what I've asked you to do, and they will admire you for your calling and your ambition and your will to do that. But you are not defined by them. You defined by what you do.
Right.
And a
And the
lot of
coach,
young men are
listen,
lost. They lost because they don't have responsibility. They're not having anything to do. So they're not defining themselves. They are being defined by their mothers, by society. Like I was defined by Shirley. I was defined by my relationship. Everybody thought I was the good Negro. I got a good job, a good wife, a good family. Everybody happy, the bitch happy, the kids happy, mama happy. But I'm 450 pounds. I'm 450 pounds, and like you, I feel trapped. I don't have joy, and I've lost myself. But I did it. I did it. I did it with all of my gifts. I decided to give all of my gifts externally.
What did you say? Don't cast your pearls. Don't what that word say? Don't cast your pearls before swine. Man, that's what it is, man.
The biggest thing you helped me with is like I had to learn. I'm not mad. That's why I have success, a beautiful wife and children. I'm not mad. I don't resent my mother. I don't resent my brothers, my friends. I don't resent nobody for looking out for their own best interest. You should not resent your wife. If that's what y'all want, I'm not mad at you for looking out for your own best interest. I'm mad at me because I didn't focus on my best interest and my goals and my dreams. I want to be on the boat, bro. I want a boat. I want to be on the boat, on the water with the people who love me. I didn't focus for a long time. I didn't know what I wanted. Even in the street, I would buy things. We buy things to compete with other niggas. Like, not necessarily because I want the jewelry or I want the cars. It's because he ain't got it. I know how to get it. But when I really found myself, I'm like, well, what do I want? Well, I always love water because I got fond memories of my father going swimming and him teaching me to swim. So I want to live on the water. The dream, the vision, like if it's a child there, my spawn or my seed, that's great for him to benefit from my dream. But you can go find your own dream. You might want to live in the desert. I don't resent you. My dream is to live on the water. It don't mean that my son got to live on the water. I want to live on the water. I want a boat. Like that's my, but I didn't see that until I had to be like, well, what who am I? And what is what? And like I said one day, like, okay, if you could pick the woman you want, well, what type of woman do I want? Because I wanted a bitch for this titties and ass or for this competitive reason. But now what would I want? What would benefit me with knowledge of self and understanding and intelligence? What would I choose? I wouldn't choose on physical. I wouldn't do that. Not with the knowledge I have now. So I said to myself, I would want a praying woman. I would want a woman with effective prayers. Since that time, I've seen women on TikTok talk about their relationship with God. And you know what it truly is? It's a woman who's an individual. Because to have their own relationship with God and spirituality outside of their father and husband and anything else is a very unique woman. What made you come to the position that you went to God and you developed this relationship solely on your own? That you follow the practices because you understand the benefits in relationship with God, that you have that relationship and you go to him in prayer. I would want a praying woman because
I got a praying woman. She go to church. She do all that, right? And I hear exactly what you said.
No, listen. A woman like my grandmother with effective prayers, with a relationship with God. See, people would be scared of my grandmother because they knew he answered her prayers. The type of woman who was character and individual who had the acceptance and who was able to go to God. They say the monks wouldn't have sex for a week because, and the Shaolin monks stopped having sex because they couldn't convene with God. In the Bible, the apostle said, being single was a gift. I wouldn't get married because my calling to be one with God. And if you have a wife, you have to be allegiance to that wife first to be a good husband. Right? These are the things.
I'm not. Well, if he said that, I most definitely am not a good husband. I'm not. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not allegiance. I don't have allegiance to my wife. That's
This
for
is where you
real.
get
I
the
ain't gonna
monks.
lie to you. I
This is
gotta
where
leave
you
it
get the
to
monks.
God.
This is where you get the monks from. That's why they stopped having sex, because the Shaolin monks recognized that when they would have sex, they couldn't go to convene with God for about a week. And some of them made a decision to never have sex again because they wanted to always be in this place, to be in total enlightenment, and always be able to
Right.
speak with God.
That's real. That's
This is
deep.
this is getting back to, defining
Yeah.
ourselves and not letting
Yeah.
ourselves be defined by our circumstances. But see, we are
Come
the
on.
masters of our own universe. We bought into this thing that we should be fathers and families and homes and docile. And the younger
Right.
generation, the younger Gen Zs is understanding, like, well, like, you know what? I get it, Dad. Thank you for being a dad, but you know what? I want to just go travel. I want to have fun, and I really don't want the responsibility of a father and a house and the car note. And when you think
Right.
about it, or living, working at somebody, when you think about it, like, why did we do that? Why did we buy into that dynamic? Because it's like, okay, thank you for doing that, but that's not my choice. I don't know why you
Well,
did
you
it,
know,
but
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why me, because I know that I was supposed to be. I'm the motherfucker that's supposed to be running his own country, the whole goddamn thing. So me having a family is just a small part of something that, or the other shit that I'm supposed to have, that these fools have jumped in my way and try to present something for me not to have. You know what I'm saying? I never seen myself anything lesser than a king, man. And this was when I was a kid. I always knew that if I wouldn't have been going through what I would have been through over here in this time and space, I already knew that I was the one that was running the whole motherfucking thing for all my people. That's how I was cut and designed to be like that. I knew this as a kid. I seen the way the God was moving through me, through my mama drama, through her having. I said I always knew. See, they might not know, and maybe they'll find out, or maybe they not. They that's not who they are. Even my own kids, but I always knew that I was actually like, when they took me away from something. They didn't make me. They didn't. Even if they were to argue and say, "Oh, you was you was already here." I was still designed, the person that I was supposed to, the person that I am. I was supposed to be a ruler over my people, to help, to do. That's just it. I never like I always thought that. So the have a family is like the bare minimum. That's why I'm one of them dudes that'll be like, I'll go start a new family. I could have multiple families. Like, if we went into the philosophy of who my understanding, like, I don't have an issue with polygamy, not from a Western sense. Not the way that Western people think about polygamy, from sex and all that, but to rule and to become a nation and become that part my own. Oh man, come on, dude.
a landlord, a governor, a landlord, a governor.
And to the point that I would never want to be a person who governs somebody else's stuff. Like, even now, like, you know how they be like, you can be the mayor of the city of San Francisco, you can be the mayor, the governor of California. I would never want to be that. No, what I'm talking about
is your own people. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. I always knew that.
I
always knew that, man. Always. Yeah, man. You know how it go, man. We ain't tapped in a minute, man. I've been boots on the ground doing what I do.
Oh, you ain't gotta say that, man. I understand, man. I've been same thing, man. Everybody been. We had a couple sicknesses. My daughter's still dealing with this stuff. I said it earlier. This both of my daughter, this RSV COVID, this new strain going around. They haven't talked a lot, but as soon as she gets sick, it sounds like COVID all over again. And we go to the doctor, emergency room is full, the doctor's office is full. It's the same protocol. They know what it is, and everybody's sick again. It's gonna last 15 days. It's pretty bad. I'm like, okay, this is kind of cold. So that's what we've been dealing with lately, So it's the same thing. But I'm truly blessed, man. I feel reinvigorated. I feel really blessed. Me and my wife and my family are on a good path and a good wavelength right now. I don't know if it has to do with me unplugging and doing less live streams, but I
Right.
stopped doing a daily live stream because people don't understand how much time and effort goes into creating a YouTube show on a daily basis, right? And then so
Right.
I shifted to a different medium and I got more success. And I think God has directed me. So I'm listening to God. So I've gotten a lot of success with the short medium and I spent more time with my family. And I got the candle company back up again. So I had a goal listening to Steve Harvey. He said he talked to the black billionaire about, expanding everything that you dream of. So I had a goal of a certain amount of candles and I brought it
Right.
to like 200 candles. Now, when I first said I'm gonna make 200 candles, it was kind of overwhelming, but I was thinking about Steve Harvey and what he said. He said, you want to bring 300 cattle to your ranch, bring 3,000. If you bring 3,000, figure out how to bring 30,000. I thought about Jay Prince and how he sells meat and the advice he was giving him and the opportunity I had. And I was like, if I could do it, all it is back to that Mount Everest. So I sat out and I made 200 candles, bro. So I'm back out here like making the candle. And this is a lot of effort. Each vessel costs. So if you can even think about each vessel costs more than $1. So just the initial investment in each candle,
Right.
just to buy each vessel, and that's not the wick. People don't know what goes into creating candles, and I create high quality. And it's just another way for me to express my art, like creating the
Right.
short, creating the live stream. It's all about artistic
That's why
expression.
what you said, I like what you just said, because I was telling Solomon that, and I said, man, you know what I be forgetting? I said, because I say it's very important for us as people to understand that the energy you take in is you got to give energy out. And if you keep consuming it, you're gonna bust a pipe. You saw what I'm saying? And so, like I told Solomon, I said, man, sometimes I be forgetting that I got a whole creative talent that I don't even be messing with. You know what
Oh,
I'm
you got
saying?
gotta feed that. That you gotta feed that every piece. That's part of the complacency check and the life wheel. When we go around the
Mm-hmm.
life wheel, it's like, are you each aspect of a fulfilled life? And if you don't understand that, then you're not truly living the fulfilled life. That's why it takes some selfishness to do these things. It's going to take
Exactly.
some self-reflecting, and people may look at you as being selfish, but I'm assessing my complete and entire life. Spirituality, am I praying enough? Hot
Right.
health, diet, am I exercising? Am I eating right? Intelligence, what
Right.
am I my brain with books? Am I reading outside of like comic books? With music outside of hip hop? Am I classical? Because it jogs different parts of the brain. So I tell my audience, the people who care to listen, like you have to listen to classical music, jazz, and other types of music and other types of literature and other types. Go to the
Right.
museum, look at art, because what I'm trying to teach you, and I'll share this with anybody who listen, is to spark these other parts of your brain to help you with cognitive abilities and thoughts so that you can be the God you're supposed to be. Because the goal, like my father taught me, that I would share with any young man, is to be able to have original thought. And that's what pisses me off about a lot of content creators, and to be able to complete a task. Original
Right.
thought and to be able to complete a
See
task,
the
right?
task. Right. See
And
it
a lot
all the
of
way through.
right, like because that's a God, right? When I come up, like my new platform and vehicle is the Perfectly Said podcast every Friday at 1. Y'all fuck with me.
Right.
But these vehicles are original thoughts I come up with to get out my message, right? So it's an
Right.
original thought that I conceptualize, I put together, I put actual physical effort behind to make it become real, and I have to put that into it, and then it becomes a real thing. And this is the thing I teach people about perfection. If you understand the math of what I just said, of how I create, how I cannot give a fuck about the amount of views and likes that I get. Because
Right.
I've created perfection. I've done magic. I've taken an original thought and I've brought it to fruition and I've made it into a real thing. That's the light that we spoke about earlier. It's not, I've created the light. People will come. My wife always remind me of that. I have the ability to create light.
Right.
And I create it over and over again. So that's the focus, man. to feed yourself in all these areas. Because like I say, like if you stifle yourself in the area, that fucks with your creativity. So I
Come
know a
on.
lot of times you be like, people want me to calm down, but I let myself be free in my speech. And when I roast a motherfucker, because I know what it does for my creativity. And I know if I hold back how what I want to say, it'll stifle my creativity. So when I move to trouble the water, I trouble the water. You know what I'm saying? To keep those
Right.
creative juices going. Because the most important person in the process is me.
Come
I
on.
truly can't give a fuck about nobody else. That's why I started with teaching about loving people the same way they love you, and to
Right.
not give to those who haven't made a deposit. Individuals are in line, black women and these government agencies, to withdraw from the black man without making a deposit. But the reason why
Right.
black men are depressed and upset and angry is you can't make a withdrawal if you haven't made a deposit. We have nothing left to give. This is what TD Jakes was preaching about. It's pouring out of an empty jar, and who refills you? And you have to refill you. That's why I said the message is you have yourself, because you have to get to the point where you stop allowing people to make a withdrawal from you, just like the women with the oil, without making a deposit, because that way
Right.
you force them to make a deposit into their own vessel. And
Come
now
on.
I can focus on my vessel being full, because that's the charge. God
Right.
had 10 wives with 10 lamps and 10 wicks, and they all had adequate oil, and some of them wasted their oil. It's not. And the lesson from the story is you can't Captain Save a hoe. If you fucked off your oil when God gave you the light and gave you the charge, she asked her, will you share your oil with me? Now, she probably thought like we all godly, we believe in this shit and helping people and forgiving people. And they said, no. If I share with you my oil, I won't have enough oil to make it to the groom's party. You have to go to where they sell oil and get oil. TDJ said, get your own damn oil.
Right.
And when they went, God let them in the party. You know, God knew what took place. God knew they told him no. And when they showed up late, God said, I do not know you. They could have said all they want. Well, you know, that bitch Sharon didn't share her oil. Oh, that's
Right.
irrelevant. Oh, that's irrelevant. I do not know you. But I thought, God, you said you're supposed to. They could not get in the party. It's a lot of women out here, 30, 40 years old, thinking they could
Right.
get married and thinking they could do all sleep around and everything, and they want to get into the party with no oil. And men
With
are
no
saying,
oil.
I don't know you. Truly, I don't know you. This is where the anger is coming from all the bitter women.
Right.
It's not that men are angry. The vitriol has left. I don't hear a lot of angry men. I hear a lot of angry women. The men have made up their mind, whether it's getting a passport, whether it's marrying out, or whether they're just not dealing with you. The men are no longer angry and bitter. They're just saying, like in the Bible, I do not know you. The problem is that you want us to accept insufficient oil. You want us to accept BBW, a lack of loyalty, obesity, all these different things. You showing up to the groomsmen party with no oil. And this is the other side of the coin. When we talked about the white girl earlier, there are individuals who have come to the party fully prepared with their lamps full of oil. And you want me to negate them for frivolous surface things. So I'm supposed to go without a woman or without happiness because of skin color, because of all these other things, because of what you say. But she showed up on time with adequate oil. And the guy led her into the groom's party. You are not here. I do not know you. You had the same chance as everybody else to come to the party with oil.
And you chose not to. Live by your choices.
Let me play these.
That's why I say accountability, man. Gotta be accountable.
The last Perfectly Said podcast, I talked about accountability and responsibility and the meaning for life, and I was talking about young men and responsibility and versus being a hero and responsibility and roles. That's a good one to let the youngsters hear, man, because we got to bring the hero aspect back of being a man and what it is to be a hero. What I did is I went back into the 1828 dictionary and I defined hero. And what surprised me about the definition of hero is that twice in the definition, enterprising came up. And it made me think, like, you think about a hero as flying and flying
Yeah.
faster than a bullet and shit.
What the enemy told you, yeah.
But the definition of a hero has to do with the civic attributes and the people attributing you being a hero. And a lot of it is being enterprising. So I thought about some of my favorite heroes like Tony Stark's, he was enterprising. Batman was enterprise. Spider-Man created the things where he spit the web. Like most of the heroes that we love were extremely enterprising, but that aspect of heroism is never brought out. It's always the Disney aspect. But think about it. Be a good criminal, to be a good hero, was super intelligent and super enterprising. To anybody that had to compete with Batman or any of these hella enterprising heroes had to be a brilliant mind and extremely hardworking and enterprising and able to build great machines and materialize concepts with their mind. So I'm like, wow, that's truly a hero.
Right.
That's truly a hero. That's what would make people follow you and hold you up as an example. Your enterprising ability to solve problems for the greater community, whether it be a water plant, whether it be a power grid. That's why men are the ones who build the power grids, build the dams, build the aqueducts, and are held up as heroes. Because they're driven to be more enterprising, to acclaim to this, because that's what women choose. That's what make them attractive. So they seek to be more enterprising. So that's what we talked about last week, man. The enterprising aspect of being a hero, you know what I'm saying, and rights versus responsibility. This is an impromptu little conversation we having today. We touched on a lot of points. We roasted some people, you know what I'm saying, and today we talking about the death of Migos rapper Takeoff, and we also been talking about the suckers. And this show, like I like to say, is sucker repellent. You know what I'm saying? You
Right.
to watch this
grab
sucker.
onto it and grab you some. That's right.
Yeah, man, that's what this is right here. So I got a couple more videos, and then we're gonna get up out of here because it's been 4 hours. Hey, the rain coming down.
I got something, but you know what? I did what I wanted to do. So I ain't got nothing to do, but did what I wanted to do. When I finish this, then I get back to it. You know what I'm saying? And like the jewel of the day is to remember. And I'm gonna tie it in with you professionally, profoundly put in perspective, right? You can't get out what you ain't paid into. You're not going to be pulling a deposit out and you ain't paid into. This is just real. And it goes back to the science of accountability. 2 words: account and ability. The account is here. Pay into it. Put some money in there so you can take the ability that you have and withdraw what's rightfully yours with interest.
Facts. I love it. You know what it made me think about?
What's that?
It made me think about Marquise.
Marquise,
50 Cent's son.
Oh, okay.
He wants the love from his father. He wants to make a withdrawal. At this point in life, he needs a leader. A lot of men, 25 years old, he's looking for that father figure. His father is rich. He's a leader. He's a king and a lot of rights. He's going to provide a lot for him that he needs right now. So he's looking to make a withdrawal. And 50 Cent has the love. See, this is what people don't know about men like us. 50 Cent has the love. It's not that he's an evil person. He loves his other children.
Right.
It's just that what he's trying to explain to everyone, that I don't have that love for Marquise because he hasn't made a deposit in my life, and I can't give him something that I don't have, and that was his choice and his mother's choice.
Right.
I I can't be fake because of who I am. I've been shot 9 times. I've been to prison. I've been through certain things. I cannot fake love for my son. He is my son. But when he had a chance to love me and the ability so I would love him back, he chose not to. So I know you guys think I'm a monster, but I'm a realist. And I cannot pour out of an empty jar. I cannot pour into you, Marquise. I cannot pour into you, Marquis. I know you need a father, but there's nothing for me to pour into. And Marquise wants to be loved like women want to be loved out of expectation. Like my mother, you should just love me because I'm your son. You should just love me because I'm your mother. It doesn't matter if I'm a crackhead or it doesn't matter if I haven't loved you. You gotta love me, black. And this is only black men who go through this dilemma. White men, other men don't go through this dilemma. But the black man, you have to love your son, irregardless of your son loving you or respecting you.
Right.
Chinese, Muslim, if you don't respect my wishes in my house and the way I raised my family, get the fuck up out of here. And everyone in the family respects that because the father has to keep this ship.
That's right. That's right.
But it reminds me of Marquise. And I get it. And I feel for Marquise. And I know he wants his father's love. But his father has said, I would love you, son. And I would have love for you, but you haven't made a deposit. Now, what he's been saying is if Marquise wants to talk with me, he should call me. You know what he's saying? Marquise should make a deposit. Marquise should make a deposit.
That's it. Make a deposit. You can still make a deposit. Even though I'm saying what I'm saying, make a deposit, man. And I'm gonna give you a withdrawal.
I'm not gonna call you, right? I'm not calling you because of your decision. You're a grown man. You're 25. You and your mother. You're your mother's child. But if you want a relationship with your father, call me, make a deposit. Show me you love me. How about that? How about that? Show me you love me, you care about me, despite if I give you money, despite if I do anything. How about you call me and tell me you love me and you care about me, despite of what I do for you or what I've done? How about you make a deposit for me and my health? I'm 50 years old. I'm questioning my vulnerability. How about you make a deposit into me?
You know, and that just goes back to that larger issue, man. That black man, ain't truly loved and loving yourself and trying to get people to start loving us like they love everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for what you do. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I love you too. I mean, the easiest way to say it is, in the essence of in general, not specifically to black men, the easiest way to say it is this. On Mother's Day, boy, the world is trying to do everything. Houses is being bought. Private planes is being ushered in to be taken to private islands, man. We go out, man, we go out the way. I mean, shit, a motherfucker be hustling all day, trying to come in the house with whatever he can to make sure that woman understand that you are loved and nurtured in any kind of shape, form, or way. And, which a motherfucker should be doing this on the regular, but you know what I'm saying? And here goes some of this Mother's Day pipe. You know what I'm saying? But on Father's Day, come on, dog. Father's Day is damn near bullshit. It's all Gucci though, man.
We gotta love ourselves. Man, look, man, let me play this shit because I gotta get up out of here.
Man, go ahead. Run
about
it.
to be we going into 5 hours, man. Let me play a couple videos
Damn.
and shut this. Yeah, man, shut this thing down, man.
Shut that thing down.
Yeah, this should eat up your whole day. I got shit to do. All right, here we go.
From the rap group Migos has died. Early this morning, a representative confirms this all happened after a private party in front of 810 Billiards and Bowling in downtown Houston. Police say 2 others were hurt in the shooting. Anyone with information on the shooter is being asked to call Houston police.
Man.
Rapper Takeoff.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, man, I got one more.
That's fucked up.
I got one more I want to show. Same information. I've been looking as we've been discussing this, and I've been looking for new information. Haven't found much new information. I'm sure
Right.
more. I'm sure more new information will come out as the day goes on. There's a lot of guys who do that type of coverage, but I'm gonna show a little bit of stuff since we had the conversation.
That shit fucked up, boy. Matter of fact, I just seen them dudes, man. I just was watching a podcast where it was just
As we do work to get more information, we will bring you updates here on Live Now from Fox. All right, so I do want to take you back into the courtroom here in Broward County, Florida, where the sentence.
So yeah, man, not much, man. I've been looking for if anybody in the chat. Sometimes people be in the chat and
right.
they say, okay, this person is live with some
Hey, the reason why I just tripped, I was on the Migos. Didn't I just see something? Ain't it just recently like they broke up? I mean, as a
yeah,
group.
yeah, they just broke up.
Yeah, like the one that go with Cardi B. He ain't in the
No,
group, right?
they was gonna work together again. They had a temporary, they cousins and nephews and uncles. They really
Right.
family, they really close family. So
Like, yeah.
and so one of the guys that was married to Cardi B wanted to get off the label, and turns out he slept with one of the other guy's girlfriend behind his back. But I guess it was
Why
something.
he been married? Why he been married to Cardi B?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but the dude
Oh,
wasn't. The broad is from the Bay. The girl is from the Bay. The one that
okay.
she from the Bay. She the one from Vallejo. That
Okay.
she the light skinned chick from Vallejo that went real big, and she's
Yeah.
mixed. And he was dating Quavo was dating her. That's that flavor they like, that Bay Area flavor in Atlanta.
Right.
But everybody seemed to be on her, so somebody else touched her. But what I
Right.
remember, Quavo was like about to be engaged to her, and he was going down the path of Offset to where he was gonna marry her, just like he married Cardi B, and he wanted that type of
Right.
success. But then the relationship ended. So now the two nephew and the uncle have an album coming out, and I
Without
guess
without
but
the
dude married to Cardi B, and but they said that he left the label as a solo artist, but he still owes Migos album, so he was still gonna do albums with his cousins and them, but they wasn't. It did cause a rift, but I guess they was working.
was an issue with his cousins or with the label?
He had two issues. He had issue with his cousins in the group, and people were saying it's behind the girl because Quavo put it in the song. And then
Okay.
he also had issues with the label because he put out a solo album recently, and the label was trying to attach the money from the album, and he's going to court with the lawyers saying he bought his way out of his contract. His wife even came.
Okay.
His wife even came on Twitter and said that she bought him out of the contract.
Oh, okay.
She paid several million to get him out of the contract. So
he can do music by itself.
yeah, but he still has to do, I think, a couple albums under the Migos moniker. So so he had an issue with the label because he
And
wanted to
then
go solo,
yeah.
and he had an issue with his partners because of what took place with the girl. But I think they were gonna
Yeah.
get past. I think they were gonna get past that. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were going to get past that if they hadn't already got past that. Because
Right.
this album, unfortunately, rest in peace with this young brother. The album is #1, which is why they're in Houston celebrating. The album is
Right now? Oh, they got an album out right now?
the nephew and the uncle got an album out. Quavo and Takeoff have a new album. That's what they were celebrating at the bowling alley.
Wow.
They have a brand new album, and the album is pretty good. I mean, it's actually great. It's going to be the actually last album from them because this young brother passed away, which is unfortunate. But the album is really good, and it was doing good as far as sales and charts, and as far as people reviewing the album. The bloggers liked the album, and it seems like the people liked the album, which is why they were in Houston celebrating the success of the album. Despite everything that had happened between the group, the album was and you know, but they had other type of issues too in Atlanta. Now Offset had got jumped by, so when he came out solo, QC and Little Baby was talking shit. Now there was a rumor that Little Baby and 4PF had jumped Offset and stomped him at a party. So it's already been
recently, like real, in the current times.
Yes, so it's become like death row, which is why I believe he wanted to leave the label, because he didn't get the support he wanted, because they put the support behind Baby, and when that shit happened, nobody really did nothing. The label QC, I think, has become like death row, where there's a certain fraction, there's a certain fraction at the headquarters based on who's running it and making the money. And if you're not with that fraction, you liable to get your ass kicked coming up to the office with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
And you
right.
know, Little Baby is from a certain sector that likes the color blue. And in Atlanta, there's been a lot of riffraff between these two sectors. So there was already rumors at the last Migos album, when they did that straightening song, that there was already beef between 4PF and the Migos, which is Little Baby, because Little Baby became the #1 artist on the label, and QC,
So they was on the same label.
they on the
Is what you
same
telling me?
they on the same label, and the black guys running the label, I don't think they really know how to run a label, because when they had two #1 artists, they didn't know how to manage both acts, right? Because the Migos wanted they promised the Migos solo opportunities. At the same time, Little Baby was the #1 rapper, so it's hard to keep the promise to the Migos. The Migos made me famous, made me rich, so I can get Little Baby and make Little Baby the #1 artist. But Little Baby is the #1 artist. Him and Young Gunna is producing the music. You guys ain't even really selling music, but I do owe you contractually these solo albums and another couple projects. And they are the #1 people on the label. This brother was 26 million when he died. But the truth of the matter is that they had a Diana Ross situation with Little Baby, and I don't think they know how to manage. I don't think they knew how to manage the group, because you had a group of 3 solo artists who were the biggest group in the globe. The Migos were the biggest group in the globe, and they each wanted to go solo, and you owed them solo projects, but you had Little Baby blow up. So I believe that was the spark of the confrontation in the record label between the two camps, is because Little Baby actually earned his right as the #1 artist. People picked him as the #1 artist, and the label is doing what it's supposed to do as far as the bottom line by putting everything behind Little Baby. But basically what they did is they cut the necks off of the Migos career, because the Migos is not a bad group, but they stopped the machine. The machine went behind Little Baby. So the Migos next album,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, the next album wasn't really pushed. And then so if I was Offset, I would want to get off the label too. Offset wanted to get off the label. He had that
Like,
Ric
yeah,
Flair. He wanted to get off the label and go solo. He had that Ric Flair hit, and he like, I can go solo. Y'all promised me a solo album. I want to go solo, but I don't want to be on QC. Now, this really looks bad for QC, because Cardi B signing QC as a management. You know, everybody, it's like Death Row. It's like Bad Boy. Everybody want to fuck with QC. Like everybody. People leaving other labels to fuck with QC, because QC getting everybody money. It's either CMG, which is Yo Gotti. Yeah, it's either Yo Gotti, right? Or it's QC. It's QC, because that's the people with the bag, and they're getting the bag
What do you
from the
mean?
white people.
This is why you were saying about the Atlanta and the South shit. So these are the two major labels down there that's really moving the new talent.
And they signing the drill rappers, and they pushing out everything violent. Even I like ESTG. Come to find out, I didn't even know he's from Kentucky. So they the ones that went to Detroit, signing the Detroit rappers when there was no more rappers in Chicago to sign. They went to Detroit. They going to all the places with the worst poverty and the worst blacks because they create the worst pain, and they selling pain again. And this comes from the individuals that we talked about earlier, the bankers, the financiers, the people that Kanye West are talking about, the Lyle Cohen's, the people who created gangster rap. Like me and you were alive. And I say this a lot. When Ice-T and Ice Cube let me down, me and you were alive when they came into Tower Records and changed the little flap from rap and hip hop to gangster rap. And Ice-T and Ice Cube said, don't change what my music is to gangster rap. But those people who own the record companies thought it would be more marketable to change what we were doing to gangster rap. And I remember them fighting it and saying, you don't call Schwarzenegger, you don't call Stallone gangster actors. Don't call me a gangster rapper. And the youngsters today don't even know that we lost that fight because we didn't have the power that Kanye West talks about, and they were able to call us gangster rappers. And the next thing you know, what did they do? The crime bill came out, and they were able to call us super predators only after they were able to call us
gangster rappers. That's right. That's right. You're right. You just broke that shit down right there. That right there. Now, you said Ice Cube disappointed you?
Oh, because recently he said he had a tweet where he said, I don't know why Kanye West included me in what he said. Fuck Kanye West. And he needs to worry about his own shit. Don't include me in that bullshit. And that let me down because, and then there was a black woman, there's a short, and Jason Woodlock had an episode, and the black woman said, Kanye West, it said, Ice Cube, you the one who the first one that told us about Jerry Heller. And I'm like, oh, man, she going in. And that's what let me down about Kanye. I remember him in the front row with Khalid Muhammad and everything. And I can't say the names. We're not going to get into that conversation because that could destroy my channel. But I can remember what Kanye West I can remember what Ice Cube actually said in the album. No Vaseline, death certificate about Jerry Heller, and the actual verbiage that he used. He used the same actual verbiage. That's what Cube was famous for, right? And recently he put out a tweet about a Monopoly board on the top of black men, and all those people were the people playing on the Monopoly board. So Cube has always been the one to speak like this, but he disconnected himself from Kanye when it was an opportunity.
For a certain reason. Why? He didn't ride with him.
Right. Or he just said he didn't want to talk. But I feel him what he said because he got his heart broke with the black plan when black people didn't support him.
Right.
Oh, Tracy said I had a meeting with your son's teacher. Well, I pray everything went well. Tracy, I know your son. We were just talking about my big brother's son. Her son was 15. He got to be coming up on 16. I know his birthday coming up. And so she's a single mom. She's a 49er fan. She's from the Bay, but she don't live in the Bay right now. She's a very beautiful, supportive sister. She's a Gemini like my wife. So she ain't shit, just like my wife ain't shit. So that's why I get along. I'll get along with her because I know Gemini women ain't shit. But she has a teenage son, and she's a single mom. She's doing a great job with her son. So I pray that everything is going well with your son in school. It did. So that's dope. That's dope. That's really dope. So I know you working hard. Then she throwing up that Gemini bullshit. See, that's how you know they ain't shit. Cause she didn't say nothing else.
Throwing that shit up. Well, Gemini did the two motherfuckers. It's
exactly.
Two motherfuckers you dealing with, not one.
She didn't say nothing about it. You see, that's the two-faced shit that my wife do. After she get her shit in, then she gonna say thank you, perfect. But first, what she did. See, why we can't learn to be selfish? She didn't have no problem with that. She didn't have no problem with putting herself first. Fuck you, Gemini. Then she said, thank you, perfect. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say that's why I don't hold my tongue when I say they ain't shit. I know they ain't shit. Motherfuckers be trying to be nice to people who ain't shit. She knows she ain't shit. That's the one ain't shit motherfuckers. They know you ain't, they know they ain't shit. That's why she came with the all caps. And stop with that all caps shit in my chat, Tracy. I can hear you, motherfucker. You ain't gotta type all caps. I got my glasses on. I got my glasses on. I got my reading glasses on. I can see that all caps. She said, where my twin? Well, your twin ain't gonna help you. Your twin ain't gonna help. Your twin is enjoying the fruits and labors of the breast and the bosom of the Lord. Oh, now she did put back the lowercase. Now she did put. Don't put the lowercase when you profess your love. If anything, the profession should be, the demonstration should be in capital. Not the administration and the rejection. The profession should have been in all capitals. This is what I mean by ain't shit. Lowercase love. One of my favorite songs? I think about Theo too when I play the song. It's a reggae song that I love. It said, "I don't want no ice cream, love. It's no fun for me. It's too cold for me. It's a girl. I don't want no ice cream, love. Can't you see?" He said, "I don't want no love. That's a cold." He said, "I need a love that's as warm as the summer sun, because my love is warmer than a chocolate fudge. My love is warmer than I don't want no ice cream, love. That's too cold for me." Come on. Came on like
my love is warmer than a chocolate fudge.
Come on, man. When that shit come on, I think about my cousin, man, because he has some ill reggae.
Motherfucking D, man. Come on, man.
He has some ill reggae that I had
He
never
love
heard.
that shit. He love, man.
And he'll play it just to blow your mind, man. He'll play it just to blow. Have you heard this? Like, no, nigga, no one's heard this who's not in Jamaica. Nigga. It's like, have you heard this? Like, no, I ain't heard this, man. So this shit came on, man. That shit was inspiring, man.
He used to love that shit.
I'll play this one time. Hold on. Just a little bit. I'll play a little bar of this shit.
I don't want no ice cream, love. That's too cold for me. Cream, love, girl, can't you see? I want a love that's warmer than the summer sunshine. I want a love that's as warm as mine, because my love is warmer than a chocolate fudge.
Yeah.
My love is warmer than a chocolate fudge. And that's why I don't want no ice cream, love. It is too cold for me, girl. I don't want no ice cream, love. It's too cold, can't you see, little girl? I don't want no ice cream, love. It's too cold for me.
Too cold, one.
Love in the winter should be warmer than the summer sun.
Selector, come down. Selector, perfect sound. Selector, perfect sound, boy.
And that is why I say, because my love is warmer than a chocolate fudge.
Yeah, P.O.T.
I say my love is warmer than a chocolate fudge.
Yeah, man. Real rude boy. Real rude boy.
Man, shout out to my cousin. Rest in peace, my cousin.
Rest in peace, Theo motherfucking D, nigga.
Man.
Come on,
I don't want no ice cream, love. That's too cold.
Hey, I'm telling you, blood. I got Steve love that roster music, boy. My name is Punter Bunton, and this is my opinion. P.O.D.
That Eka Mouse. That Eka Mouse.
Yeah, he had me listening to all that shit, bud.
That Eka Mouse. Yeah, man. That's what I had to bump.
Man.
That was for you, Tracy, with that lowercase I love you. Then she came back. See, that was this is the ice cream love when you say I love you in lowercase. This is what I want. That's how I need, all caps right there. You know what I'm saying? No cap, all caps. There's a difference between this type of love right here and this type of love right here. That's what makes the song so powerful, because he wasn't saying that you didn't love me. He just said, I don't want
I just don't want that ice cream love. It's too cold for me, man. Oh, that's the love. I know.
Because that's the whole thing about the deposit and the withdrawal. I love
Right.
people the way they love me because my love is warmer than the chocolate fudge. I'm the light.
There you go, man. Get that shit.
I radiate, right? If my I gotta get chocolate fudge in return, right? I need more.
Right. I'm putting out this warm chocolate fudge shit, and you keep giving me this fried ice cream. This cold ass ice cream.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it.
It's warmer though. It's warmer than a chocolate fudge.
Warmer
Come
than
on,
the
man.
chocolate fudge. Come on, man. I don't want
that real shit.
And that's when in the marriage, that's when you find out where you at in the marriage. When you start talking to your partner about what this level of love that you receive, you know what I'm saying? When
Right.
me and my wife had a growth, and I love where we are right now because we had to grow in our friendship. And I told her we had to become better friends. I have to be a better friend to her, and she had to be a better friend to me. That's where we were as living partners. We had come to the point where we needed this respect, and what I recognized was we had to develop a friendship. We had an attraction. We had an attraction. We had a love, but a friendship is different. And you know what made me think about that is all the people that we lost. Kareem and my friend, and how you would tell me about Kareem, and was Kareem really my friend, and understanding what a true reciprocal friendship is. And most of my people who I would say were my friends weren't really my friends because I didn't have a healthy definition of what self was in order to have a truly reciprocal relationship. And that's even in my first marriage or with my baby mama. Because I can't have a good relationship with you if I don't have a good relationship with myself. So with that is helping my wife become the person who knows herself outside of me, outside of her father, outside of everything. Becoming that she likes. That's what Will Smith doing with Jada. And then each of us being friends with those people, you know we love each other, we're attracted to each other, we could fuck and make babies, but we need to be able to get along on different levels, and that's a friendship level. See, and a lot of us from these neighborhoods, and she from the same cloth, we haven't seen healthy relationships modeled.
No. And you in the era, and you on top of that, and you in the era where don't nobody want them. Nobody want them. Who wants to be married? Who wants to be in a relationship? Motherfuckers want to be free, and they want to do what they want to do.
It's
you know what I'm saying?
It's back to Mount Everest. You telling me, Perfect, I should climb Mount Everest instead of being here in the bottom of the mountain where it's food.
Where like in Revelations it will say, men will be lover of themselves. It'll tell you all this shit going down on the flats. The climb, you ain't doing that shit on the climb because you trying to get to the top. If you miss the wrong step, you might slip down. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. You got to keep to the path. You got to keep to the code. And that's why Shirley didn't want to do it. That's why a lot of women don't want to be married and be wives. You got to keep to the path. To be a wife, you have to keep to the path and keep to the code. If you don't, then you're not a wife no more. That's a hell of a thing for a woman who doesn't have to do it.
Have to do it. Right.
To be your wife, I cannot cheat on you, and I have to be obedient and loving. That's the code. It's a hell of a code. It's a hell of a code.
And then the women's movement say, fuck obedience. You know what I'm saying? Obedience? Fuck you mean obedience to what?
No, fuck being a wife. Being a wife is being a slave. That's why they're choosing not to do it, because it's a hell of a charge. It's not that they don't know. It's not that they don't know what the charge is. They know what the charge is when they sign up for it. They're choosing not to sign up for it. To be a wife is a hell of a, and then now you've added kids. So now these kids see me as a superhero, and now they want me to be a mother. Fuck you.
But see, and then they got, but then the trickery, but listen, the trickery is to know what you're saying, to know the shit, and then not want to sign up. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'ma sign up anyway. I'ma have the kids, and then I'ma do it my way. I ain't gonna do the shit that I was signed up for. So now, but I got the kids now. So I can become a criminal damn near. I can become a criminal because I'm in violation of my own oath that I swore to take instead of not taking it. I can respect a woman who just won't take it. Like, nah, I ain't ready to live like that, do that shit or nothing. But I'm not the one who say I ain't ready to live like that. But fuck it, I'm gonna take the oath and at least get the some of the products of that. Because many women do want children. And that ain't that, you know what I'm saying? And that's not speaking against any other community. They either want to be by themselves or they want a man. They don't
So
want to. They don't want it the other way.
you know what's happening? That's a theft. That's a theft of God's property. And
Yeah.
there's a unique hell for these individuals, and they're trapped in that hell. They're trapped in that hell right now for going low vibrational, low frequency, and committing theft.
Wow.
And then this is the thing: when they vibrate in this area, in this hell, and they become these demons, they want you to save them. They want you to bring McDonald's for all the kids. And if you don't bring McDonald's for all the kids, I'm gonna throw it down and I'm gonna spit fire and venom out you because I'm a demon and I'm in this hell. I'm in this hell. Because I, like you said, I knew what the charge was, and I reneged on the contract. But wait, the contract wasn't with King, and it wasn't with Perfect. Big brother, who was the contract with? Who did you swear to?
Right, you gave allegiance to the Most High.
The contract wasn't with me. When you went into this, I made a promise. I had vows. I swore to God that I would do certain things. You swore to God that you would do certain things.
Right.
So when they go low vibrational, low frequency, and they break the contract and they do commit theft of the children, then there's a hell, there's a penance for that. And what we see is the single mother, the low vibration single mother who's done this crime is trapped. They trapped in this hell. Alcohol, pills, obesity, they're trapped. And they don't know why they trapped. The society has told them that the kid is yours, you don't need a father.
Right.
So you make a low vibrational decision. When Kevin Samuel was alive, he was the first one to say to women who would come on and say, well, he hit me, so I left. Or it was irreconcilable differences. So you really didn't have a reason to leave. You just chose to go low vibrational and take the children. And you've been benefiting from that, but you're in a hell, which is why you're calling into the Kevin Samuel show. You're calling in alone, drunk, and you're wondering why you can't be successful. And Kevin Samuel said you should have stayed with that man and been successful with that man. You're doomed to this hell. This is a hell of your own choosing.
Right.
Did he beat you, most men? Did he come home from work and beat you? No. So what happened when you were hit? Well, I told him his mother, his dick was little. And did you know that he would hit you when you said that? Yes.
Right.
Did he hit you? Did he hit you any other time than when you would spark and say these things? No. That's not an abusive relationship. That's not an abusive man. What you did was mentally torture that man. And he said to the woman, would I ask you what is worse, mental or physical abuse? And she said, mental abuse. So that man was worse than what you received, correct? And she was like, she took 5 minutes and she said, yes. She said, then he said, but you divorced him and you left. Tried to come on the show and you try to tell me that you divorced him and you left and you miserable because he beat you. But that's not actually what happened. You created an issue because you were mentally abusing him when he knew what he required, and you wanted him to physically hit you so that you could jump ship. And now you're miserable. And now you're miserable because of the low frequency thing that you did, and you stole the kids. And now you're trapped in the hell, dealing with different men. No one wants to deal with different people, drinking alcohol, living a life that you know is not a beneficial life for you or your children. So you calling into you calling into my show because you need to find a good man, not the man you left, not the man you lie to everybody about as abusing you and beating you, but you want God to give you a brand new good man, despite you being an alcoholic, despite you being low vibrational, despite being low frequency, despite you not being accountable for your actions and your causation of why you was in a relationship where you got physically put your hands on. You want God to give you a brand new man. When there's women out here that don't got a man, there's good women that want a man, but you want God to give you a brand new man after you failed on the contract.
Come on now.
So it's a deep thing when we get into these things and we talk about this from a real perspective. Like that's why I like coming back on the live stream, and I think God brought you and Ragnarok up here for a reason. And a lot of gems were said today. The only thing about is it's such a long stream that the replay is difficult for people to watch. 5 hours, but I'm gonna put it in God's hands and whoever
Chop that shit up.
Yeah, that ain't
Chop it up. Leave the original the way it is, and then chop it up. That's why they go to your Instagram page. You know what I'm saying? Come back to do that computer work that needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? You go back and listen to it. You know what I'm saying? And jewels that you find, not to say that somebody else might find something different in the same thing, but that's how you edit it and bring it to the short term. You know what I'm saying? Because that's your content that you creating. You see what I'm saying? So when you go back and listen to it and you chop and edit and put that shit on your Instagram and on your TikTok to keep it going to pass the word along. It ain't never over.
That's what we're gonna do.
That's real, man.
I got one more video. We're gonna play this video. Salute to everybody coming in. Make sure you hit the like, share, subscribe, vote in the poll. Say what's up to my ma. Salute to Tracy. Salute to No Guarantees. Be respectful. Be mindful as you come in. Make sure you wipe your feet. Give me the HBU. That's the Hooker Brother special. That's the hit the like, share, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? If you a hater, hate watching, continue to hate watch because it's going to be fly the whole time. You're going to get some gems. You're going to benefit. But I cannot dissipate your hate because I'm going to be great. Actually, my name is perfect and I'm not right. So I say I'm perfect. I'm not right, but I'm so tight and so with this flight. So it's a demonstration of the administration. We came here, man, from the Bay Area, man. I floated here to through the Bay on the glass sandwich bag, man. Game is all I have, man. So we captivate, we demonstrate, we emulate only the best, man. That's why it's so effervescently presented to you like this, man. So let's the last video, you know what I'm saying? This the last video, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to all the family. 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. It's phonetically sound. Perfect Timing Podcast is the name of the show. We 3 times crazy. We're simulcasting live on 3 channels. Perfect Timing Podcast. Perfect Timing Podcast Live is my backup YouTube channel. Thank you for everybody who subscribed to the backup YouTube channel. I'm also live on Facebook under Patrick Potter. Right now, I got 2 likes on Facebook. It means so much to me that people find me on Facebook because it's difficult to get the Facebook algorithm triggered, but when people actually find me and watch me live on Facebook, it's an amazing thing. So I want to say thank you to my Facebook viewers. I see you. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. I appreciate you liking, viewing, subscribing to me on Facebook. It's amazing. So I'm also on TikTok on Perfect Timing Podcast, so you can see a lot of the fun things on me on TikTok. You can also find me on Instagram at perfect_timing_podcast. So a lot more content on the Instagram. I can't upload all of my content on YouTube. I already over 400 videos. We about to be at 500 videos, 300,000 views. So I have a lot more content on Instagram. It's allowed where I can get more content out to the people who like the type of content that I create. If you like the short format and more of the information that I put out, subscribe to the Instagram page. The Instagram page I'm very proud of. The Instagram page is growing. It's linked to the YouTube account, so you can find YouTube links on the Instagram account and vice versa. The Instagram link would be in the description of the YouTube account, so the accounts are linked together. So you got the Facebook, the YouTube, the Instagram, the TikTok, the Twitter. So make sure you tap into these different elements of the podcast and social media landing spaces. I think people call it a digital real estate, right? So some individuals interact with me on Twitter, like MGTOW, my MGTOW partner, he interacts with me on Twitter. He recently got his airplane license, MGTOW Academy. So congratulations to you for your airplane license. So some people interact with me on Facebook, like the people watching me on Facebook now. Some people interact with me on Instagram. Some people interact with me on TikTok. And then some a small level of individuals interact with me on YouTube. I love and respect all the people who benefit and who watch and support the content. I'm extremely thankful. So make sure you tap into all those different aspects of the Perfect Timing Podcast. Every Friday we live at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So where you at, it could be 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, or 5 o'clock. I say it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So every Friday right now, what I'm doing is the Perfectly Said podcast. That's my live stream. Every day I upload shorts. So right now you can go to my channel. You can see shorts with like 15,000 views that are really funny. Some of them are like inspirational. Some of them are spiritual. Some of them are motivational. It's a reflection and amalgamation of myself. That's why you see different aspects in the shorts, right? So you got some funny stuff, you got some spiritual stuff, you got some motivational stuff, you got some critical stuff, you might have some sexy stuff, but this is a man and it's all a reflection of my art and who I am. So that's the medium I'm using to speak to you, to reach you. So make sure you tap into the shorts. We got over 800 subscribers. I need everybody to subscribe and hit the bell. So when I drop a short, it's like 3 or 4 shorts every day for you to laugh, be inspired, be triggered in a positive way, to be reminded of the narrow path. So make sure you're subscribed and hit the notification bell, so when the shorts drop, you watch them. It's only 15 seconds and it's a good smile. If it's a funny or positive one, share it with your partner. Share it with your daughter or your son, or look at this is funny. Like, you could go to my channel right now, you might find something like, this is hilarious, or this is motivational, this is inspiring. I'm gonna share this with my son, right? Mike Tyson on there, Kobe Bryant on there, Nipsey Hussle on there, and there's some funny things that the kids like to see. So make sure you tap into that and participate with the fun, the TikTok videos and the short medium on the YouTube channel, because it's about participation, right? The shorts are to get you to participate with the app and with the medium, to get you to get more intimate with the content creator, but also to get you involved with sharing that good energy with other people. Share the laugh, share the motivation, right? So that's what that's all about, right? So make sure you guys do that. And let's take a look at this last video. This is the most recent video involving Takeoff. And this is what we know up to date now.
We want to get straight to a developing story that we're monitoring here. We've learned that the rapper known as Takeoff died overnight in downtown Houston. Police confirm he and his uncle Quavo were at a bowling alley around 2:30 a.m. when Takeoff was shot and pronounced dead at the scene. Quavo was not hurt. 2 other people were shot and taken to the hospital as well. Takeoff's real name is Christian Caribal. He was 28 years old. He was part of the rap trio Migos that also included his cousin Offset. They hit it big in 2013, though there was no official word of their split. Takeoff and Quavo had been working as a duo lately. Today,
Man. Cold game, brother. Cold game.
Yeah, not too much updates right now. So with that being said, man, I'm gonna go ahead and close it out. Unless anybody, bro, I'm gonna throw it to you for the closing. Houston police update. Let's see what the Houston police is talking
What
about.
they say?
Hi everyone, Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook.
Let's see what the Houston police is talking about. They're using this as a vehicle to promote other things. They really
Always.
they're not really like, I don't see a lot of
They don't have no black reporters or nothing. Nobody, man. We need. That's why it's important. You got your podcast and you do it the way you do it, man. Because we need our own media sources.
We do. Okay, let's see. There's the same guy from earlier, and okay. There's a black speaking. Let's see what we got here. This looks like something new. This looks like something new. Let's see what we got here. This is live Houston PD. We're waiting to hear from the chief. Okay, we're with the chief now live. Houston PD giving the update, details about the murder of Takeoff.
Ready.
Okay, I'm going on mute. Y'all make sure y'all share, let everybody know what we got. This a live stream.
No rush. Send me know.
Update from Houston. The shooting didn't take place in Atlanta. Let's take a listen.
Ready. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Fenner. The mayor's here today in support, as always, in our city, providing everything we need as resources. He's received a few calls, just as I did, and he wanted to stand, so he'll be here to make a statement later if he wants, or definitely here to answer questions. So let me speak to the human element first before we do anything. I spoke to this young man's mother just an hour ago. Flew in here from out of town. I want everybody to understand the pain, the suffering of a mother. Very tough. I told her, as we stand with any victim of violence or any homicide victim, their family, we stand with them in this city, in this police department, and everybody that's standing behind me. I want to thank our homicide unit under the direction of Commander Spears for doing great work time and time again. I'm going to speak briefly, and I'm going to turn it over to the homicide investigator Arrington. After he speaks, I'm going to get Commander Garcia to come up and translate in Spanish, and he'll go over some of the investigative parts. But let me speak to this just right. We understand and we know it. This morning at about approximately 2:34 a.m., officers received a call of a shooting in progress. Officers arrived there shortly thereafter. The location is in the downtown location, billiards bowling alley located at 1201 San Diego Street here in the downtown area. Once officers arrived, they came upon a male who was deceased. That male has been identified as Kersnick Ball, better known as Takeoff. He's a member of the Migos rap group out of Atlanta. And I want to pause again because sometimes the hip hop community gets a bad name. And I know, and evident from this city and people who I have a personal relationship, a lot of great people in our hip hop community, and I respect them. But back to Takeoff. I got many calls from Houston and outside of Houston, and everyone spoke of what a great young man this is, how peaceful he is, what a great artist. And I'm calling up on everybody, our hip hop artists in Houston and around the nation. We got to police ourselves. It is so many talented individuals, men and women in that community who, again, I love and I respect. And we all need to stand together and make sure nobody tears down that industry And I'm calling to start here in Houston, here and possibly as early as next week. I want to meet with some of our artists and see how we can taper things down. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to the investigator, and we'll our commander translate, and the mayor is here for questions as well. But I want to pray for, ask that we all pray for his mother, his family, and all of his friends who are in deep pain and shock still right now. Thank you. Investigator, Erica, come on up.
Thank you again, Chief, and thank you all for coming here, and good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Michael Arrington. I'm a sergeant with the Houston Police Department's Homicide Division. And earlier this morning, as he said, our patrol officers received a call at approximately 2:34 a.m. of a shooting just occurred at the 810 billiard factory and, billiard and bowling alley. From there, we were notified that there was a single male who was shot and pronounced deceased on the scene on the third level outside, just outside the front door. We were also informed that two other individuals had reported themselves by personal vehicle to local area hospitals on their own, both of them with non-life-threatening injuries, but a 23-year-old male and a 24-year-old female. Like I said, both of them are going to be okay. And we have spoken and gotten information from them to help us in this investigation. But the officers arriving on the scene, initial statements from employees working at the establishment notified us that there was an incident that occurred after the party had ended. There was a private party that was booked out for the event. And then after that ended, there was a large group of people who gathered at the front door area just outside of the building. And it led to an argument where the shooting took place from the disagreement. A lot of the people that were there fled the scene and did not stick around to give a statement. So we're asking them to either call us at the Homicide Division at 713-308-3600. Or if they would like to remain anonymous, they can call Crime Stoppers at 713-222-TIPS. We're looking for any information at this time, any videos, any information. We do know that the media has received a lot of phone calls, text messages, Twitter, tweets, vines, videos. We need all of y'all to send those to us so we can solve this case. We're looking for anything to help us. From there, as the chief said, we want to find justice for this family. They're going through a lot right now. And the only thing that we can do is hope that y'all reach out and assist us in any way to lead to evidence that will help us to apprehend and get charges and arrest on the person responsible for the death of Takeoff.
Thank you. Let me say something right quick just to follow up. I just want to say something to our city, Houston, and every brother and sister in the neighborhoods. I'm calling you to action, to step up. There were 40 people at least at this event, and people left possibly out of fear. I ask you one thing, and I want this to resonate with everybody. What if it was your brother? What if it was your son? You would want somebody to step up. So please step up, get the information to us so we can bring some closure to this family who's hurting right now. Commander, come up to translate for us. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Antes que nada, le queremos dar el sincero pésame a la familia de la víctima. A nombre del jefe y del alcalde, les mandamos nuestras oraciones a los seres queridos de esta víctima, que ha sido identificada como Karshnik Ball. Tenía el apodo de Takeoff. El jefe de la policía hace unos minutos habló con la mamá de este individuo. Le dio su más sincero pésame en persona y también le dijo la mamá cómo era una persona de paz. Y toda la información que hemos obtenido hasta este momento indica lo mismo, de que este individuo era una persona tranquila, que no era violenta, que simplemente estaba en ese lugar donde había una reunión privada. El lugar de los hechos fue en el 1201 de la calle San Jacinto. El lugar se llama 810 Billiards and Bowling, que en español es billares y boliche. En el tercer piso, aproximadamente a las 2:34 de esta mañana, sucedieron los hechos con armas de fuego.
Last name of
Si alguien
Chief Fenner.
713-222 tips.
Chief Fenner. As you have heard, this was a private party. Last night of about 40 people. In that group, somebody or people know who the actual shooters were. And let me just ask, like has already been asked, that anyone who has information on the shooters to provide that information to HPD. And let us solve this situation. Let us bring justice to this family. But I'm asking for any of the persons who were at this private party that know, that have information on the shooters, please provide that information to HPD and let us solve it. We will solve this particular case. We will find the shooters. But information provided would help to expedite that.
Man, this is not it. This is supposed to
I
be.
do want to extend my condolences to the mom of Takeoff, to all the family members of Takeoff, to the families and friends. So I do want to, I want to do that because it doesn't matter how famous you are. You may not be famous at all. Anybody who loses his or her life is a life lost. And there are family members and friends who are grieving as a result. What I've consistently said over the last several months is that I'm concerned with this age group, young group between 16 and 24. Let's say 16, 24, 16 and 30.
25.
There are too many young men of color that are killing young men of color. And we do need to have that conversation. We do need to deal with it head on. This was a private party, private event coming at the end. And then we have the shooting, and now one person is no longer with us. And it's not just in the hip hop community. And I just don't want to demonize this group, but it's across the board with this demographic, where people are no longer resolving their disputes or their arguments through a fist fight. But now everybody has access to guns. And so when there's a disagreement, people pull their guns and they start shooting. And then someone or people are fatally shot and killed, or people are injured. And that's unfortunate. In my day, you have a disagreement, fist fight, and you deal with it. In this day, if there's a disagreement, in those few seconds when the emotions are running high, people pull their guns and then they're shooting. And as a consequence of that, we have too many young men of color that are being injured or fatally killed, and their future is cut off, and family members and friends are left to mourn. This does not have to be our reality, and it need not be our future. And so as it relates to this particular incident, what I would say to the people in this city and even beyond, we will solve this crime. Let us solve this crime. Let us bring the persons to justice, and we will. And then we will continue to move to make our city a safer city. It's disappointing after putting in place One Safe Houston, which is still in place, when the numbers are trending in the right direction, when homicides in the city of Houston are below, 11% below last year, when the numbers of violent crime in almost every category are down in comparison to last year. But one incident, one loss of life through shooting is one too many, irrespective of the numbers trending in the right direction. So just wanted to let people know this particular crime will be resolved and it will be addressed. But if you have any information for those in the hip hop community, to those who were there last night, please provide that information to HPD and then let us work to quickly resolve it. Thanks.
Thank you, man. Yes, go ahead.
There is some speculation on social media that Takeoff may not have been involved in the beef of whatever went down. Is there any indication that he was caught in some sort of crossfire, or even perhaps shot by a associate of his?
I don't want to speculate, but I do want to say, based on what people say about him, he's well respected, nonviolent. I would not expect him to be involved, okay? But I do want to wait on the investigation, but we have no reason to believe that he was involved in anything criminal at the time, just as people describe him, a very peaceful, loving, great entertainer.
Was there a dice game going on when this happened? Was that the root of the altercation?
That's still part of the investigation. I don't want to speculate on that. I want to determine that, and we're still on the early stages. This only happened a few hours ago, I meant to say. So go ahead.
You were the detective. Based on the shell casings that you found there and other information, how many firearms were used in this incident?
At least two right now, and with the processing of the scene, and we trace casing, so we're in the process of doing that.
So it sounds as though the suspect or suspects were at this private party.
We believe so. Yeah. Go ahead.
Outside or inside?
Outside.
And Chief, you mentioned that you don't believe that Takeoff was involved in the altercation. Are you confident in saying that you don't believe Takeoff may have been the intended target here?
I'm not comfortable in saying that. I don't want to speculate, not at this time. Go ahead.
But based on the comments of young men killing black men, do you think this individual is the suspect might be younger than, let's say, 20?
I think they were probably all in their 20s. Okay, but again, I don't like speculation. We want to wait until we nail it down. I want us to all understand the family is hurting, and I don't mind the questions. I mean, that's a part of it. But if we send our family, our loved ones who are looking and listening on a roller coaster, that's what I always caution against as the police chief. I want to make sure that we're taking them in consideration, but we are gonna, bottom line, mark my word and mark it. This great city with our great citizens, with our police department, we will find who's responsible for it. Go ahead.
Chief, the artistic roots of hip hop run very deep in the city. Are you a little surprised that 40 people have not stepped up and
I don't want to judge them at this moment right now. I want to call them to action. And the mayor said it, and this is very important. And I don't want my message to get twisted up either, because sometimes people take a portion of what you say and they take away from the context of the message that you're trying to bring. It's not just hip hop. It is that age, and we need to give them some help. We've done a lot of things in our city. We need to cultivate them, be there and support them. Now, there's a few in any population or any community that are just evil, and that's a very few. And I don't know the backgrounds of these people. Let us find out who did it. Let us do our investigation. But those individuals that I talked about that are committing crime after crime, don't know if this is the case here, but we do have at least two individuals pulling triggers around here. We're going to get them in custody, okay?
Chief, I know you mentioned that.
Let me get her, and then I'll come back. I want to get, and then if we got time, we'll get back. Yes.
Right now, no suspects, no one detained. Any idea? I know there's some surveillance footage out there.
We're viewing it as part of the investigation, and that may uncover something. But the best thing that we have, because even if we have a face, the best thing is somebody can stand up, because somebody knows exactly who it was. And I'm really confident that somebody's going to step up. Anybody over here, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead. And I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Chief, did the argument start at the party, or was it an argument or a disagreement that had?
That's still part of the investigation. At some point, I think there was a disagreement on something, and we're still trying to determine that and work that out. But again, once we determine it, we'll put it out there. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Chief, is there anything you can share with us about the private party?
I don't know right now, just the private party at that location. That's going to be part of the investigation. We need to talk to management. We need to talk to individuals who were actually there. A lot to go in this investigation, still early on. Go ahead, Sanjay.
Could you just talk a little bit about, where this fits in the sort of broader picture of what Houston's been dealing with for the last couple of years, right? I mean, the mayor did mention.
I don't think it's Sanjay, it's just Houston. I think it's society. And I've said this probably 1,000 times, over the last year and a half or so. Nobody knows, okay? This thing with COVID, criminologists are going to be studying this here for years, So go ahead, Mayor.
Let me address that because I want to make it very clear that this is not a Houston unique situation. And I know all this year and all these months, people have been trying to make this a Houston unique situation. Just this morning, I'm looking at all the crime stats of all of the major cities. Okay. Houston is not the worst city. Far from. Okay. Every city in this country is facing issues. But the good news in this city, what I can say, is that we are trending in the right direction. We have 46 fewer homicides this year than we had last year. If it was 46 more than last year, you'd be hearing about that. And you would be reporting on that. But no one is reporting that we have 46 fewer homicides this year than the same time last year. Homicides 11% below where we were last year. But I will say this was not an incident that happened at just like in an open club where people can come in and come out and nobody knows everybody. This was a private event. And based on the investigation of about 40 people, it is important for the hip hop community, for everybody else, for the city, for the family. It is important for those who have information on who the shooters were to make that information known. There's a responsibility and accountability on all of us to do that. And that's why I want to deal with the subject matter, that there are too many young men of color that lives are being cut short from other young men of color. And that has to stop because that's tragic. And so I want to again to plead to the persons who were there, who have information on who these shooters were. Give HPD law enforcement that information so we can solve this situation sooner rather than later. So you don't have others out there trying to solve it for themselves. Okay? We owe that to Takeoff's mom and to the family. And I want the mother to know and the family members to know that this city is praying for them. And we value their family members' life. Okay? And we intend to solve it. And that's why we're all standing here. We intend to solve it. Okay? Because these type of shootings just can't happen. And then we move on to the next one.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to take a couple of more. Somebody who hadn't asked the question yet. Go ahead.
Was his uncle Quavo there when the shooting occurred, and is he working with investigators?
I'm not sure exactly who was there. We're going to determine that. I don't say that anybody hadn't been working with us. It's just happened 2:30 a.m. this morning. So we expect family members and everybody to work with us, and we'll get with you on that. Who was it? Juan, go ahead.
The two people who were injured, were they shot also, and were they friends of Takeoff?
We don't know the relationship right now. We just know that they're in a hospital. I think our investigators had an opportunity to briefly talk with them, but they're being tended to. So we'll get back at them maybe later on today or tomorrow.
Were they shot
Yeah.
also, or do you know
Yes. Go ahead.
Chief, I wanted to go back to something you mentioned earlier. Outside of the blanket call for evidence and people to come forward, as kind of we're used to hearing, I felt like you had a moment there where it almost felt personal here. And I'm just curious for everyone to hear one more time. For the dozens of witnesses who saw this play out, what is your message to them?
You asked for my personal, and I don't like to put it on Troy Fenner, but I'm proud of my city. I love this city. I love this department. And I know the heart of our people. I spent the majority of 55 years in this city, and I know what we're about. So that's what I'm trying to wake up. And if I got to do that and calling people, that's what I want to do. And it is personal, but it's not only personal for this incident. Anybody that's killed in our city, like our mayor has said time and time again, you take it personal. And I don't know how a chief of police don't take it personal. Now, it may, I don't have any gray hairs, I'm bald headed, okay? It may do that to me, may add a little bit of stress, but you know what? I don't know how police chiefs in our nation don't care. And I can tell you most of them care as much as I care. But I got a lot of strong men and women on our team, and we're going to get justice for this family.
And for the witnesses who saw this play out, what would you ask them?
Just step up. Real simple. Just like I said, I've always said, people, what if it was your family member? What would you want them to do? Real simple. Let's get it.
I was just going to ask you.
And I'll come back to you.
Speaking of the personal angle, from your office, you can clearly see Green Street, probably the spot where this happened. In general terms, though, downtown, the entertainment district, the greater, this is highly unusual, no? Especially when you consider all the fans here for the World Series, too, who may be looking at this from afar thinking, what's going on?
We want to put it in perspective. Crimes can happen anywhere, but don't forget, private event. And I'm not trying to diminish it in any, it's a private event. It's not a random just out on the street. So I want people to understand that. Got a great city with a lot of great people. We're going to be fine here. We got work to do, and I'm going to take 2 more because all my investigators are behind me, and they got to get back, okay? I'm going to get you, and then I'm going to come back at you, okay? It's all right? Yes, ma'am.
Did the party end at 2:30, or was this group outside for quite some time?
I'm not sure on that. I hope events are ending at least at 2 a.m. That's part of the investigation, but I know the shooting did occur outside, okay? Yeah, go ahead.
Chief, at this time, do you guys know how many times Takeoff was shot?
I don't know right now. And unfortunately, he has to. The autopsy will take place, and that, I don't know. Probably sometime tomorrow they'll get that information to us again. I don't want to speculate, but again, in closing, pray for that family. Pray for everybody involved. His mom, I don't know her, but my heart goes out to her, and people don't understand the human element, and that's what we want these young men to think about. Stop just pulling the darn trigger. Think and calm yourself down a little bit, you know, but that's what we got to work on as a society. So thank y'all. All right.
I have to disagree with the mayor, but what we have so far, what we learned from the thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for everybody watching. Make sure you hit the like, share, and subscribe. That was live. Excuse me. That was live from Houston. Had the chief of police and the mayor, both black men. I'm very proud of that fact. Both black men looking very good up there. Both black men, chief of police and the mayor of Houston, giving an update on the murder of Takeoff, 1/3 of the Migos. So a couple things that we got coming out of this report that we have so far. Basically, the police are confirming what the streets already knew. The bloggers in the streets are always first. We've already known that throughout all of these murders. So you could quite possibly suspect that you'll probably hear about who the person was on the blogs before you hear from the police. Basically, they confirmed what the story was. They're not willing to confirm the fight over a dice game, but they confirmed everything else that's been on the blogs since the shooting took place. One thing that's been new that's not on all of the blogs is that there's multiple shooters. So I think that's one of the first things that you'll see out on the blogs that wasn't reported, that the police recently just reported. So with the chief, that was a good question from one of the reporters. and basically they said there was two shooters were basically two different guns. So I'm putting together that there were two shooters because there were two different guns. So we got two different guns. So I'm going to say two shooters. So we got a private event of 40 individuals, Atlanta rap group in Houston at a bowling alley. After the bowling alley was supposedly closed, there was supposedly a dice game that and an argument ensued where 1/3 of the Migos was shot and killed. Two other people were injured. So another part that's been left out is that two other people were injured and taken to the hospital. So it's a different scenario. You know, you heard the Nipsey Hussle song about how, you know, what occurs when you're shot and you're taken to the hospital. The police are called, interrogation ensues, which is why a lot of times people who are shot in the inner city don't go to the hospital because the hospital is connected to the state. It's like the head of the hospital is a military. It's like part of the state. It's like another asylum, right? You could be jailed inside of a hospital, correct? So two other individuals went to the hospital. We don't know if they're under arrest or what's going on with those two individuals. The chief also said he doesn't suspect that Takeoff was involved in the argument, that he may have been an innocent bystander. But when you hear the details of two shooters and everything that's been going on, I suspect that, what I talked about earlier with QC and everything going on, it could have been a hit. He could have been targeted. You know, why would these individuals feel this angry to start shooting like this at this time? And typically somebody said, no guarantees in the chat, said strippers were there, and that could, justify why somebody was shot, because people like to show off in front of girls. But so these are the details that we have at this time. The one thing I will say is a lot I could unpack, but we coming up on 6 hours. There's a lot I could unpack, but I would have to disagree with the mayor when he tried to say in a roundabout way that this is due to black on black crime and that Houston and Texas is in a good place as far as violence. If you guys recall, the last news coming out of Texas was that school shooting and that they were able to keep it down because Biden, this is November, it's election time. There's an election coming up in Texas, in the whole country, a big election. So if you guys remember, the latest news out of Texas was that school shooting where the police did not go into the school, right? Was it Arlington? Is right there by Houston. And they had to fire that whole police force. They had to fire the whole police force, right? So that was the latest that we had on the school shoot with Texas. So outside of that, you had the school shooting. You had that little boy who was with his father that went into the convenience store and shot the people in the convenience store. That happened in Texas, right? So it's been a lot of violence. Mo 3. Think about all the things Charleston White been digging up in Texas. Mo 3 was murdered, but it wasn't just Mo 3. The Mo 3 murder was an amalgamation of a whole fight in Dallas and Oak Cliff. And it had, but before Mo 3 was murdered, there was a person on the other side, the comedian that no one brings up anymore, who was shot in the leg and died. That was Mo 3 cousin, right? So before that, was that Mo? I don't know who it was. That I think that was Mo 3 cousin. He died. Mo 3 died. People on the other side died. So this idea that crime is down in any American cities is not true. I can't. The mayor is not being honest. That's why he interrupted the chief. Because the chief, all of the chiefs, he looks like the chief in Oakland. They're dealing with a severe problem with violence and crime. So for you to get on here and try to look good as a mayor and say Houston is down in crime, the reason they're asking people to call in because the police need help. The police have been defunded in LA, in Portland, in Oregon, in Oakland. The police have been defunded and they need help to solve the crimes because like he said, these are my investigators. It was only 2, and they got to get back on the street for a whole city of millions of people. In Oakland, you have like, I don't even want to get into the numbers. It's so scary. They said they had 38 cops on the street for 200,000 people, 700,000 people in Oakland, and 400 cops. This is the truth. You can't police a city with 400 cops. So when you hear these numbers, that's how you get 1,500 illegal grows. You got 700,000 people, 400 cops. I can't police the illegal grows. You know what Los Angeles recently did? I promoted this in my story. Los Angeles got defunded. Los Angeles is such in dire straits that they had to fire their homeless division, fire their robbery division, fire their prostitute division. I'm sorry, not fire, but close those divisions. Those officers, I pray, still have jobs in other departments, but they no longer have a robbery division. It's not robbery homicide anymore. It's just homicide. The only major department that they have is homicide, and all they can investigate is homicide. So, with the new laws in California and Chicago, felonies have become misdemeanors and misdemeanors have become nothing. So then if you call the police and if someone hasn't stolen over $950, the police won't come out. The police won't come out because the police can't come out because they don't have the numbers. The police can only focus on homicides. So that's why in Illinois and Chicago, everybody's saying that the Democratic state, see, this was the end result of Black Lives Matter, the being limited of America and the Democratic liberal cities. So when you get these Democratic liberal cities with this lawlessness and you have police being defunded, you have to make crime illegal because you don't have the ability to police it. This is the result of a broke nation. This is how we become Mexico. This is how we become a third world country. This is how you have to bribe police to do their job. In Mexico, in Italy, and Sicily, you see the thing where you have to bribe the polizia. You have to bribe the police for the police to do their job, right? Because the police are not paid enough by the state to be police, and it's so dangerous to be a police officer. The police take bribes. This is the environment we're setting up. We're setting up an environment that we're going to have police who will take bribes. What do you think is happening in Lancaster in the desert? If we don't pay, police right now can't afford to purchase a home in the Bay Area because the Facebook and the Google kids drove up the price. So what happens if the police can't afford a home and the police are supposed to be the one to protect you? They can't afford a home and they can't afford food for their kid. You set up a situation where the police take bribes from the $1 million cartels with $1 million grows making $10 million a day. How can he not take the bribe? So for the mayor to say that things are good, you fired a whole police force. It was a whole war in Oak Cliff with Mo 3. This what Charleston Wright is rich and say Cheese is rich, just like Chicago and academics is rich. These guys are rich off of the war, off of the violence. So when the mayor comes out and say there's not a problem in Texas, that's bullshit. And it's back to why I started this video the way I started this video. About the cartels, about what's driving the wars in these inner liberal cities. And that's why I showed Lancaster in the 1,500 illegal grows and the congressman who was intimidated by a cartel in America. So you can understand why no one is talking about what's really driving this. So it bothers me when the mayor said, people of color. Basically, it was a roundabout way of saying that this is black on black crime. And don't worry, Houston, we doing good because we're going to fix it. And this is just another case of black on black crime when black on black crime has been debunked. That's why he couldn't say black on black crime, because black on black crime has been debunked. So he had to find another way, a more creative way to say 16 to 24-year-olds of color killing 16 to 24-year-olds of color. What you just said is black on black crime. And black on black crime has been debunked. It's these old ninjas, they gotta go, bro. These old ninjas from that old generation. I was talking about these old ninjas earlier. This is what I was going in on that punk-ass black manosphere. The punk-ass black manosphere and that whole-ass shit about that, about just pearly things and poor men and BGS and all that sucker shit. These old niggas gotta go. They gotta go. We got new leaders. We got new creative shit. These old niggas gotta go. This old motherfucker up here talking about this bullshit, he remind me of them old motherfuckers, slippy, slimy, old motherfucking Democrat preacher motherfuckers. Lie, everything he say is a fucking lie, fucking slime ball. Got a mayor like that in New York. These old motherfuckers gotta go. These slimy slime balls gotta go, man. These old Negroes from this old school way of thinking, of being agreeable. See, we need more Kanye West. We need more perfect. We need more perfect timing. We need more Kanye West as mayor who speak truth to life, who say, hey, we broke. The government ain't helping. America's cities are on their own. And we being ravished by cartels. Who gonna say that? Hey, we broke. American cities are broke. Los Angeles been broke. Y'all hear about Vallejo and Detroit. They are lying to you. All major American cities are broke. New York, Miami, they cannot pay their bills. So they can't pay the police officers no more. That's why they defund these major American cities are broke and broken. And they're being overrun not only by the Mexican cartels, by Chinese and Armenian cartel. This United States is wide open. Nobody told you, huh? Nobody told you, huh? The United States is wide open, and they want to take away your guns. They want this to be about ghost guns when the United States is wide open to criminal activity on the global scale. It's not black men. My whole point of this whole thing, it's not black men. And while they get you to focus on black crime, 16 to 24, by the time you get the news telling you it'll be too late. It's too late now. It's too late in California. We don't have the money. We don't have the manpower. You have to legalize because it's so much money. 1,500 grows. California needs that money. So what happens to those illegal grows? You legalize them. Reagan did it before. They did it with alcohol. Y'all didn't know that? We don't have the money to arrest everyone in the desert with the illegal grows. So what happens? We legalize them. The cartels, just like what happened in the Ukraine. The militias became part of the army. We're going to legalize the cartels. We're already funding them. Now think about this aspect of what I'm saying. Look at what I'm saying about funding our own destruction and funding the cartels. So we don't have the money and the police to police what's happening, but we're buying the marijuana and we're buying the drugs, which enriches and makes the cartels more powerful as we become less powerful. Does anybody understand what's happening here? I said we don't have the police and the money now to stop the proliferation of the cartels, and we keep buying the drugs. It makes them more powerful. They're going to be more powerful. Right now, they're already saying, fuck a congressman. They're going to be more powerful than the American government in certain sections. This is the sad part because there's been people in Texas, as this guy talks about how great Texas is. Everyone know on the border of Texas, you can get killed. People go to Home Depot on the other side of the border of Texas because it's cheaper. But everyone knows on those border towns in Texas that the cartels run both sides. This came out years ago. Now the same thing is happening in California. People probably thought it wouldn't happen in California. So what state is next? I say that they've infiltrated Atlanta. I say that they've infiltrated Chicago, which is why you have the violence that you have in Milwaukee, in Chicago, in Atlanta. But we keep seeing black on black crime. And they keep giving us these examples to sell us the black on black crime. All right, I'm out of here, man. 6 hours, man. What the fuck am I doing, man? I don't do no 6-hour live stream. I don't even go live. So many prayers. I just miss my son. My brother came up here and gave his testimony on his son. This is how much we love our children. We love our God. We love being fathers. We love being husbands. This live stream went so long because I love my son. He's 28. I got a 25-year-old son. I don't even do live streams. I cussed everybody out. Fuck the Black Manosphere. I'm not going back on that. I'm done with the Black Manosphere. I'm tired of the bullshit, man. That shit yesterday rubbed me the wrong way. That shit with the just pearly things rubbed me the wrong way. Because it's the level of ignorance, and I'm tired of dealing with the ignorance, the blatant, belligerent ignorance. That just pearly thing rubbed me the wrong way. So I'm done with the Black Manosphere. Fuck the Black Manosphere. Y'all could watch me and fuck with me if y'all want, but fuck the Black Manosphere, bro. Fuck the Manosphere. Fuck all that bullshit. That ain't got nothing to do with my calling. That ain't got nothing to do with God. That ain't got nothing to do with spirituality. My wife don't like that shit. I told niggas months ago, your wife don't give a fuck if you red pill or blue pill. My wife don't care if I'm red pill or blue pill. And your wife don't give a fuck if you red pill, black pill, real pill, blue pill. She don't give a fuck about none of that shit. My kids don't give a fuck about that shit. My business, my customers don't give a fuck about if I'm red pill, blue pill. Be a fucking man, bro. Be a fucking original. Be a fucking leader, bro. Thank you, Tracy. Be a fucking original. Be a fucking leader, bro. I'm fucking sick and tired of this shit. O'Shea made a good video. I don't like George Macon, but George Macon made an excellent point, and everybody want to ignore the point about the real true issue about all the women in this space who make more money than black men. The black women have taken over the space, and they make more money than the black men. And the black men don't do nothing but bitch and whine because of the leaders in the space. And any other group of men would hold the men who are at the helm accountable. This is the most pussy shit about you Black Manosphere niggas. You Black Manosphere niggas is failing. You in a niche. Any other group would hold the person at the head accountable. No, not I. Not I said that. Not I. We don't want this shit to be fixed. That's what I realized about the Black Manosphere. That's why I say fuck the Black Manosphere. Because the Black Manosphere, even though they're men, you can't get it right. You can't see your problem and fix the problem, correct the problem, come together, be united, get the money. It's a lot of money on the table. Tony Yale was saying to the game, but the game and the buck. This is the problem with the Black Manosphere. Because we got game and we got buck. That's what's the problem with the Black Manosphere. We got game and we got buck. Undercover, quasi, fraudulent suckers. Undercover, fraudulent, quasi suckers. Fraudulent quasi suckers. So you can't have no unity. Because y'all is undercover, quasi, and fraudulent. Come together. Tony Yale said apologize to get this millions. You know how much money is on the table in YouTube? And we all supported each other and did like Atlanta. You know what? How much money is on the table? Just Pearly Things just came up and snatched all the money. Point seen money gone because black men don't work together. Just Pearly was able to do what she did because black men don't work together. But if black men worked together and said no, if we all were on the same page as content creators and we was running this YouTube shit, making YouTube pay us all, like the people Kanye West talked about, and we recognized our power, and we weren't all Joe Budden type of people. There's a reason why Joe Budden and Charlemagne are our examples. They're weasels. Joe Budden and Charlemagne are the pieces of shit like the rest of you YouTube content creators. Look what Joe Budden did to his best friend of 20 years. Look what Charlemagne did to his best. These are pieces of shit. T-Pain has a podcast now. Another piece of shit. Being pushed to be popular. T-Pain is an admitted punk, pussy, and a piece of shit. Cheated on his wife, made his wife do threesomes, did horrible. He admits he was a drunk alcoholic. He admits that he was just a piece of shit. He's a lack of character. There's a reason why Charlemagne and these individuals are, and Joe Budden never married. Joe Budden speaks on toxic masculinity, feminism. He's never been married. His son doesn't like him because he wasn't a good father. Think about who Joe Budden. Joe Budden is a drug addict, a womanizer, a punk, a pussy, a mediocre rapper. Why should she be able to talk and have an opinion? Joe Budden, really? Joe Budden, no successful marriage, no successful friendships. He just now had a successful business, if you call it that. Think about who the people really are, who they're holding up as an example. They're holding up shitty, unloyal people who they can manipulate. But Kanye, we can't listen to. Kanye, we can't listen to. But Joe Budden and Charlemagne. So you got Charlemagne, Joe Budden. Think about Charlemagne and Joe Budden, the essence of their character. That's why they're friends. Because you see them when they get together and giggle, they're shitty people. They're the type of men that would sleep with your wife behind your back. Y'all hear what I'm saying? Joe Budden and Charlemagne, the type of guys that would sleep with your wife behind your back. But Kanye West, Jesus walks, goes to church, married, billionaire, wants to be faithful with his wife, wants his wife to be the same thing. We can't listen to Kanye West, but you can listen to Joe Budden, who will be fucking another woman in the next 6 months, who may have another child, who may break up with these people, who can't keep a friendship. Think about what I'm saying about Charlemagne and the way he got treated by Joe Biden, the thing about him and his youth with that woman. Think about these individuals who they hold up. Academics, he's not an American. Drake is the #1 rapper. He's not an American. Academics made money off of Chicago. He called all rappers all these horrible names now. This is a result of our lack of unity. Academics goes on Fresh and Fit. Academics goes on Fresh and Fit even when Kevin Samuel was alive. Even the white boy, Andrew Schultz, he knew the power of the red pill talking points. Andrew Tate made millions of dollars. Everyone is recognizing, Just Pearly is recognizing what everybody else recognized, that these talking points are platinum. You know, the only people who can't get it through their thick fucking head are black men. The black men in the black manosphere, you fucking idiots. We want to argue. We want to debate. How much debate? Who want to get paid? Who want to get paid? All this arguing, debate. Who want to get paid? You could do the arguing and debating offline. We could disagree behind closed doors. It's so stupid. Everybody wants to be the nigga. Everybody wants to compete. We have unhealthy competition amongst black men. You know, if we work together, we could still compete. If you guys are that competitive, if you have a need to be the best that bad, if we work together, we could still compete. You can still have healthy competition. We can form rules and competitions. We can have a debate league. There's a way and the right way to do everything is just so fucking sickening. And it's a poison at the root. And the only thing I could think of is you got to kill it. We have to create something new. If it wasn't evident by Angry Man and O'Shea Jackson that and Kevin Samuels that the black manosphere is dead and it needs to stay dead, then it has to be evident now after this live stream. Kevin Samuels wouldn't fuck with the black manosphere because it's dead. It's not viable. It's not a viable vehicle. I hope that hurts somebody's feelings. Kevin Samuels would not fuck with the black manosphere because it's not a viable vehicle. The black manosphere is dead. They need to go into the dark webs of the internet and do the stupid shit that they do in that niche. They're not viable. They're not profitable. They're not marketable. Angry Man saw it. Everyone sees it. that if you associate with these niggas, you will not. Angry Man every day. It's like Angry Man is seeing his folly. I'm seeing my folly of trying to help you no good niggas. Angry Man said I should have been did what Lapeef was doing. I was going to do that before Lapeef. But I didn't do it because of the black manosphere. Think about it. He had to realign. I've said this before. You have to realign your morals with your ascension. He has certain morals that kept him from growing in the beginning. So he let his morals and his allegiance. I said loyalty is temporary. Keep him from growing. Somebody said the other day, Lapeef ain't the black manosphere. So Lapeef in the crew season ain't the black manosphere. If I'm Lapeef in the crew season and the poor man, I don't want to be the black manosphere. Thank you, niggas. I'm so glad I'm not on the list, that niggas don't consider me black manosphere. I just want you niggas to stop coming here. Stop coming here. Stop fucking around with me. Tracy said the problem is jealousy. We jealous of each other. We need to get over that and then maybe work on us becoming one. Right. That's why I was saying to my big brother about the self-reflection. The person that you need to save, the person that you need to get the message out to is you. You don't need to save me. You don't need to teach me. That's what these black men need to realize. The person you need to save, the person you need to get the message out to is you. Oh, man, my back. It's fucking. Oh, my God. This shit ain't no joke, boy. Close this bitch down. Oh, man. Oh, how y'all doing out there, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, shit. Close this bitch down, man. I need a back rub. Get a marathon. Get a marathon podcast today. Man, my body gonna be fucked up. Be in this chair all this time, man. Motherfuckers don't appreciate the sacrifices behind this shit. Everybody just think they could just, you would have the podcast if you could do it. If you could speak like this, you would have it. If you had the equipment, you would invest in it, but you don't. You just commentate. So, fuck them. I'm going to continue on this path. I've left the black manosphere. Oh, fuck the black manosphere. I got my, I'm benefiting from that. Oh, my God. And I'm going to keep going. And I'm going to keep teaching. I'm going to keep teaching. I see my brother G. I see so many men that have intelligent aspects to benefit and give. Every time G come on the panel, niggas don't, because G's a real nigga. G been like me. G been through real shit, been to prison, living a real life, really get pussy. So he doesn't fit in the black manosphere. If you get pussy and you a real person, you don't fit in the black manosphere. That's why every time G come on the panel, he has a hard time on the panel. Trying to make his points. It's like, I really get pussy. I really talk to women. Like, why won't you guys listen to the advice I'm trying to give you? I really get pussy. I really talk to women. I really get money. It's obvious to me that you niggas don't get pussy, get money, and none of that shit. And G can't never get on the panel and get his point across. So fuck him. Oh, all right, y'all. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, bro, you back?
Yeah.
You back? You was knocked out, boy.
Man.
Knocked out. Boy, I'm about to shut it down. I was just telling everybody peace. You got something you want to say on the close?
Shit, man. It's all good.
Salute, man. We out.
Talk to you in a minute.